Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Forbidden Secret Power? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Why don't you just give up, you useless Deku? Those words owled leave his head. A bruised 10-year-old Izuku Midoriya couldn't even find the strength to get up from his laying position on the ground, tears coming to his eyes as he thought more and more about the words his ex-best friend said to him. He wanted to prove him wrong, that he wasn't useless, but the beatdown he just received after trying to protect another victim was having the green-haired child think the words held more truth to them than he believed. As he came to that revelation, along with the physical pain he felt from being bombarded with explosions, every ounce of will Izuku was using to prevent the dam burst as he looked up at the sky and cried. Izuku would have stayed there crying for who knows how long before he heard footsteps and turned his head to see a blonde kid around his age with 3 whisker marks on both his cheeks and concern apparent on his cerulean eyes. Hey. What happened? Who hurt you? The freckled boy scrambled up and dusted himself off while also trying to wipe the tears off his face. Oh no, I'm fine. No one hurt me. I just fell. The blonde rose an eyebrow at that. Those burns and bruises came from falling? Yep. The two kids stared at each other in silence before the whiskered kid sighed. I guess I'll have to believe that for now. Anyways, I just needed some help. I'm new around here and have to get acquainted to the area. My name's Naruto. I actually just got adopted and need to find my new brother. His name is Izuku Midoriya. You know him? Izuku blinked once, trying to take in all the information. His mom didn't tell him anything about this happening. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Naruto's eyes widened before he gained a toothy grin. Oh, well, what are the chances? Nice to meet you, didn't think we'd meet like this, but I'm your new brother. The green-eyed boy just stood there, unsure if he heard things correctly. You're my brother? Naruto stood there stunned. Did you just slap yourself? Izuku nodded his head with a bright red hand mark on his cheek. I was just making sure I heard everything correctly. That's a big thing to hear just out of nowhere. The blonde scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I would imagine. Well, we can talk a bit more as you take me back home cause I don't know where I am. Izuku's sweat dropped at that, letting out a small smile at his brothers. That's gonna take some getting used to, forgetfulness. Sure, we're not too far away from home. The boys began to walk towards home. Naruto put his hands behind his head and looked towards his new brother. So, now that we are gonna be brothers, you mind telling me why you were beat up on the ground back there? Izuku jolted a bit and tried to stutter out a response before he sagged his shoulders and just looked at the ground. I was trying to help a kid getting bullied. I wasn't able to do much though because... He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, dreading his next words. I don't have a quirk. He closed his eyes when he finished talking, partially out of not wanting to look at the blonde in the eyes after saying that, and also to hold back more tears as he reminded himself of his source of sadness. He wasn't ready for the beaming smile that came from the bubbly blonde. Nice to know my brother is cool enough to try to stand up to stupid bullies. I really lucked out. The green-haired boy's head snapped to Naruto and blinked owlishly, not thinking he heard correctly. Why you think I'm cool? Even though I don't have a quirk. Naruto pet his head a bit. Quirks are nice and all, but they aren't the only thing that make people cool. If people are giving you a hard time about that, well then you lucked out too. A benefit to having Naruto Uzumaki, I guess Midoriya now, is that no one messes with you without going through me. He ended his speech with a toothy grin. Izuku stared at him in awe, finding himself yet again unable to process what he just heard. Do you really mean that? Naruto closed his eyes and nodded. Of course, I never say anything I don't mean. The whiskered blonde let out a grunt as Izuku suddenly hugged him, tears falling from his face at an alarming rate. I think I'm going to like having you as a brother. Naruto was in a shock for a little bit, not knowing how to respond to this type of physical intimacy, before he gained a soft smile and patted the crying boy on the back. Is this crying thing gonna be normal? My new mom, who I guess is just mom for you, was like this too when she picked me up. Izuku didn't let up the hug. You'll get used to it. I see. Well, I don't mind the hugging and all, but shouldn't we be getting home? Izuku's grip tightened. Just a few more seconds. It took a few more minutes until the green-haired child was able to stop his tears and let go of his new brother. He began to lead the way home, his smile never leaving his face. He had a feeling that with this newfound ally his future was going to look much brighter. The same thoughts were going through Naruto's head as he saw the sparkle in his brother's eyes when he was talking about something he was passionate about. His new brother had an insane amount of drive despite his circumstances, and the blonde was excited for how far they will push each other to become better in the future. As the boys walked on and grew more comfortable with their sudden relationship, a bond began to form the world wasn't ready for. Wadash! Izuku groggily turned off his All Might-themed alarm as he blinked the sleep out of his eyes. He looked at the digital clock to see it was 5:30 a.m. The next sight he saw was his very awake brother looking him in the eye. It has been 2 years since the Midoriyas took Naruto into their household, and Izuku has grown to appreciate having his brother in his life. He did not appreciate it when his sleep schedule got interrupted though. "Did you really change my alarm again?" Izuku said as he accepted his fate and began to get out of bed. Naruto gained a cheeky smile and sat back down on his bed. "Yup, today's my first day of actual school, we need to be up bright and early for it." Izuku wanted to sigh but could only smile. One thing he's realized since living with the blonde was that his enthusiasm was infectious. He looked at the whiskered blonde's attire and chuckled, "I don't think I could get used to that." Naruto looked up to see him pointing at his black nightcap with eyes and teeth along the brim. The blonde huffed and pointed back, "Yeah, and I'm supposed to get used to that." Izuku looked down and blushed, seeing how he was still in his All Might pajamas with the hood down, and he crossed his arm. "Hey, All Might's cool, you just have a random cap." Naruto gasped and he took off his nightcap and hugged it to his chest. "Don't mock the cap, it's too cool for you to understand anyways." Izuku just rolled his eyes and yawned as he fully got up and out of bed. "I know it's your first day of actual school, but why'd you need to wake me up so early?" Naruto started to get dressed. "Bro, I've only had tutors for my entire life and Mom just got the paperwork in order so that I can go to school. I need you to tell me all about what I need to know. Good places to sit for lunch, who to talk to, who not to talk to. Where the best places to plan pranks would be. You know, the important stuff." Izuku only sweat dropped at the last part before scratching his head. "I think one of those things is less important than the others. As for the other stuff, I don't know what to tell you, I normally keep to myself. I'm sure you'll catch on quickly once you're in class." He was sure of that last part. Despite not going out much, Naruto clearly had a more outgoing personality than he did. It was this fact that scared Izuku a little. He knew it was irrational given how close he and Naruto have grown together these past 2 years, but there was that small part inside of him that thought that once Naruto started talking to other people, he would either forget about him, or even worse, turn on him. He was shaken out of his thoughts when his brother put an arm around his shoulder. "Welp, you ain't gonna be keeping to yourself with me around, so you best get to spilling everything you know." Izuku just stared at his brother for a few seconds before he cracked a smile. He still had those dark thoughts from time to time, but his brother always managed to brighten his mood. Okay. I'll tell you everything I know. I'm still surprised you're looking forward to school. With all the homework, class projects, tests, vocabulary kadash." Izuku was stopped by a hand forcefully covering his mouth. "You're really killing my fun here, brother," the blonde-haired boy deadpanned. Before they could continue their conversation, their door was open, and standing in the doorway was a very tired-looking Inko Midoriya in a green nightgown. "Just what are you boys doing up this early?" she asked with a hand on her hip. Izuku straightened up. "Sorry, Mom, Naruto woke up and changed my alarm." Naruto turned to his brother with a look of betrayal. "Dang, what did you just say? I couldn't hear you over the sound of the bus you threw me under." "I'm sorry," she asked. "And you sure were quick to answer, weren't you?" The annoyance in Inko's eyes quickly became amusement as she couldn't hold back a giggle at her son's antics. "You boys are too much sometimes. Today is Naruto's first day of school, so I guess I can forgive your early morning antics this time. You boys go brush your teeth and wash your face, and I'll cook up a big breakfast. That is not katsudon or ramen." "Yes, ma'am." The two boys saluted and went off to do as their mother told them. Inko put a hand to her heart watching her two boys go off. She never imagined having another child, but one convincing commercial and a long talk with her husband, the little blonde-haired ball of energy became a welcomed constant in their lives. It was heartbreaking when she first came across Naruto in the orphanage. People tried to dissuade her from adopting a child that was problematic, but that only strengthened her resolve to make him a part of her family. She put on her apron and got started with whipping up her children a hearty breakfast of pancakes and bacon. 5 minutes later, Naruto and Izuku were sitting at the table, eagerly discussing the newest hero debuts and plans for once they get to school. "So I guess it goes without saying that you're excited for your first day, Naruto?" The whiskered blonde furiously nodded. "No doubt, the tutors were nice, for the most part, but I'm looking forward to having actual teachers now. Just make sure the teachers look forward to having you, so that means absolutely no pranks. Got it?" Naruto slowly lowered a bag labeled, "Pranks? I'd never do such a thing." Inko ruffled his messy blonde hair as she set their plates. "Of course you wouldn't." She made her way to Izuku. "Watch you, brother sweetie." Naruto held up his fork. "If a plate of pancakes weren't in front of me, I'd be very upset right now." Inko and Izuku chuckled as they went into a comfortable silence at the table, or as silent as it can be with two young boys devouring their plates. After a while, Inko looked at the clock and began to stand up. "Okay, boys, now it's time for you two to get going to school. Have a wonderful day and don't get back home too late. Love you, boys." She sent them off with a kiss on top of their heads. "Love you too, Mom." The brothers gave their mom a hug before running off to school. Once they got into class, Izuku took his usual seat in the back by the window, with Naruto taking the empty seat next to him. Naruto was confused at the weird looks people would send his brother's way. Izuku has told him he wasn't the most popular at school, but these people were just looking outright hostile. "What's up with all the stink-eye people are sending our way?" Naruto asked. Izuku just gave his brother a tired smile. "Don't worry about that, it's just the way students are here." Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. He looked at the students sending looks and shot a glare right back to shut most of them up. Izuku was thankful for his brother acting as more protection for him, but he was dreading when the inevitable was going to happen. He didn't have too long to brace himself when he saw a familiar kid with spiky ash blonde hair enter the classroom, and set his eyes on him. Bakugo didn't waste any time walking to Izuku's desk and put his foot on it. He shot a glance at Naruto, who was currently glaring daggers at the exploding blonde. "Who is this kid, Deku? You managed to trick some new meat into being friends with a freak like you." "It's not like that, Kachin," Izuku started to stutter. He knew Bakugo was going to act like this, but he didn't expect him to start out so aggressive. Bakugo created an explosion on Izuku's desk. "Did I say you can talk, nerd? But why you asked me a question?" At this point, Naruto stood up. "Hey man, back off. One more word to my brother and it's the last thing you're gonna say." Bakugo looked stunned for a moment before he leveled a gaze and smirked towards Izuku. "Oh, it all makes sense now. This is why my mom stopped forcing me to hang out with you, 'cause you got a new lame but brother to act like your friend." He turned to Naruto. "I honestly feel bad for you. Not only are you adopted, but you're forced into being in the same family as this Deku." Izuku was trying to put his head down even more into his desk, trying to make himself look even smaller and by some miracle end this encounter instantly. Naruto was fuming, his eyes taking on a red color as Bakugo kept talking. "You better take back what you said right now and I might consider not beating you to a pulp." Baguo took his foot off Izuku's desk and leaned into Naruto's face, his palms heating up and small crackles can be heard as he was using his quirk. "How exactly do you plan on doing that, nerd? Now I know you're new here because even a useless Deku like your brother knows not to mess with me. I think people are just scared of losing their eardrums if they get too close to you, you banshee." The room was silent as the rest of the class eagerly watched the interaction between the new kid and the uncontested king of Aldera. Everyone in the school either thought Bakugo was the best thing since sliced bread, or wasn't brave enough to question anything the exploding boy did. It looked like the blondes were going to have a full-on brawl right then and there, before a stretchy arm gave both of them a chop on the head, stopping their antics. "Settle down, you two. It's too early for me to have to deal with a fight. I'll let you off with a warning right now, but I see you up again, it's detention." Bakugo just huffed and gave a final glare towards Naruto. "Teach, you're not even worth the energy." Naruto just sat down and kept his gaze with Bakugo as he sat in his seat. Izuku could only stare at his brother in shock. He knew that Naruto was more expressive than he was, but he didn't think he would so blatantly stand up to his bully like that and barely even flinch. He was going to say something, but the teacher started to speak before he could. Well, class, I can see he already made himself quite known, but we have a new student today. Naruto, if you would please introduce yourself formally to the class, the teacher said, making sure to stress formally. Naruto stood up and turned to face the class. Hello all, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Midoriya and this is my first time in school, and may I just say it's been going great. He ended his introduction with a cheeky grin towards Bakugo, whose glare managed to become even deeper than before. He sat back down and the teacher just rubbed his forehead. The first minute of the new student and he's already causing him trouble. He doesn't get paid enough for this. The class went by smoothly enough, Naruto and Bakugo's never-ending glare notwithstanding. It didn't take too long for lunch to come around where the brothers finally had time to themselves. Naruto and Izuku found a place relatively cut off from everyone else. It was peaceful to just eat in peace without any sign of Bakugo or his lackeys in their personal space. Hey Naruto, thank you for standing up for me before. Kacchan can get a bit aggressive when he's worked up. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. He must be worked up like all the time. I mean, we used to be friends but then his quirk came in and mine didn't, and then you know the rest. A tick mark appeared on the blonde's head. Wait, don't tell me he was one of the Jarks that roughed you up when we first met. Izuku just flinched, and that was all Naruto needed and he was back to fuming. What kind of friend would do that to another friend? You made the right call cutting him out. Izuku just rubbed his arm. More like he cut me out. I'd still like to be friends with him. I'm sure he's gonna do great things in the future. He just needs to rough out some edges. Naruto slapped the back of his brother's head. That may be the dumbest thing you said since I met you. Izuku grabbed the back of his head in pain. Ow, what do you mean? Dude, if someone calls you worthless and then beats you up with their superpowers, that's not really a sign that they're gonna do good things in the future. I suggest distancing yourself away from him as fast as possible, starting with getting rid of that cutesy nickname. He doesn't deserve it. Izuku thought about it. He knew that Bakugo hadn't seen him as a true friend in years, but could he really start doing the same? Naruto saw the thoughtful look in his brother's eyes and sighed. Obviously you don't have to make that decision now, but it's something to think about. Not everyone is worth your kindness, you know. There's gotta be a limit of crap you'll deal with. As he said that, a light bulb seemed to appear over his head. Wait, that's it. If Bakugo thinks you can't defend yourself, we're just gonna have to fix that. I trained like crazy when I was in the orphanage, mostly because I was bored, but it sure did pay off. I know some pretty cool stuff if I do say so myself. Izuku looked at his brother in surprise. W8 really? I still don't have a quirk though. How am I supposed to keep up? Quirks were rare at one point in time, you know. It's not like there's no evidence of quirkless people fighting people with quirks out there. If we train hard enough, I can promise you that we'll be able to take on anyone that comes our way. Quirks be darned. Izuku looked at his brother with wide eyes and smiled. Why, alright. I'll train hard with you every day. I think I remember seeing some judo videos a while ago, mostly because there was a new hero who could extend his limbs, making him a better grappler, and I was trying to theorycraft some ways he can use that to his advantage for better throws against opponents with giant quirks, or even do multiple people at once, of course having to modify how he holds them and dash. Naruto put a finger on his brother's mouth. Okay, I love the energy, but maybe we dial the mumbling down by like 80%. Izuku blushed and looked back at his food. Sorry, I'll work on it. Naruto just laughed. Never change, brother. Lunch ended quickly after that, and the rest of the school day was surprisingly uneventful. A huge letdown for Naruto, but a relief for Izuku. Naruto threw his backpack over his shoulder as he walked out of school with his brother. Gotta say, this school thing is pretty overhyped. Do we really need to learn about calculus for an hour every day? Izuku chuckled a little. I told you not to get your hopes up too much. School isn't known for being that exciting most of the time. Naruto grunted. Well, I wish something exciting would happen. Oi! Naruto and Izuku stopped walking. Izuku looked at his brother and Naruto sighed. Okay, so that's probably my bad. You FING nerd. I've been waiting to give you what you deserve after trying to make a fool out of me this morning. Naruto dropped his bag as he walked towards Bakugo, despite his brother's protests. Really now? Well, you made it too easy, so who can blame me really? The vein in Bakugo's head got even bigger somehow. I'm going to really enjoy putting you in the dirt. Izuku ran up in between Bakugo and Naruto. Guys, can you please just stop this? We don't need to escalate things more than they already are. This made Bakugo angrier. You useless Deku, when are you going to stop getting in my way? If this piece of trash is going to make you like this, I better just take care of him now. Naruto went to say something, but surprisingly Izuku beat him to it. Just leave us alone, Kachin. We're only trying to get home. The ashy blonde narrowed his eyes at that. I don't know what made you decide to annoy me today, but I'm stopping it right now. It almost seemed like slow motion to Izuku. He's taken enough beatings from Bakugo to see how he was gearing up to throw a right hook towards him. Normally he would just try to block it and hope it ends quickly, but for some reason having his brother behind him made his body reject that option. In a move that surprised everybody, especially the green-haired child himself, Izuku grabbed the incoming arm and made to throw Bakugo over his shoulder. However, absolutely zero strength training or practicing with the technique made him fail halfway, and he fell on the ground with Bakugo falling right on top of him. Before the explosion quirk user could fully register what happened, Naruto dragged his brother off the ground and started to book it towards home. Izuku was as pale as a ghost and felt like he was hyperventilating. What did he do? Kachin is going to kill me. Stupid. I wasn't even thinking. I need to tell mom and dad that I love them before I run away forever. Naruto just slapped his brother on the back, tripping him up a little. That was awesome, bro. I knew you were a quick learner, but you stood up for yourself real quick. Izuku could barely comprehend the compliment. What did I do? Naruto laughed. You just made your first step to being as cool as me. Oh, that's it for now, said a very tired and panting Izuku. Yeah, now come on, let's get ready, said a not as tired Naruto. They have just finished their daily workout routine. They woke up at 5 and it was now 6:30. They took minimal breaks and they have finally finished. They have really stuck to the routine they planned 4 years ago. It was a rigorous routine that any normal person would have thought was straight up crazy, but they really were determined to become the best, very best, like no one ever was. So the muscle-killing workouts were worth it. They have acquired a fair amount of muscle and have become quite strong for their age. Izuku has been working hard to compensate for his lack of a quirk and has made leaps and bounds in progress. He has practiced his martial arts with Naruto and has improved his confidence a lot. Today was their last day of school and they will finally see if they will get a shot at the hero course at UA. So are you ready for today, brother? Naruto said, having gotten ready for school already. He was excited. They have been waiting for years to become heroes, and if they got a shot at the hero course, they were one step closer. Izuku smiled. Of course, brother, this is our chance to get one step closer to becoming heroes. He has just gotten ready as well and they were on their way out. Bye, Mom, they both said, and they were on their way to school. As they were walking they sparked up small talk. They were reminiscing about when they met. I remember when we met, you told you had a secret quirk. I thought it was something cool and powerful, not changing the color of your eyes to red. Naruto chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. Well, I wanted to have a little surprise, you know. I couldn't have you knowing about my lame quirk right off the bat. Izuku chuckled and looked forward. He wouldn't say it out loud, but he was kind of glad that his brother had a, for lack of a better word, useless quirk. He felt like he was rising with his brother, and he didn't feel alone. He felt more comfortable embracing his lack of a quirk because his brother was with him. As they were walking they noticed a huge crowd in front of a crowd. As the boys neared the front of the crowd they found the reason for the commotion. There was a villain wreaking havoc on the bridge and Kamui Woods has come to apprehend him. Izuku and Naruto immediately started to take notes on what they were witnessing. He was just about to unleash his finishing move before a giant woman came and kicked the villain. Hey everybody, nice to meet you but Quaintus. MD Lady said as she jiggled her butt for emphasis. At her arrival multiple people took out their cameras and took photos while whispering money shot. Dang, Naruto said, thank whatever heavenly power decided to give a woman the ability to become giant. Naruto said with a wide grin on his face. Izuku blushed and stammered a little. His brother was always the more brash out of the two, no matter how confident Izuku became. Come on, we have to hurry to get to school on time. Naruto obliged and started to run with his brother to school. Once they got to their class, they took their seats. Bakugo is nowhere to be seen, but they did not care in the slightest. They actually got a few greetings from some of the students who were in the class. Ever since Izuku and Naruto have began to improve their physical capabilities, they were not seen as helpless from a select few of the students. Of course, there was still the vast majority who did not like them due to either Izuku's lack of a quirk or Naruto's useless one. They were laying back in their desk, basking in the glory that is the last day of school. Their peace was disturbed, however, when Bakugo showed up. "What the hell are you doing, you losers?" Bakugo said to them, venom in his voice. His hatred for the brothers has grown exponentially since they were 10. His frustrations grew when he was told about the uselessness of Naruto's quirk. How dare someone so far below him dare stand up to him? Does he not know his place? After Izuku embarrassed him right outside the school, he has taken every opportunity he could to make their lives hell. What really upsetted him was that no matter what he did, the duo never seemed to take him. Naruto smirked and said, "Hello, Blue Bomber, you decided to show up." The whole class snickered at that. Bakugo, however, was fuming. He remembered that day vividly. Flashback. A 12-year-old Bakugo was opening his locker to get ready for class. Once he got it open, there was an explosion of blue powder that took a while to dissipate. When the smoke cloud was gone, what was revealed was a very blue and a very sad Bakugo. As Naruto passed by, he smirked and said, "What's up, Bakugo? I like that look for you, it's new." Explosions began to appear on Bakugo's hand as he proceeded to explode his locker. "I nef kill you, you whisker-faced bee." Naruto feigned innocence and said, "Whatever do you mean, Blue Bomber? I had nothing to do with this." He left, smirking the whole way to class. The whole class began to laugh, unable to hold in their laughter after seeing the results of Naruto's prank. Bakugo was seething with rage. He went to the restroom to wash it off, only to find that it won't go away. "Oh, it would seem as though whatever is on you can't be washed off. How unfortunate," Naruto said as he walked in the bathroom. He gave Bakugo his trademark foxy grin and promptly left the room. Bakugo screamed in rage and broke the mirror in front of him. He had to go through school like that the whole day before Naruto told him how to get the blue off at the end of the day. And flashback. "Call me that again, you BS," Bakugo yelled. He did not like being reminded being pranked by some loser with an even lamer quirk. "Kaken, you better sit down. The teacher is coming," Izuku said. He has grown more confident around Bakugo. Thanks to Naruto, he has learned to not fear his childhood friend turned bully. This change took a while for Bakugo to get used to, but he still didn't enjoy having two losers think they could stand up to him regularly. "Shut the F up, Deku. Do you really think you can stand up to me? Just you know how to fight a little," Bakugo said, getting prepared to blow up the whole classroom. "Everybody sit down," said a very annoyed teacher. Today was the last day of school, and he was not in the mood to deal with this today. Once everyone settled down, he began to talk again. "So I'm supposed to give out these tests to see what career you guys want," he said, holding a stack of said tests. "But let's be real, you all want to go to the hero course, right?" the teacher exclaimed, more out of joy he won't have to grade so many tests today. The students began to cheer at the prospect of becoming heroes. Bakugo only smirked and arrogantly said, "Don't lump me in with these losers. I am going to the ultimate hero, far beyond anything these losers can dream of." The class's mood switched dramatically, to them all getting mad at being called losers. "Oh yeah, Bakugo wanted to go to you, right?" the teacher said nonchalantly. This shut the whole class up immediately. UA was known for how difficult it was to get accepted to attend. They couldn't believe that Bakugo was attempting to try to get in. "Yeah, I aced the mock exam. I am going to be the only one in this class who will surpass All Might and become the best hero," Bakugo exclaimed, having jumped on his desk. "Oi, I didn't know they were accepting asshats into UA. Such a prestigious school wouldn't let any old person attend," Naruto said, a smirk plastered front and center on his face. Bakugo was about to yell at Naruto before the teacher said, "Oh, I forgot. Didn't Izuku Midoriya and Naruto Uzumaki want to attend UA as well?" This made Bakugo stop whatever he was about to do. Naruto still had that sheet-eating grin. Izuku was next to him with a tiny smirk on his face as well. Didn't see that coming now, did ya, asshat? Naruto said, loving Bakugo's reaction. Also, he said, addressing the Reacher now, it's Naruto Uzumaki Midoriya now. How did a couple of quirkless losers like you get the idea you can attend UA? You must be dead, Bakugo said, clearly said. They actually got rid of that rule. People without quirks, or useless ones are allowed to attend now, Izuku said, not wishing to escalate things. Bakugo got angry and exploded their desks. Before he could do anything further, Naruto swiftly grabbed his arm and pinned it behind his back. Not expecting the sudden attack, Bakugo was caught off guard long enough for Naruto to pin him to the ground and put him in a chokehold. Izuku was about to intervene before things escalated further, but the teacher was able to pry the two apart using his quirk. That's enough, you two, I am not dealing with this today. Naruto slowly released Bakugo and he roughly shoved Naruto off of him. Bakugo gave Naruto a fierce glare. Naruto glared right back. Both of them know that this wasn't over. Okay class, now that is over with, the teacher said, feeling as if things have finally settled down, let's watch a movie now because I am not teaching on the last day of school. After school. While Izuku and Naruto were packing up, they were confronted by Bakugo and his lackeys. You got a lot of nerve for pulling that stunt you did, douchebag. Bakugo practically grunted out in front of Naruto's face. I'm not the one who exploded the desks now, did I, asshat? Naruto said, glaring at Bakugo once again. Do you want to take this outside, loser? Bakugo said, inching closer to Naruto. Naruto, come on, it's not worth it, Izuku said, not wanting things to get out of hand. No, I think it's time that someone put this deech in his place. Naruto turned to his brother and smiled. Go home and tell mom that I will be there soon, this won't be long. Izuku sighed and began to head home. He knew that not even he could stop Naruto once he was determined to do something. He knows his brother will be fine, even with a useless quirk he's no slouch in combat. He just worries that he's in over his head. Bakugo may be arrogant, but he's not arrogant for nothing, he can back up what he says. While Izuku was leaving, Bakugo and his lackeys along with Naruto went out the back way, into the field they use for pee. Once they reached the center of the field, Naruto took off his school uniform, knowing that it will only restrict his movement in the fight to come. Bakugo turned to his lackeys, get out of here, this is between me and this loser. Don't worry, it won't even be a second. He said this with clear arrogance in his voice. His lackeys left, confident that Bakugo can take that scrub with no problem. Bakugo, don't sell yourself so short, I'm sure you will last longer. That Naruto's smirk never left his face. Don't talk down to me, dipshit, you don't have the right to, Bakugo screamed, hating the fact that Naruto was so calm. Are you going to keep screaming or are we going to fight? Naruto now steeled his gaze and got into his stance. He had one arm behind his back, with an upward-facing palm facing Bakugo. This was one of the fighting styles that Izuku and he learned. Bakugo let out a battle cry and exploded his way towards Naruto. He was inches away from him and was about to send another explosion right at his face. However, Naruto managed to dodge by pivoting to his side and grabbed Bakugo's outstretched arm. He was about to pin him the same way he did before, but Bakugo was prepared this time. He set off a massive explosion on the hand Naruto was holding, causing him to release it. Naruto examined his hand and frowned. He had small burns and his hand was smoking. He quickly flexed his wrist and his fingers and thankfully nothing was broken. I'm not going to fall for the same thing twice, loser. You can't fall back on the element of surprise now, Bakugo said, smirking at the damage he caused to his fellow blonde. Naruto ignored this comment and ran at Bakugo. Bakugo smirked at his pathetic attack and was ready to set off another explosion. He didn't expect, however, for Naruto to immediately duck the last second and tackle his legs. Capitalizing on this, Naruto straddled Bakugo and proceeded to punch his face as hard as he could. Once he composed himself, Bakugo pointed both his palms at Naruto and let out a huge explosion. Naruto was flung back several feet before landing on his back. Naruto found it hard to breathe as he tried to get back up. He didn't see Bakugo coming with a strong right hook to punch him right in the face. He was knocked down again and Bakugo didn't let up. When Bakugo spent too much time trying to wind up one punch, Naruto capitalized on it and headbutt Bakugo. Bakugo staggered backwards and Naruto was able to get up and compose themselves. Once they both got their bearings, they circled each other, eyeing the other for any weakness. Then, on an imaginary signal, the two boys charged at each other once again. Bakugo took the initiative and led with another right hook. Naruto saw this and dodged by ducking under it, hoping to catch him off guard by going low again. Bakugo was prepared for this however and set off an explosion right in Naruto's face with his left hand. Naruto was knocked back once again. Bakugo attempted to capitalize by jumping and slamming down, being propelled by the explosions from his palms. Naruto was able to react however and rolled out of the way in time. He quickly dashed towards Bakugo and kneed him in the gut. Bakugo folded over and spit up some blood due to the force of the blow. He knew Naruto could hit hard, but this was insane. Naruto followed up his knee with an overhead elbow strike to the back of Bakugo's head. He let Bakugo drop as he tried to regain himself. "Dang," Naruto said, panting heavily, "you got to admit, for a loser with a useless quirk, I really am beating your butt." Naruto smirked and activated his quirk, "But you got to admit, these red eyes are pretty badass, look better than yours anyways." He laughed and winced, he may have bruised a rib. Bakugo was seething. How dare this loser think he can talk down to him like this? He was a nobody. Bakugo couldn't believe that he was actually putting up a fight, and he couldn't believe how much he hurts right now. Bakugo gave out another cry of rage and rushed at Naruto yet again. Naruto attempted to dodge, but the pain slowed his movements. Bakugo blasted him with full force and Naruto found himself lodged into a wall. Bakugo didn't let up and continued to punch the whiskered boy. "You think you are better than me, you are nothing and you will always be nothing," Bakugo said, never letting up his attack. Naruto took the punishment and waited for an opening. Once he saw it, he grabbed a hold of Bakugo's arm and used his surprise to knee him in the gut once more. Bakugo was on the ground and Naruto slowly walked up to him. He looked like he was about to start punching the hell out of Bakugo again, but he collapsed onto one knee and started to pant heavily. He didn't realize how much abuse he has taken and he is just now feeling the effects. "Listen here, you piece of shit," Naruto said to the still prone Bakugo, "I am going to be the best and you aren't going to stop me." Naruto activated his quirk once again, trying to intimidate the explosive boy if only a little. Bakugo wobbly got up and proceeded to leave. "You won't amount to shit, loser, you still don't have a quirk that can help you be a hero. Don't let today fool you, I could have beat your butt from the beginning, I just can't have a murder on my hands before I start to attend you." Bakugo turned away and gave Naruto one last glare. "There's no use in beating up a pathetic shitbag who can barely stand anymore, I'm going." Naruto waited for Bakugo to leave before checking his surroundings. Once he was sure no one was there, his turned red again, only this time there was a strange presence in the air. Naruto's wounds slowly started to heal. He made sure to deactivate it before they all healed. He couldn't make it look like he got away unscathed. He grabbed his stuff and headed home. He was done with today and needed a nap. On his way home he heard something in the air and saw something flying at high speeds in the sky. He looked closely and thought he saw Izuku. Nah. He shook his head and continued on his way home. There's no way his brother would be able to suddenly just fly at high speeds out of nowhere, must have been his imagination. He had no idea of the way his brother's life was going to change. Izuku stood on the roof. All Might took him to, looking utterly defeated. He had just been saved by some weird slime monster by his favorite hero and wanted to learn how he could be a hero. He thought that All Might would encourage him, not just say that he had no chance without a quirk. He looked as All Might in his true form as he left the roof. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "I'm going to prove you wrong, All Might. I can be a hero, with or without a quirk." Izuku would have broken down and cried right there, but Naruto has taught him that only he can control his fate. So what if he didn't have a quirk? So what if people told him he couldn't do it? He will prove them all wrong, with his brother with him every step of the way. He took a few minutes to collect himself. He had to process everything that has happened. He was attacked by a weird slime monster. He was saved by his favorite hero in the world. He saw said hero's true form because of how injured he was from his most famous fight. Then his hero told him he should stop trying to become hero since he's quirkless, and then he yelled at his hero. Izuku's eyes widened. "Holy crap, I yelled at my favorite hero. He couldn't believe that he did that. He never would have dreamed of doing that in a million years. He had to relax a bit. Once he was calmed down, he started to go home. He contemplated whether or not he should call his brother and tell him about what just happened, but decided against it. He shouldn't ruin his brother's image of their favorite hero. Yes, All Might is still his favorite hero. He cannot forget all that he has done for this country, and he is still his inspiration to become the best hero. Now, it is to prove him wrong. While he was walking, he saw that a crowd has appeared by a fire. He joined the crowd to see what all the commotion was, and was shocked by what he saw. Bakugo was captured by the same slime monster he was, and his explosions were causing the huge fire multiple heroes were trying to help contain. Izuku couldn't move. All Might had that monster apprehended, but he guessed that he dropped it when he decided to hold on to him. He couldn't believe that this massive destruction was partly his fault. He didn't realize it until he was halfway to Bakugo, but he was running towards the destruction. He faintly heard the heroes telling him to leave, but he didn't listen. He looked around and remembered what Naruto told him when they were training. Remember, Izuku, you have to find your enemy's weakness, look at your surroundings, and execute the best plan of action. Izuku looked at the monster and noticed that the only vulnerable spot was his eyes. He threw his bag at the monster and grinned when it staggered. He wanted to capitalize and looked around. He saw a metal pole on the ground and picked it up. He ignored the searing pain from how much the metal has heated up due to the fire and continued his charge. The monster's eyes widened when he saw Izuku moving the pole at his eye. Izuku stabbed with all his might and knew he hit his mark when the monster screamed in agony. He saw Bakugo and grabbed a hold of him, then proceeded to pull with all his might. Bakugo was shocked that Izuku was attempting to save him. What does a quirkless loser like him think he can do? What cough are you doing, loser? Bakugo said poorly. Izuku was grunting and said, I don't know, my body just moved on my own. The slime monster finally recovered and was cursing, that's it, brat. I'ma end what I should have finished, and no one here can save you. He prepared a strike that Izuku braced for. He waited and waited before he realized that the strike never came. He looked up and his eyes widened. All Might was there, having taken the blow for Izuku. You know, kid, that was really dumb of you, he said, pulling back his arm, but I did tell you what it takes to be a hero, and now I have to practice what I preach. The monster got prepared to unleash another strike on All Might, so do not worry, I am here. He started to unleash his punch, Detroit Smash. The punch made winds so fierce that people had to hold onto lampposts and anything secured to the ground so that they weren't blown away, and Lady even covered a majority of the crowd. A giant tornado rose so high you could see it for miles. Once the wind was gone, the monster was only bits and pieces scattered around the area. All Might was breathing heavily. He really overexerted himself today. As the media went over to All Might to try and get an interview, multiple heroes went to Izuku to reprimand him for what he did. That was pretty dangerous, kid. You can't just go running into a scene like that. Yeah, you shouldn't be putting yourself in harm's way. However, you did manage to handle the situation surprisingly well even though you don't have a quirk. Izuku smiled a little at this, but it was immediately gone when the same hero spoke again. But don't let that get to your head. You got lucky this time. Let the pros handle it next time. Izuku just nodded his head and started to leave. As he was going, he heard the heroes were congratulating Bakugo on his bravery and his spectacular quirk. He gritted his teeth when heard the praise that Bakugo was getting. What did he do? Get captured and cause mass destruction. At least he hurt the villain. He didn't cause a huge fire that caused more damage than what was already happening. He just wanted to go home and possibly train more with his brother. Thoughts of his brother caused a smile to grow on his face. No matter how much the world seems against him, Naruto will be by his side. As he walking, he heard screaming and turned to see a fuming Bakugo. Why can't you two just leave me alone? You are both losers who are beneath me. I didn't ask for your help, and I don't have to be grateful for anything. He turned around, slouched, and walked away. Izuku gritted his teeth and continued walking. He was tired of Bakugo's superiority complex. He was going to yell at him but decided against it. He just wanted to go home. When he continued his walk, he was surprised by a hulking figure. Izuku's eyes widened. All Might, he practically screamed. He didn't expect to see him again. I thought you were still dealing with the media. All Might smiled and said, I stand for justice, not sound clips. He stood there looking heroic. Until he started to puke blood. He transformed back into his true, skeleton-like form, and continued speaking. You did well back there, kid. You helped save that other kid. Izuku smiled a little and said, yeah, well, you know, my body just moved by itself. I didn't intend to go fight that monster. This caused Toshinori, All Might's real name if you didn't know, to smile. That's the mark of a true hero, kid. Heck, you even inspired me to go help. So don't sell yourself short. Toshinori then stood up taller. That's why I want you, Izuku Midoriya, to inherit my power. Izuku's mind froze. Inherit his power? You can't transfer quirks like that, can you? He started to mutter to himself what this could possibly mean if All Might could actually transfer his power onto him. Toshinori looked concerned for the kid and decided to explain a bit more. Well, you see, kid, you know how my quirk is often debated about a lot, and how I always dodge the question on interviews by making jokes about it. Well, that's because I need to look like a champion for the people. Izuku nodded, kind of understanding what All Might was saying. You see, my quirk is actually called One for All. It passes down from generation to generation, becoming stronger as the chain continues. I wish to extend that chain by passing it on to you, Izuku. You have the heart of a true hero. Izuku was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He could feel the tears falling from his eyes. He was told that he would never become a hero, but now his role model, the one he always strived to be, changed his mind and was telling him that he has the heart of a hero. This was the best moment of his life. Well, that and getting Naruto as a brother. That stopped his train of thought immediately. Naruto. He has been training with him for years so that they could rise together. They developed a connection due to how everyone viewed them as useless and weak. Naruto always told him that they don't need a quirk to become heroes, but here he was getting the offer of a lifetime. Normally he would jump at this immediately, but now he wasn't so sure. Toshinori saw Izuku's conflicted gaze and said, I know it's a lot to take in right now. I will give you time to contemplate this. Meet me at the beach tomorrow at 5 in the morning for your answer. If you say yes, we begin your training immediately. If you refuse, I will understand and find someone else for the job. Once he said this, he turned and left, leaving Izuku alone. Izuku just stood there for what seemed like hours. He didn't know what to do. He had to discuss this with his brother. He tells him everything and they help each other with every difficult choice. However, Izuku knew this was a different case. He couldn't tell anybody about this. As much as it pains him to, he would have to keep this secret from his brother. Izuku continued his walk home, thinking about what he was going to do the whole time walking. As he was walking, he felt something grab onto his shoulders. He turned to see his brother, smiling as bright as ever. You, Izuku, did you see that giant tornado? It even rained like out of nowhere. I went to go see what went down and there was like destruction everywhere, he said, making wild arm gestures to emphasize his points. I saw on TV that All Might was there and punched some monster to smithereens. Did you see it? Izuku smiled nervously and said, yeah, I was in the crowd. It was on the way home. He left out the part where he ran up to the monster and tried to fight it. If Naruto was anything, overprotective was one of them, and he didn't want him to worry. Naruto's eyes widened and said, did you see Bakugo? He apparently got captured by that thing. At the mention of Bakugo, Izuku took the time to notice Naruto's state of dress. He had a black eye, a busted lip, a few burns, and some tears on his shirt that were mostly hidden due to his jacket. Speaking of Bakugo, how did your fight go? Izuku said, thankful to change the subject. Naruto sneered a little and said, I got blown up a few times, but Bakugo wasn't entirely unscathed either. I would call it a tie. Izuku smiled a little and said, really, because I didn't see any black eyes on Bakugo, just saying. Izuku loved it when he got the chance to poke fun at his brother a little. Naruto frowned and said, hey, at least I wasn't captured by some weird hentai monster thing. Izuku laughed and they continued walking. As they were walking, Naruto noticed the weird look on his brother's face. What are you thinking about, bro? Naruto said, looking quizzical. Flustered Izuku said, nothing, just stuff you know. Naruto leaned a bit closer and squinted. Don't lie, Izuku, I know you too well for you to slip one past me. Izuku sighed and said, I just have to make a difficult choice and I don't know what to do. Naruto smiled and said, well, I can help you with that, what's the problem? Izuku was panicking, he had to think of a lie and quick, well you see, I was offered these special pair of weights to use for training, right, and they only had one pair so I wouldn't be able to get you one as well, Izuku said, trying to seem as believable as possible. Naruto seemed confused and said, couldn't we just take turns using the weights? Izuku thought quickly and said, well you see the guy said that only I would be allowed to use them, and if he saw that I allowed someone else to use them, he would take them away. Izuku hoped Naruto bought it. Naruto seemed to and said, so you don't know if you should take the weights because it would give you an unfair advantage against me. Izuku smiled and nodded. He hoped Naruto could give him insight on what to do. Naruto smiled and looked at Izuku. Bro, don't let me hamper your progress, I can find ways to get strong, I don't want to be the reason your ability to become a hero is hampered. Izuku smiled a little then frowned, but wouldn't you be mad that I'm getting an improvement and you aren't? Naruto shook his head and smiled, I could never be mad at you, I just want what's best for you, I love you bro, and nothing will ever change that. Izuku smiled and let the tears flow from his eyes. Thank you brother, I love you too. Naruto smiled and rubbed the back of his head, he don't go crying on me now, they're just weights you know. Izuku laughed and hugged his brother with all his might. Naruto hugged him back, confused why he was showing so much emotion. When they continued their walk, Izuku had a big smile on his face, he knew what he was going to do now. No matter what happens, his brother will always be on his side, supporting whatever he does. When they returned home, their mom fussed over Naruto's injuries. He lied about how he just fell down the stairs at school, and how the burns are because a kid got reckless with his fire quirk. Inko was happy with how hurt Naruto got but saw that he was okay and calmed down. After they ate dinner, the boys went to their room to exchange notes. They've been doing this for 4 years and always had fun seeing what the other had written down. So, Izuku, when will you be getting those new weights? Naruto asked, curious to know when those fancy new weights will get here. Izuku seemed to panic and said, oh bad news, I texted the guy and he said that he already gave the weights away, Esigas for me I supposed. Haha. Naruto narrowed his eyes a bit, his brother was hiding something from him. He decided to not bring it up for now. Oh sorry about that bro, I'm sure you can get strong without them. The brief look of conflict Ion didn't go unnoticed by Naruto, but he decided to ignore it. If it was important, Izuku would tell him. Yeah, I'm sure I will, Izuku said. Anyways, can we train a bit later tomorrow? I have to do this thing in the morning. Naruto looked confused. Oh, can I come, Izuku? And he usually did everything together, so it was strange he was just now being told about this. No, sorry, it's something to help me against you in our spars. Yeah, Izuku said, feeling very nervous. Naruto's confusion turned into a grin. Oh, why didn't you just say that at the beginning, of course? But let me tell you, no amount of special training will help you beat the champ. Naruto flexed animatedly to drive home his point. Izuku laughed and said, we'll see I guess. The two brothers spent the rest of the night goofing off in their rooms and getting mentally prepared for the entrance exams. They had a couple of months to train and they were going to kick it into overdrive. When it was time to go to bed, Izuku found it hard to sleep. He knew his brother wouldn't hate him for accepting the quirk. He just felt guilty for not being able to tell him. All Might said he had the heart of a hero, but Naruto was always the braver of the two of them. If anyone had the heart of a hero, it was him. Maybe his brother should get it. He saved him and other people from bullies, no matter how weak people thought he was. He was the real hero, more of a hero than him at least. He looked at his brother and remembered what he told him. That he would get strong enough to protect him as well. This was his chance. He can get the power to be able to fend for himself and help his brother as he did for him. He clenched his fist and made up his mind. He will accept one for all and become the hero that he always strived to be, the hero his brother said he could be. He went to sleep with a smile on his. He knew what he was going to do. He felt like this was only a first step towards something even bigger than he could ever imagine. Tomorrow would mark his journey to becoming a hero. Izuku woke up at 5:30 a.m. and left to go meet All Might. He, of course, left a note telling his mother where he was going. He looked at his brother sleeping. His mom told him to lay off the training a little bit, due to his injuries. Naruto did not agree to those terms immediately, but once their mom was about to cry he conceded. He couldn't bear to see his mom cry, so he agreed to lay off the training for a week. Izuku smiled as he remembered that interaction. Naruto always had a soft spot for family. Once he arrived at the beach, he saw All Might in his true form. Toshinori saw Izuku and smiled. "So, have you decided?" Toshinori said. Izuku looked at his hero and said with determination in his eyes, "Yes, I will accept your power, All Might. I will become the hero you know I can be." Toshinori smiled at the boy and said, "Well then, young Midoriya, we have 10 months till the exams. That means 10 months for you to master one for all. To see if you are ready, clean up this whole beach." Izuku looked at the beach and smirked. It was cluttered with tons of litter, but nothing he couldn't handle. If Naruto has taught him anything, it was to endure one hell of a workout. Toshinori was confused at Izuku's smirk. He did see the mountain of trash right. "Okay, All Might, I'll get this done in a month. You'll see Databeo." Izuku blushed at the tick. His brother rubbed off on him in more ways than one. He shook his head and ran to the beach to clean it up. Toshinori watched in shock as Izuku was cleaning the beach with surprising efficiency. He might be more prepared than he originally thought. Back at the Midoriya household, Naruto was eating breakfast with his mom, though the mood was not so cheery. There was an uncomfortable silence in the air. "Mom, I know what you are going to say, and no," Naruto said, hoping to stop the conversation before it started. "But honey, he deserves to know. You guys share everything with each other. He has the right to the truth. He needs to know about your quirk." Inko said, sadness in her eyes. Naruto sighed, "Mom, I can't control it. I can change my eyes to red and heal a little bruise, but that's about it. I don't like using it, Mom. I want to forget about him." Naruto said, venom in his voice when he said, him. Inko grabbed her son's hand. "I know it's hard for you to relive that, but you are so strong, Naruto. The past is in the past. You have us now, your family. You can trust us to be there for you. We love you, no matter what." Inko gave him a warm, motherly smile. Naruto had tears in his eyes, but refused to shed them. "Mom, I can't use it. I don't want to hurt you guys. If I found out you guys got injured or possibly worse, I don't know what I would do." Naruto stopped trying to resist the tears and broke down crying. It pained Inko to see her son like this and went over to hug him. "You can never hurt us, Naruto. No matter what you do, we will always love you. You should know that we'll always be there for you." Naruto hugged her back and continued to cry for another 5 minutes. Once he was finally done, he pulled back from the hug and rubbed his eyes. "Okay, Mom, I'll tell him. Just let me master it first. If not, then I need a bit more control. I promise I'll tell him before we try out." Inko smiled and said, "You'll control it in no time, son. You're strong enough to beat it. Now come on, or have to finish breakfast." They resumed eating, falling into a comfortable silence. Once they were done, Naruto left the house. He knew there was only one place he could train. A known location. Naruto arrived at an empty field. He looked around and saw that no one was around for a long way. It took him 2 hours to get here. Hard to find a secluded field in the city. This place was supposed to be a farm or something, but it was never used. Naruto went to the middle of the field and sat down. He looked around once more and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, they were red. "Okay, still got that down, no problem. Now on to the tricky step," Naruto said to himself. He concentrated a bit more and the atmosphere around him became a lot heavier. There was a very faint red aura around him. He looked around and picked up a rock he grimaced at. What he was about to do, and slammed it with all his force on his leg. He managed to withhold screaming out of pain. Due to the pain tolerance training he put Izuku and him through. He focused on the deep bruise that has formed and sent the energy he felt towards the injury. He watched as the bruise quickly faded away. He smiled at that. He has spent months trying to heal small injuries like that quickly. He stopped his smile when he attempted the next part. He closes his eyes and concentrated. A bead of sweat formed on his brow. He looked as if he was holding off something massive. Slowly Naruto began to change. His whiskers thickened to look more animalistic. His teeth became sharper, and his eyes became more fox-like. He stopped and looked down. His hands had little claws on them now. They looked like they could do some serious damage. He breathed and stood up. He took a few steps before going into a full-blown run. To an outsider, it looked like a blur of blonde and orange as the young boy tried to test his new strength. Naruto felt powerful. He has tried to achieve this state of his quirk. He felt like he fi. His train of thought stopped when he lost his balance and tripped over his own foot, causing him to fall down and skid for quite a long time. Naruto slowly got up and dusted himself off. Okay, so he has not fully mastered the most basic form of his quirk. He has tried to, but whenever he tries to access it, he feels this overwhelming amount of anger and hatred, most of his energy to keep that at bay. He looked up to the sky and glared. This was his fault. He wanted to make the ultimate weapon and decided to use him as the catalyst. It was his idea to give him this awful power so that he could hurt others. It was his fault. Naruto only felt anger and hate when he tried to access that power. Naruto looked down at his hands once again. The claws were now gone and they looked normal again. He sighed and decided to work on another quirk. That's right, that bastard thought that his ultimate weapon needed more than one quirk. Naruto remembered the pain he felt when he was tested on by that monster. He passed out for weeks after those experiments. He was deemed too weak after he passed out for a month after a particularly painful experiment. It was the reason he got into the orphanage. They found him on the streets a week after he was abandoned. He had no control of his quirks at all and injured many people. If that sick F wanted to make him a weapon that's sole purpose is to destroy, then fine, he'll be a weapon. He'll be the weapon that ends that monster once and for all. I swear that I will kill you and make you feel all the pain you inflicted onto me. Naruto looked in the sky, all for one. Naruto shook his head. He shouldn't be focused on him for now. He should go back to training. He went back to the middle of the field and sat. This was going to be a long and grueling 10 months. Minus 1 month later. Holy mega super crap. Toshinori looked in awe at the now clean beach. Izuku stood on top of the pile of litter he cleaned. He was smiling and had both his hands behind his head. When he said he'll get this done in a month, he meant it. Izuku turned and saw Toshinori there in his muscle form. Izuku waved and proceeded to climb down to talk to him. So what do you think, All Might? Did I do good? Izuku said, hoping his idol liked what he did. Good, you did fantastic, young Midoriya. I thought that I would have to give you this later, but it seems like you are ready now. Izuku's smile widened. He couldn't wait to see what All Might had for him. Eat this, All Might said, holding out a piece of his hair for Izuku to take. Izuku looked at him for a moment, then very loudly said, What? You want me to eat your hair? All Might laughed at Izuku's confused expression. When you eat this you will inherit the power of one for all. It is how the quirk has been passed down for generations. Now eat it. Izuku hesitantly took the hair and ate it. He was a little grossed out at first but managed to stomach it. He waited for the overwhelming surge of power, but he felt nothing. All Might, are you sure you did this right? Because I feel nothing. Izuku said, confused as to why he felt no different. Well, young Midoriya, you have to feel the power of one for all within you, then you can let it out. All Might said, explaining the quirk in the quickest way possible. Izuku nodded at that and concentrated. He looked deep inside himself before he felt an amazing power. He felt the strength the power had and was worried he wouldn't be able to handle it. He shook that worry from his head and put the power into his arm. He looked down at his arm and saw red lines going across it like veins. He pet his arm back, prepared to punch before he stopped himself. He was about to put all his power into one punch. He learned the hard way not to do that. Flashback. A 10-year-old Naruto and Izuku were training. Izuku was currently learning the proper forms to do the basic stuff like punch and kick. Okay, now I want you to punch me, Naruto said, positioning himself in front of Izuku. Izuku looked worried. But wouldn't you get hurt? I don't want to hurt you. Naruto smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, just throw a punch. Izuku conceded and threw a punch with all his might towards Naruto. He didn't expect, however, for Naruto to grab his hand and pull him towards himself. He especially wasn't ready for the knee to the gut that soon followed. That form is all wrong, bro. You only used your arm to punch me. You won't get any power if you do that. A proper punch uses the whole body. Your feet need to be planted and you get the power from your back foot. then you lean in and then extend your arm. Make sure you follow through with the full motion of the punch, or else it will be weak. Just make sure you don't use too much power or you will overextend yourself, leaving you open to being intercepted. Understood? Naruto said, explaining the basics of a punch as well as he could. Izuku nodded and tried it out. It did feel more natural. Flashback and Izuku stopped channeling the power into his arm and concentrated again. Toshinori watched with amusement as Izuku was trying to figure out how to use his quirk. His eyes widened when he saw the boy's whole body glow. He figured something out if such a drastic change happened. However, the glow left as quickly as it came and Izuku was panting. "What is the matter?" Toshinori asked, concerned for the well-being of his protégé. "I just felt like I was going to burst using all the power. I couldn't take the strain," Izuku said, looking upset he couldn't handle the task asked of him. "That is okay, young Midoriya. I did not expect you to be able to use 100% of one for all immediately. Why don't you try using, let's say, 8%? Toshinori said, reassuring the boy. Izuku nodded and concentrated once again. He felt the power once more, but only took a little piece of it. He spread the power throughout his body and waited. After a couple of minutes, Izuku determined he felt fine. In fact, he felt stronger than ever before. He looked at the beach and ped back his fist. He let out a punch that made the sand beneath him scatter all around. He looked in his hand and clenched it into a fist. With this new power, he will be able to become a true hero. Toshinori smiled at Izuku's accomplishment and went into his muscle form once more. Well, young Midoriya, this is only the beginning. From here on out, your training will be harder than anything you could have possibly experienced before. Are you ready? Izuku smiled at this and pumped of his fist. Bring it on. And so this was the start of the two brothers' journey to mastering their quirks and becoming truly excellent heroes. Hey Izuku, I think it's time I tell you something, Naruto said, nervous of the outcome of what he is about to say. Yeah, it's time I tell you something as well, Izuku said, equally nervous of what he was about to say. It has been 9 months since the brothers have began to train for the entrance exams, and they were 1 month away from entering. They have been training themselves to the ground to master their quirks, and have made significant progress. Naruto is able to control himself better and can hold back the rage easily enough, given he doesn't use too much power. Izuku has been training with all might and can now access up to 18% of one for all. They have both decided that it was time to tell their secret. How important is your thing? Naruto said, "'Cause mine is pretty important." It's pretty important, Naruto, Izuku said, not liking how long it was taking to say what he needed. Naruto said, fine, same time deal. Izuku nodded, deal. They both took a deep breath and said, I have a quirk. They both looked at each other and blinked. Izuku broke the silence, yeah, I know, you can change your eyes to red. Naruto shook his head, no, that's just a part of my wait a minute. What do you mean you have a quirk? Naruto said, the shock just sitting in. Izuku was flustered. I guess I was like a really late bloomer. What do you mean just a part? Naruto sighed. Again, he hoped he doesn't develop a habit of this. My actual quirk lets me increase my physical attributes by a lot. The more my power increases, the more I look like the fox of legend. It's called QB. Naruto said, explaining as quickly and as simple as he could. Izuku looked confused. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Naruto closed his eyes. Because I can't control it. The more power I use, the more this primal rage consumes me. I become a monster. I just want to destroy everything. I just couldn't use it without hurting someone. So I never told you, because I didn't want you to see me as a demon. I didn't want to lose the only brother I have. Naruto was in tears by the end of his speech. The next thing he knew, he felt a punch hit him across the face. He turned to see Izuku crying with his fist outstretched. Not even a minute later, Izuku hugged him and Naruto was still at a loss for words. How can you say that? We've been brothers for years and you think I'll just leave you? No matter what happens, I'll be there for you, just like you've been there for me. I love you, brother, and nothing will change that, got it? Izuku said, the tears never leaving his eyes. Naruto had tears in his eyes as well and hugged his brother back. At their doorway, Inko was crying as well. She couldn't help but get emotional when her sons got all emotional. Then suddenly she froze. Didn't Izuku say he got a quirk? How? As they were hugging, Naruto said, "Don't think we're done with what you said, brother. I want to know everything about this power of yours." Izuku's eyes widened and he only had one thought: sheet. So let me get this straight, you were working out, hitting the punching bag, and all of a sudden you punched the bag clean off. Naruto said, trying to get Izuku's story straight. Inko was there as well, needing to know more about the apparent miracle that her son has went through. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I looked down at my arms and they were glowing, all of me was glowing actually. That's when I realized that my quirk has awakened and I decided to train with it before I told you guys. Izuku has thought of a somewhat believable story. He was hoping that his family will fall for it. I want to be mad that you didn't tell me about this sooner, son, but I suppose I did hide Naruto's secret from you, so we have no right that you had one as well. I just hope that from here on out there will be no more secrets between us, okay? Inko said, a smile on her face at the end. The brothers nodded and they all had a group hug. Inko left and Naruto and Izuku started to talk about their quirks. They both knew that they had to change their workout routine drastically and find out how they can train each other efficiently. They were glad that things were back to the way they were, no more secrets. Well, the brothers thought at the same time, one secret. Izuku dodged as Naruto swiped at him. Naruto went for another swipe, but Izuku dodged that one as well. Once he saw Naruto overextend a little, he capitalized and grabbed his arm and flipped him over. He pinned his arm against his back and put his knee on the lower part of his back and his other leg on Naruto's thighs. Huff got you huff, Izuku said, panting heavily. Naruto was panting equally as heavy inside. Fine, I yield. Izuku grinned and got off of him. Naruto got up and sat next to his brother. So what's the score now, Izuku? Izuku mentally calculated. I think we're tied again at 150 wins for you and 150 wins for me. Naruto groaned. Someone would have thought we broke that tie by now. Ever since the brothers told each other about their powers, they started to spar in preparation for the exams. They were stuck in a never-ending battle of constantly being tied with one another. Izuku smiled at his brother's annoyance and said, well, the exams are tomorrow, we'll see who's the best. Then, Naruto instantly perked up at that. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. I'll show you my superiority then. Now let's go get some ramen to eat. Izuku looked up at his brother, surprised at how quickly he was energized again. Aren't you tired? You were just panting as heavy as me. Izuku knew his brother had insane stamina, but this was ridiculous. Naruto looked at his brother confused. Yeah, I was tired, but now I am not. That's how the body works, bro. I thought you were the smart one. Izuku rolled his eyes at that. If I'm the smart one, then which one are you? Because you have no way to prove you're stronger than me. Naruto smiled at that. Well, obviously I am the hot one, can't you tell? Izuku laughed at his brother's antics and got up to leave their training grounds, having gotten a little less tired. Just keep thinking that, brother. Naruto scowled and said, think it, I know it for a fact. Izuku continued to laugh and Naruto grinned after a little while. He couldn't be mad when tomorrow would be the most important day of their lives. Naruto and Izuku were walking to UA Academy. They were finally here. How are you feeling, bro? It's finally the day. Naruto said, a permanent grin on his face. Izuku had the same grin on his face. I feel like we've been waiting too long for this. It's time to show the world what we're made of. When they entered, they went to their assigned seats and things became immediately tensed up. Bakugo was in the seat next to them. He gave them a glare, but knew he couldn't do anything right now. He was an arrogant bstrd, yeah, but he wasn't stupid. Naruto glared right back, and Izuku just ignored him. They looked at the pro hero who will be explaining the rules of the exam to them, Present Mike. Hey kids, are you ready to rock? Present Mike said, trying to get the kids amped up. There was silence from the crowd, but Present Mike continued as if all was going to plan. While everyone else was silent, Izuku and Naruto were smiling like idiots. Naruto, it's the voice hero Present Mike, can you believe it? Izuku said, trying to contain his excitement. Yeah, I can't believe. It's hard to believe that all the UA staff are pro heroes. Naruto said, in a similar state of excitement. Present Mike continued to explain the rules. You will be put in 8 different arenas at random after I drop the mic. Sound good? There was silence again. Everyone looked down at their cards. Naruto nodded and said, I see, they don't want us working with our friends. Izuku looked at his card, then his brother's, then Bakugo's. They all had different fields they were going to. Izuku was nodding along with his brother. Yeah, you're right. Present Mike still kept going, keeping up his cheery attitude. The exam will take place in a city-like structure. There will be 3 types of robots in each arena. They are worth different points depending on their difficulty. The goal of the test is to use your quirk and rack up as many points as possible. Suddenly a student stood up. He was dressed very formally and seemed had a prim posture. Excuse me, instructor, I am Tenya Ida, and here on this pamphlet you have listed 4 types of enemies. I cannot stand for this apparent mistake on official UA material. Also, you ruffian, he pointed to Naruto who had his feet on the desk, act with a bit more class. We are here as students of this prestigious academy, now act like it. Naruto didn't move and just said, screw you hards, can you sit down, because you are interrupting our teacher giving a lecture on the test to attend said prestigious academy. Ida glared angrily at the boy, but sat down. He did not wish to stop the assembly any further. Present Mike waited for everyone to settle down. Man, this teacher just did not care what his students did, before saying, thank you for saying that, superstar. There is in fact a 4th robot. However, this one is worth 0 points, so it's not worth your time and you should just ignore it. At this Naruto narrowed his eyes. Izuku saw this and asked, what's wrong, Naruto? Naruto turned to Izuku and whispered, don't you think it's a bit weird that the school would make a robot that's sole purpose is for us to run away from them? Izuku contemplated this and nodded. That is a bit strange. Maybe it's there to show them our skill in knowing when we can't handle a situation. Naruto nodded, but he still had a sneaking suspicion of the purpose of the robot. Well, that's all I got for you today, folks. I hope you are ready for the exams. Now before we go, can I get a plus ultra? There was silence still. Izuku and Naruto smirked. It was their time to shine. As they were leaving to their fields, they looked at each other and gave each other a fist bump. They shared the same thought as they left to their respective field. I'm gonna win. Arena B. Izuku was staring at the gate. It was almost time for the test to start and he couldn't wait. He has been training harder than he ever did in these past 10 months, and that's saying a lot when your brother is Naruto. He was knocked out of his train of thought when Ida came to talk to him. Excuse me, you seemed close to that ruffian at assembly earlier today. I advise you that it will be for the best that you distance yourself from him. The likes of him do not deserve to get into this prestigious academy. Ida said, matter-of-factly. Izuku was a little angry at hearing his brother being badmouthed like that. He took a deep breath and said, thank you for the warning, but that ruffian is my brother. He is a little crass. Yes, but if anyone deserves to be here, it's him. Don't let his behavior fool you. I trust him with my life. Ida was a bit taken aback by this and said, I apologize for the quick judgment eye on your brother. It was foolish of me to assume that he was a simple ruffian. I shall do whatever I can to make this right. Ida was bowing by the end of his rant. Izuku was confused by the sudden change in demeanor of this guy. He honestly did not know how to respond. Oh, it's okay. Naruto really doesn't hold a grudge. Arena C. As Naruto was stretching, he began to think, I'm so going to prank the glasses-wearing prick if we get the same class. Arena B. Izuku thought for a minute. Actually, never mind. He most definitely hold a grudge. I would be careful around him if I were you. Ida's sweat dropped at this. What could that guy do to him? The test will begin in 30 seconds. They heard a robotic voice and everyone immediately got ready. Izuku smiled and looked at the gate. It was almost 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The gates opened and everyone was off. Izuku saw everyone going to the center of the city and decided to go towards the outskirts of the mock town. He will have more of a chance to shine this way. He saw 2 robots in front of him. One 2.1 and one 1.1. He activated one for all and ran to the 2-point robot. He grabbed the tail of it and swung it around for a bit before releasing it at the 1-point bot. He grinned in satisfaction as he saw them get destroyed. 3 points secured, he ran off to get some more. Arena C. Naruto was on all fours with a red cloak around himself. The cloak split out into 2 tails behind him. He has just spotted a group of bots and was ready to pounce. He jumped onto the nearest one, a 3-pointer, and tore it apart with ease. Cutting through it like butter with his claws, he quickly moved to a 1-point robot and picked it up and threw it at another 1-point bot. He grinned at the explosion that was caused. At this rate he will beat his brother for sure. Near end of exam. Izuku was smiling. He had procured around 60 points. He was making quick work of these robots. They went down in about 2 or 3 hits. He was running looking for more when he heard a building collapse. He turned around and saw the 0-point robot. It was massive, causing destruction where it walked. Izuku was about to run away, knowing he couldn't take on that massive thing at his current level. He was stopped mid-step, however, when he saw a girl trapped under some debris. He immediately started to run towards the robot and looked for ways to access its face. He saw some debris still falling and got prepared to do some parkour. He jumped up and landed on the piece of debris closest to the ground. He scanned the air for another piece and saw one. He jumped again, noting how the debris beneath him rocketed towards the ground. Welp, there's go my way down. He ignored that and kept jumping up. He realized that he will not be able to defeat this thing with only 18% strength. He started to charge up 100% power into his arm. He gritted his teeth when he felt the pain in his bones, but ignored it. Once he got to the face of the robot, he jumped forward with all his might and punched the robot. He felt the bones in his arm break and started to fall down at an alarming rate. He was starting to worry about how much it will hurt to fall at this height. How high did he go? Why was he still falling? Once he was close to the ground, he felt a slap on his cheek and he started to levitate. He looked and saw the girl he just saved struggling with something. Once she barfed up rainbows, he fell the rest of the short way down with no serious injury. Besides his broken arm. He just laid there and tried to catch his breath. He looked at how bruised his arm was. He still had a long way before he could use 100%. He got up when he heard the siren blare. He was happy with how he did on the test. He knew that all that training would pay off, and now he proved that. Naruto was grinning like a madman as he ran around the town. He felt as though the test was almost up and wanted more points. He hasn't been keeping track, but he felt as though he got 60 points. He wondered how much money all these robots cost to make as he saw huge piles of debris everywhere. He stopped mid-run when he saw the 0-point robot in front of him. It was towering over the building and Naruto was in awe at the size of it. So you're the guy that we're supposed to run away from? Naruto grinned, going on all fours again, preparing to jump. Seems like a good challenge. Naruto jumped up onto the giant robot's legs and dug into it. He used this leverage to keep jumping up higher and onto the robot. The robot saw his attempts and attempted to flick him off. However, Naruto was prepared for this and jumped onto the arm that attempted to get him off. He climbed up to the shoulder and wrapped his tails around the exposed joints. He gripped it as hard as he could and didn't let up until he heard a satisfying pop. He looked down as the giant arm crashed onto the floor, leaving a giant crater where it landed. Naruto grinned at that and went to the neck of the giant robot. He clawed at what he could, but was disappointed at the progress he was making. He growled and decided to approach this a different way. He gathered as much energy he could in his hand and punched the robot. There was a significant dent and Naruto grinned at that. He wailed on the robot before he brought his hand together and slammed them for one last hit. That was the hit that toppled the robot, and he started to go down. Naruto frowned when realized that this fall was going to hurt hard if he didn't do something. He jumped off the robot and landed onto a building that was nearby. Once the robot fell, he felt the building shake and almost tripped over himself. He sat down and wiped the sweat his brow. He looked at his arms and scowled a bit. They had bruises on them and his knuckles were bleeding. In hindsight, punching a metal robot with his bare fists was not a good idea. He will have to build up a tolerance for that soon enough. He took a deep breath and stood up. He went to the building and started to climb down. Once he got to the ground, he looked around and saw a camera. He deactivated his quirk and gave it a toothy grin, giving it a thumbs up. Yeah, that's right. I just did that. I'm going to be the best, Databayo. There was a large siren, signaling the end of the exam, and Naruto went to leave the stadium. He was happy with the results of this test. He was confident he'll get accepted. Screen room. All the pro heroes were there in complete silence at seeing the brothers beat the 0-point robots. The principal Nizu, an unidentifiable animal thing, sipped his tea. I didn't expect two people to beat the 0-point robot. This year is turning out to be interesting already. Aizawa slowly nodded. Interesting indeed, that Izuku kid can't seem to fully control the full power of his quirk yet. He has potential. Nizu nodded. Yep, and that Naruto boy seems to have a good handle on his quirk, along with some room to grow. Nizu sipped his tea again. He was looking forward to this year. Hey Izuku, how did you do, and what happened to your arm? Naruto said. Izuku smiled and said, hey, I got 60 points, and I beat the huge 0-point bot, hence the arm. Naruto scowled and cursed a bit. Izuku smiled a bit and said, oh, did I beat you in the game? Guess we know who's the best now. Naruto looked up again and quickly said, as if I got 60 points too, and I beat the 0-point bot without breaking my arm, so ha. Naruto said, sticking out his tongue. Izuku was about to rebuttal before he felt someone tap him on the shoulder. He looked back and saw the girl he saved. She was shorter than him and had brown hair and brown eyes. She also had pink dots on her cheeks. She was looking at him nervously before saying, hi, I just wanted to say thank you for saving me. I'm sorry your arm was broken, but I hope you get in. You really saved me back there. Izuku blushed and stuttered out, oh it's okay, just helping out you know. The girl smiled and said, still, thank you, my name is Achiko Uraraka by the way. She stretched out her hand at the end. Izuku smiled and shook it, I'm Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. Well I better get going, I need to go home. Maybe I'll see you later, she waved at him as she left. Izuku was dumbly waving back, until he heard his brother laughing behind him. Okay, I see what happened here. Nice going bro, you saved someone, a cute girl at that. Nice move. Izuku blushed, waved his hands while saying, and no it's not like that. He winced a bit. He forgot his arm was broken. Naruto just continued to smile. Calm down Izuku, you're still too easy to get flustered, let's go to the school nurse and get that arm of yours fixed. Izuku smiled, happy at the change of subject, and walked with his brother to the nurse's station. DMN, Naruto said randomly. Izuku looked at his brother confused, what happened? I just realized that we are still tied. When will it end? Izuku laughed at his brother's random outbursts and they continued on their way. They have finally finished their exams and can only wait now, but he was confident that they passed. The two brothers laughed as they walked. Today has marked the first day of their new lives. Naruto and Izuku were grinning like idiots. They have gotten letters from the mail saying whether or not they got into UA. They were ecstatic to find out that not only did they manage to get into Class 1A, they were informed that they scored the most points during the exam. Woohoo, I knew we were badasses bro. We're going to be the best heroes ever, Databeo. Naruto said, jumping around and waving his paper up and down. Izuku grinned and started to jump as well. Naruto's happiness is infectious and he couldn't help but celebrate. Yeah, we're the best. Inko looked at her sons and smiled. She loved seeing them happy like this. She was happy her boys were able to become the heroes they strived to be. It warmed her heart knowing that they actually had a chance of being heroes, and a good one at that if they really managed to get the top scores out of all the potential heroes. She wanted them to settle down, so she said, okay, settle down. School won't start until April, let's celebrate with ramen. That stopped the boys right in their tracks. Shortly after his arrival they learned of Naruto's ramen infatuation, and Izuku seemed to have adopted this addiction. It was scary how fast the brothers could finish ramen when working in tandem. Rumor has it, prisoners are shown a video of the brothers at an all-you-can-eat buffet that exclusively serves ramen, and they are forced to watch them as they eat the whole buffet. But you did not hear that from me. Yeah, the brothers said in unison. Inko laughed and put on a coat to go out and find a place to eat. Tonight she's going to celebrate with her boys and enjoy some family time. April. Come on, I don't want to be late Izuku, Naruto said. He was pacing around the room waiting for his brother to get ready. Izuku was furiously getting ready, almost tripping as he was putting on his pants. I'm so sorry that my alarm not going off is so inconvenient for you, It's not my fault. So stop rushing me and let me get ready. Naruto rolled his eyes. Enough with the sarcasm and get ready. Izuku finally managed to get his clothes on and grabbed his backpack to leave. Love you, bye, the boys said as they quickly ran towards the school. Inko laughed at how enthusiastic the boys were, but soon realized that they didn't eat anything. Boys, come get something to eat. She saw a dust cloud come back into view as her sons came back home. They quickly took an apple and said, "Thank you, bye." Inko smiled as she saw the two future heroes run towards school. You'll do great, my heroes, Inko said to herself. She went back inside at side, now what to do with her newfound free time. She can probably take up knitting. At UA. Okay Izuku, we get one first impression. We have to make it count, Naruto said, staring at the closed door for their new classroom. I have multiple smoke bombs, wires and other stuff. What do you think? Izuku gave his brother a blank stare. I think that I don't want to be expelled on the first day of school, and he just opened the door. Naruto looked shocked. What the hell bro, now we enter this class like normal people, where's your sense of showmanship? Izuku shook his head and laughed a little at his brother's antics. That stopped however when they saw who was in the class. They walked into Bakugo and Ida who were arguing about something. Isn't that one guy who yelled at me during the exam? Naruto said to his brother, surprised to see him again. Yeah, his name is Ida, and isn't that Kachin? Izuku said back, disappointed at his luck of who was in his classroom. Ida's argument with Bakugo was over when he noticed Izuku and Naruto. Hey you, Ida said to Naruto and began to run over to him. I am Tenya Ida. Naruto smiled. Hello, I am the delinquent at the exam. Ida looked shocked but seemed to concede. I actually wanted to talk to you about that. It was daft of me to judge you so quickly. I shouldn't let one interaction with you let me make a full opinion about your character. I admit that I was wrong and hope you can forgive me. Ida finished his sentence by giving a deep bow. Naruto was actually speechless. He did not know how to react in this scenario. So he just rubbed the back of his head and said, Oh, well it's okay dude, I was just messing with you. Water under the bridge you know. Naruto gave him a smile and held out his hand. You forgive so quickly, you truly are deserving of being a hero, better than me, Ida said, clenching his fist and belittling himself. Naruto raised his brow at that and slowly put down his hand. Izuku and he looked back when they heard someone arriving to class. Hey, I recognize that messy hair. Izuku Midoriya right, you made into the class. I'm not surprised, you destroyed that robot like it was nothing. The girl now recognized as Achiko said. Izuku was flustered, he didn't expect to see her here either, and he didn't know how to handle all this attention. Naruto wrapped his arm around his brother's shoulders and whispered into his ear, someone seems to have a fan already, she's a cutie too. Good job bro, it was worth the broken arm. This caused Izuku to blush immensely and he sputtered out nonsense in his defense. Naruto grinned and turned around, only to immediately stop smiling. He locked eyes with Bakugo and remembered their little interaction a little while back. Flashback. Wow, to think that 3 students from my class are going to UA, and to think that 2 of the are the Midoriya brothers. I can honestly say that I am proud of you guys. The teacher said, showing some honest emotion for the first time in the while. He was honestly surprised the brother made it into UA. They were known for their lack of quirks that are suited for combat. When they were leaving, Bakugo stopped them. How did losers like you get into UA? I'm the only one from this crappy school that was supposed to get into UA, not you 2 losers. You cheated right, how else could you get in? Naruto was going to say something, but Izuku stopped him. He looked defiantly at Bakugo and said, Shut up Bakugo. This caused Naruto to widen his eyes. He never called Bakugo Bakugo. It was always Kakin, he meant business. We got into this school fair and square, and we also got the highest scores out of everyone who took the exam. So you're the loser, and also if anyone was to cheat it would you, so I don't want to hear it. We're officially heroes in training now, so don't get in our way. Izuku finished with a clenched fist. Naruto grinned at his brother standing up to Bakugo. As they were leaving, Bakugo grew more furious and charged at Izuku. However, Izuku saw this coming and turned around to stop Bakugo's charge by putting him against a wall and punching the area right next to his face. The brothers left as a shocked Bakugo looked at the area next to his face. Izuku left a deep crater where he punched. There was a huge crater that had cracks that spread throughout a large radius. He looked at the brothers' retreating backs. What have they been holding out on him? Flashback and Naruto grinned at Bakugo. What's up, Blue Bomber? Who would have guessed we'd be in the same class, huh? Bakugo glared harder and yelled, "Shut up, you loser. How did a nobody like you get in this class? I would appreciate it if you would quiet down, please. This is no way to start off the first day of school." The class looked out the door and saw some old guy in a sleeping bag laying down behind Ochako. "Ah, who let this homeless man in the school? Quick, throw him out before he asks for money." "I know how they operate," Naruto said quickly. Everyone looked at Naruto like he was crazy. Even Izuku looked at his brother with a quizzical expression. "What?" That was the only thing Izuku could think to say. "Sorry, I panicked," Naruto said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. The caterpillar man, the homeless the totally normal man in the sleeping bag got up and said, "With that out of the way, I am going to be your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, but you will call me Mr. Aizawa." When he finally stood up straight, Naruto and Izuku thought the same thing. "It's Eraserhead, he's our homeroom teacher." "Sweet. So enough with the introductions, put these on, go outside," Aizawa said, pulling out a blue PD uniform with white stripes on it from his sleeping bag. "What? A quirk apprehension test," the whole class said. They thought that the test was the exam. "Yes, that is what I just said," Aizawa said, a bland look on his face. "We're not going to any orientations, and we're not going to do any traditional things in this class. We are not tied by any tradition here at UA, so I can run this class as I see fit. The schools are still trying to let you have this notion that all people are created equal. That is further from the truth. You take standardized tests, but never were able to use your quirks for physical exams." Midoriya. Naruto and Izuku looked at each other and then said, "Which one?" Aizawa stared at them blankly. "The blonde one. I'll call you Uzumaki from now on to avoid confusion. Anyways, you scored the highest amount of points during the exam along with your brother, correct?" Naruto nodded. "How far could you throw a ball in junior high?" Naruto grinned and said, 72 meters, why? "Okay, now try throwing it with your quirk, anything goes, just stay within that circle," Aizawa said, pointing to the white circle on the field. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes. The students all felt an aura of darkness encompass them. They looked at Naruto and saw him with thickened whisker mark, red eyes, and pronounced fangs. He went further as one tail sprouted behind him. A little while later another tail appeared. Naruto was now covered in a red cloak that has the shape of a fox with two tails. The students noticed the aura leave when Naruto seemed to stop with his transformation. He channeled more energy into his hands, causing them to become a darker shade of red, and pulled his arm back. He then threw the ball with all his might, causing a mini shockwave that caused a gust of wind to pick up around him. The ball shot up so high into the air no one was able to see it for a little while. When it finally went to the ground, Aizawa recorded the distance and showed the class. Everyone bulged out their eyes, except Izuku. He knew the raw strength his brother possessed. Naruto managed to throw the ball 800 meters. Bakugo clenched his fist in frustration when he saw what Naruto pulled off. The BSRD was holding back on him during their fight. He was going to make him pay for that. As Naruto was returning to the class, Aizawa said, "See, class, this is the most rational way to see your potential of being a pro hero." The class started to chat amongst each other, impressed at Naruto's score and excited to try it for themselves. Izuku, however, whispered to Naruto, "What happened there, bro? Thought you could throw farther than that. Why are you holding back?" Naruto looked at his brother and whispered back, "We can't go all out right away. We have to save some surprises for later." Izuku nodded in understanding and got ready for the rest of the test. Well, he was ready before Aizawa said, "Oh, and just to up the ante, whoever scores last out of their peers in the exam gets kicked out of the class." This caused the class to fall silent. Ochako broke the silence when she said, "That's not fair, we already passed the exam. How is it fair that we could just get expelled if we get last here? That's not fair." Aizawa looked at her and said, "Oh, and natural disasters are Power-hungry villains who want to destroy civilians are fair. The life of a pro-hero is about facing adversity, and being a hero is all about combating that unfairness. So go beyond plus ultra and beat the seemingly impossible odds. This speech roused the class and everyone was ready to take the test. Naruto and Izuku managed to get in the top 3 of every test. Izuku used 10% of his power throughout the test, but that proved to be more than enough. On the throw, Izuku managed to get 765 meters, a fact that Naruto will be holding over his brother's head possibly forever. However, no one stood a chance against Ochiko's score of infinity. Aizawa made sure to watch the brothers closely. Throughout the exam, they were excelling really well, but he felt as though they were both holding something back. When it came time for them to do the 50-meter dash, Aizawa put the brothers head-to-head. When they were 5 steps in, he activated his quirk, causing them to trip in the middle of their run. "Oh, the hell was that for Mr. Caterpillar? Are you even allowed to use your quirks on students?" Naruto said, rubbing his head because of the fall. Aizawa said nothing for a while, then suddenly used his raps to wrap the boys up. "Just because you guys have power, doesn't mean you should be holding back." This caused the class to widen their eyes. They were surprised that the 2 people doing the best on the test so far were holding back. You have to use your full power no matter how trivial the task may be. So you will take this last test with your full power, or else you will be expelled. Got it? The boys nodded in understanding. They were surprised that their teacher noticed they were holding back. Behind a corner there was All Might trying his best to be sneaky, emphasis on trying. "Come on, young Midoriya, you should know never to hold back, embrace your power." The boys got in their ready positions once again. Izuku closed his eyes before he said, "Full cowling." The class saw him take on this green aura before, but they felt how much more power Izuku was exuding now. Izuku has managed to gain better control of One for All, and can now use 15% of its power. Naruto got on all fours and that familiar red cloak surrounded him. This time, however, 3 tails formed from the cloak surrounding him. The students were blown back a bit from the sheer amount of power they felt from the brothers. This was insane. They got into running positions. When the signal fired, they disappeared. Naruto appeared first and Izuku appeared shortly after. The machine announced, "Time 1.5 seconds, time 2.25 seconds. Naruto looked at his brother and laughed, "Ha, I win this one." Izuku looked to the ground and kicked up some dirt. "Shut up, I was close." The class was in utter shock. They got the quickest times out of everyone in the class. They were scared of what damage the brothers could possibly do. Bakugo was gritting his teeth in frustration. What have these losers been holding out on him? He couldn't believe that they were hiding this power from him. This was unacceptable. All Might looked at Izuku with pride. He was confident he chose right for the inheritor of One for All. "Young Midoriya," All Might said to himself, "you really are going to do great things." Aizawa looked at them with indifference. He now had a better understanding of what the brothers were capable of. They were powerful indeed. He had a feeling that this year is going to be interesting. He didn't like that. Those 2 immediately became his least favorite students. The rest of the students finished. Aizawa called them all into a group. "Okay, now time to see where you all stand now. You should probably have an idea of where you are in the ranking. I won't go over each individual score, so I'm just going to pull up the list." When he pulled up the list, they saw the rankings. Naruto was first, with Izuku being behind him by 1 point. Naruto smirked and patted Izuku on the head. "Guess we know who's the best now, don't we, bro?" Izuku pouted and swatted Naruto's hand away. "Shut up, this test means nothing." Out of curiosity, they looked at who was last place and saw that it was some girl called Toru Hagakure. They were going to try and find that person to console them before Aizawa said, "Also, I was lying about earlier. That was just a rational deception to make sure you gave the test your all." He was grinning like a madman at the end. This caused everyone to stop what they were doing. The silence was broken when Naruto said, "What the hell, Mr. Caterpillar? You're our teacher and you just lie to use. This is bullshit." A girl with long black hair tied into a spiky ponytail and a rather mature physique said, "You guys really didn't realize that. I guess I should have said something, huh?" The rest of the class had one unanimous thought. "Yeah, you should have." Aizawa stopped grinning and said to them, "Your syllabuses are inside. Make sure read them before school tomorrow." For now, have a good day. As the class was heading inside, Achiko caught up with Izuku. Hey, you did awesome during the test, you were so fast, and so was your brother. Where is he anyways? Izuku was confused. He's right her dash. He turned to see that his brother has disappeared from his side. Not knowing that as soon as Naruto saw Achiko coming, he left his brother alone. Damn him, Izuku thought. He must have ran to get the syllabus as quick as possible. The way he sees it, the quicker he can leave the school the better. Izuku said, trying to play it cool. Achiko nodded. Yeah, I'm like that too, school can get boring sometimes. Anyways, I just wanted to tell you that, I think you're awesome. Izuku blushed and started to scratch the back of his head. OOWWIT think why you're PPP pretty C cool T2. Izuku managed to stammer out. Naruto grinned from inside the class. He loved seeing how easily his brother got flustered. He couldn't handle girls like him. Excuse Mr. Uzumaki. Naruto turned around to see the girl who knew about the test from the beginning. He noted that she had feline-like eyes and was weirdly allured by them. I just wanted to congratulate you on scoring first on the exam. You showed excellent skill and you have a powerful quirk. I just wanted you to know that I look forward to working with you for the rest of the school year and I hope we can make each other stronger. I'm Momo Yaoyorozu by the way. The now named Momo said, holding out her hand. Naruto felt a blush come to his face, but took the hand and shook it. Thank you for the praise, Momo, and just call me Naruto. I'm looking forward to becoming stronger with you as well. Momo smiled and said, well Naruto, I will see you tomorrow then. She left giving him a smile and a friendly wave. Naruto waved back dumbly and watched as she left. He didn't know what he was feeling right now. He was still staring at the door when his brother came to him. Thanks for leaving me out there alone, Naruto. I don't know how to handle that type of situation, you know that. Izuku said angrily, waiting for a response, but his brother just kept staring at the door. Hello, Earth to Naruto, there's free ramen. That snapped Naruto out of his trance. What? Where? Who? Wait, what's going on? Naruto said, looking around the classroom. Izuku looked at his brother with a raised eyebrow. You left me out there to talk to a girl by myself. What happened to you? Izuku said, more concerned now than anything. Naruto scratched his cheek. Yes, sorry about that, and I'm not entirely sure what happened just now. Let's just go home. Izuku accepted the answer for now and went to the station with his brother. As they were leaving the school, they heard an angry yell, "My losers! Who the hell do you think you are, holding out on me?" The brothers turned around to see an angry Bakugo walking towards them. He was more sad than usual, and that was saying something. Naruto rolled his eyes and said, I don't have time for this right now, Bakugo. Tomorrow after school, we'll have that rematch you no doubt want. No holding back, and there will be an audience. How does that sound? Bakugo smirked and said, sounds good, loser. I can beat your butt with an audience. Don't think that just because you can run a little faster and throw a ball a little farther mean that you can beat me. I'll show how much of a loser you are tomorrow. Bakugo hit his shoulder against Naruto's as he left. Naruto rolled his eyes at that and began walking to the station again with his brother. Izuku looked at his brother and said, why do you keep playing with him? Is it really worth your time to fight him? Naruto sighed and replied by saying, no, but after this then he'll see where he stands. It's just a matter of getting rid of his DMN superiority complex. Izuku nodded in understanding. They walked a bit farther when they heard, hey Deku, wait up. They turned to see Achiko running to them. Naruto looked confused before saying, why are you calling him Deku? Achiko smiled before saying, oh, I heard that other kid call him that and thought it was his nickname. I thought it was pretty cute and sounded like a cool name for him, so I'm going to call him that now. Is there something wrong with that? Naruto was going to say something again before Izuku put his hand over his mouth. No, nothing wrong with that. You can call me Deku from now on. You're right, it is a cool name. Naruto looked at his brother and smirked before laughing. He couldn't believe the way his brother reacted to the attention from a cute girl. Izuku did his best to ignore it, and Achiko just started to talk to Izuku. They continued to walk to the station, being joined by Ida shortly after Achiko. They talked and laughed as they made their way to the station. The brothers shared one thought as they were walking. This was going to be a fun year for them. Hey Mom, Naruto and Izuku said as they entered the house. Hey boys, how was your first day of school? Inko said, happy to see her sons. Naruto smiled wide and said, it was awesome, Izuku and I crushed it during our assessment test. I got first place of course, Izuku got second. Izuku frowned and said, I was second by a point, don't get cocky. Inko laughed at her son's antics, she loved seeing them like this. It was nice knowing how close they were. After a bit she said, okay, settle down now, I made you food. Go wash up now. As the brothers were going to wash up they both pulled out their notebooks. You got notes on the other students' quirks right? Naruto said, smirking. Of course, Izuku said smirking back. They quickly washed their hands and ate dinner. After that they went to their room and traded notes with each other. They had piles upon piles of what they saw of their classmates' quirks. Once they were done Izuku got his backpack and took out the syllabus. Okay, now it's time to go over the syllabus. If we start now then we can get it down by and you already left. Izuku looked at the space where his brother was, he sighed and went over the syllabus by himself. His brother wouldn't do school work if the world was in danger, he would probably just skim through it last minute. Who would do that? Definitely not me. Cough. With Naruto left the house once his brother went for his backpack. He would just skim through it before school started. Right now he had more important matters. He stopped at his now familiar empty field. He ran here so it took him a short time to clear the long distance between his home and here. Looking back he made sure no one was here still. No one ever went here but it was still nice to check. He went to the middle of the field and looked down at his hands. He has gained good control of his fox quirk. He called it that because he looked like a fox when it was activated, a multi-tailed fox, yeah, but that's beside the point. However, now he needs to handle his other ones. He had 2 other quirks, but he couldn't control them well. He concentrated and closed his eyes. He felt the winds shifting and looked down to see his hand covered in high-speed winds. He held it for 5 seconds before his hands started to have cuts on them. The cuts multiplied rapidly before Naruto tried to cancel it. It took him an additional 10 seconds for him to make the wind go away. He brought his hand to his face and saw that it was a bloody pulp. He frowned and punched the ground, which was a terrible idea. F dash. Why would I do that? Sheet. Naruto yelled, happy that no one was here to see that. He activated his quirk and saw his hand slowly heal. His wind quirk had potential, but he always ended up cutting himself badly. He could always heal himself, sure, but he couldn't bear the strain that the wind put on him. He didn't know why this was so hard to control. He shook his head and tried his other quirk. He crossed his fingers, making them look like a plus sign, and concentrated. He stood there for 30 seconds, and then he heard a poof and opened his eyes. Around him were 3 clones. He wiped some sweat off his brow and grinned. His other quirk, clone, was a lot easier to handle. That being said, he could only make a few at a time. He gained a skeptical look and checked something. He punched one of the clones and frowned as it burst into a cloud of smoke. They only lasted 1 hit, so they can't fight another person that is able to tag them. He got mad and hit the rest of his clones and rubbed his temple. He got the memories of his clones, and it was disorienting seeing himself from 2 different angles at the same time. He still had to work on that. They could be useful if he figured out how to make more, and lessen the headache he got when they were dispelled. He stopped rubbing his head and steeled his gaze. He looked up at the sky to see that it was still light out. He had about 3 hours before it became dark, so that means 2 hours of intense training. He couldn't get home before dark. His mom would worry. With Izuku was in his garage, lifting the weights that his brother and he bought to train. He finished reading the syllabus a while ago, so he was passing the time with some light training. He was beginning to wonder why his brother was gone for so long, until he heard the garage door open and his brother entering. He smiled and said, "Where have you been? You left for like 2 hours. Are you that scared of a syllabus?" He pulled out the syllabus, which he took with him to train, for some reason. He then began to wave it around. "Oh, look at me, Naruto. Students must wear school uniforms at all times. Also, quirks are not allowed on school grounds without express permission from a teacher or administrator." "Oh," Izuku said in a mock scary voice. Naruto gave him a blank stare and said, First off, I would destroy this whole planet to get away from homework. Second off, I went to my secret spot to train. How do you think I am so much stronger than you? He finished his sentence with a smirk. Izuku frowned, balled up his syllabus before throwing it at his brother. Naruto dodged it and laughed. Okay, let your immensely strong brother help you out with this set, Naruto said as he walked towards the weights his brother was lifting. Izuku rolled his eyes and said, I'm fine, you go do cardio or something, I'm almost done here anyways. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and went to the treadmill. They have been using the same equipment for years. Best investment that they ever made. The brothers trained till they were too tired to move and went to bed. Naruto looked up at the ceiling and said, Hey Izuku, how are you feeling? Izuku looked at his brother confused. He never called him Izuku, he must be extremely tired. I'm fine, why do you ask? Naruto shook his head. No, I mean how do you feel now? We're in the hero course, class 1. Remember when this was just a pipe dream? We trained our buttes off to keep up with the others, now we made it. It feels so surreal, you know. Izuku looked up at the ceiling as well. I never really thought about it like that. We really did go all out to attend you. I feel great to be honest, like our hard work actually paid off. Now we can actually be the #1 hero, I feel unstoppable. Naruto grinned and said, Yeah, I feel pretty goddamn great too. Welp, good night bro, I never say this, but I'm tired. Izuku smiled as he heard his brother snore off to sleep and went to sleep himself. He couldn't wait for his second day at the hero course. Next day. I thought we would be doing hero stuff. Why are we doing so much book learning? I would have stayed at regular school if I wanted that, a depressed Naruto said, his head on the lunch table. His time in the hero course has not been as glamorous as he thought. Izuku patted his brother's back. Don't worry bro, we need to do the book learning stuff so that we can learn how to be better heroes. It's not all about the physical aspect, we need to know the mental side. Izuku was cut off by Naruto's hand covering his mouth. I wasn't asking for a solution, I was just complaining. I don't need facts and logic to justify my moping, Naruto said, annoyed that his complaining was being interrupted by truth. Meanwhile, across from them were Achiko and Ida. They sat in silence and sweat dropped at the brothers' antics. To break Naruto's moping, Achiko asked a question that was bugging her. Excuse me, if you don't mind me asking. How do your parents look like, because you guys don't look alike? Ida nodded. Indeed, I have also been wondering the same thing. Naruto sat up straight and said, It's because I'm adopted. I was adopted from the orphanage when I was 10 and have known Izuku and Mom ever since. Achiko's eyes seemed to sadden a little. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, it must have been difficult having no parents. There was a brief pang of pain on Naruto's face that only Izuku noticed, before he smiled and said, Don't be sorry, I never knew my birth parents, and I'm fine with having this big OL nerd as my brother. He wrapped his arm around Izuku's shoulder, a big OL nerd who is single I might add. He wriggled his eyebrows at that last part. Izuku blushed and punched his brother in the stomach, hard. Naruto grinned through the pain and let out a stifled groan. Totally worth it. Achiko and Ida laughed as the brothers continued to mess around. They may not be related by blood, but they could tell that they were extremely close. It was kind of heartwarming to see them so happy together. Hya-hole, at least it was peaceful before an angry Bakugo came to the table. I hope you didn't forget our fight after school here. Bakugo tossed Naruto a piece of paper. He caught it and saw that it was a teacher's signature. I don't want anyone interrupting me while I beat your butt, so I got permission from one of the teachers to spar. Naruto smirked. I didn't know you cared so much, Bakugo. Of course I'll be there for the fight. Wouldn't want to disappoint a fan now, would I? Bakugo frowned and slammed his hand on the table, causing a mini explosion to occur. You won't be talking big for long, loser, just don't be late. And with that said he left. Izuku looked to his brother and said, Look, I know you don't like Bakugo, but can you not get him angry around me? He keeps blowing stuff up. Naruto just continued to grin. Don't worry, after today he will either leave us alone forever, or bother us till the day we die. Most likely the latter, but I think it's worth it. Izuku rolled his eyes and continued to eat. He stopped worrying about Bakugo a little while after meeting Naruto. He showed him what true friendship is, and he didn't have that with Bakugo. The friends finished their lunch in peace after that. They were joined by some other classmates during this time, such as a girl with a frog quirk named Tsuyu Azui, and a boy with a bird head named Fumikage Tokoyami. They went back to their mundane classes before a certain hero walked through the door. He walked in a weird way before striking a pose at the front of the class. Naruto and Izuku both jumped up at the same time. They recognized that tall, extremely muscular frame. He was even in his Silver Age costume. They couldn't contain themselves and said, "Holy shit, All Might's our teacher." The class would have commented on the brothers' outburst, but they were in a similar state of shock. All Might laughed and said, "Yes, I am here. Going through the door like a hero. I am here to teach you students how to be a hero. Now come with me, but before that, the most important part about being a hero is looking good, so go get you costumes." The class all headed towards the lockers that seemed to emerge from the wall to see what awaited them, and were greeted with the sight of the hero costumes that they designed before the entrance exams. Naruto and Izuku grinned at each other and went to their normal lockers. Their mom already made their costumes and they couldn't wait to try them. What? They weren't not going to wear the costume that their mom made for them. The whole class went with All Might to Ground B, where the entrance exams were held. All Might grinned wide and said, "I can't wait to see what you guys bring, you look so cool." All Might looked towards the back of the group and almost busted out laughing. He saw his apprentice's costume and it was very obviously inspired by him. It was a green bodysuit with a mask over his face that was supposed to resemble his iconic smile, and even two large ears that looked like bunny ears, but were actually resembling his own iconic hair. His brother, however, was quite different. He had a white jumpsuit with gold accents around his chest and knee area, along with black sleeves. His mask was the most interesting thing. It was a golden-colored fox mask with larger than normal ears, almost like his hair but no quite as obvious. Look up Mecha Kurama and it's basically that but not as metal. All Might grinned and struck a pose before saying to his students, "Okay, you heroes in training, time for some combat training." All Might smiled widely as he stood in front of the screen showing a list of the students' names. For this exercise you will be split into two teams. One hero team, one villain team. The villain team will have a bomb that they must keep protected from the heroes. The villains have 5 minutes to prepare before the hero team will initiate their plan. The teams will be chosen at random, so make sure you get in your partner's good graces. All Might said, explaining the rules as best he could. The class grew excited at this. They couldn't wait to see how their quirks fared against each other. They watched as their names shuffled on the screen before they finally ended up with 2 columns. Naruto and Izuku looked to see if they were together, but had no luck as Izuku was on the hero's side and Naruto was on the villain's side. That disappointment faded, however, when they saw who they were with. When Naruto saw who Izuku was with, he smirked, "Aye bro, look who you're with. Aren't you one lucky BSRD?" Naruto said, while nudging Izuku's ribs with his elbow. Izuku blushed and shoved his brother's shoulder while saying, "Shut up." He looked at who his brother was paired up with and squinted, "Who is Momo Yaoyorozu?" Izuku's question was quickly answered, however, when said girl appeared in front of them. She had a smile on her face as she approached Naruto. "Well, it would seem that we are on the same team, Naruto. I hope you can play the villain well." Naruto didn't say anything for a while. He was a little shocked and had what looked like a blush on his face. Izuku saw this and was shocked to no end. He couldn't believe that a girl had his brother like this. Possibly due to her hero costume. She had a high-collared, sleeveless Chrisman leotard that was open to expose her neck down to below her navel. She had 2 gold utility belts around her waist, and a smaller, thinner one around the top portions of her chest. She had Chrisman boots for her shoes. Izuku decided that he will thoroughly make fun of his brother later and elbowed him in the stomach. That shook Naruto out of his stupor and he finally replied, "Don't worry Momo, me play bad good." Momo raised an eyebrow at that. "What?" Naruto scratched the back of his head and chuckled embarrassingly, "Sorry, I can play the villain well, I'm sure we'll make a great team." Momo still looked a little confused at Naruto's first response, but smiled and said, "Yeah, I'm sure we will. Hey Deku, we're going to be teammates. Cool costume, I wish I was a bit more specific with mine. Skin tight isn't really my thing. Anawais, are you ready to be the hero?" Achiko said this as she ran towards the Midoriya brothers. She had a full black bodysuit with a pale pink stripe down the middle. She had a pink belt with a red circle at the place that the two places meet. She had wide knee-high boots and pink wristbands. She had a visor that covered her face to top off the costume. It was Izuku's turn to blush, and he turned beet red, almost resembling a strawberry. Naruto saw this, smirked and elbowed his brother's ribs. Once he did this, Izuku said quickly, "Yes, I do good." Momo went around to Achiko and whispered, "Is that just a thing they do, or is that new?" Achiko whispered back, "It's new to me." Izuku regained his composure and said, "I'm sorry, I mean that we'll make a good team. I love playing hero." Izuku turned to Momo, "Hello, we never formally met, but I am Naruto's brother Izuku." He held out his hand after he introduced himself. Momo took it and said, "Hello, I'm Momo. It's a pleasure to meet you." Naruto looked at the board again and blanched. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, "Motherfucker." Izuku looked at board and saw why he had the sudden outburst. Right across from Achiko and him on the villain's side was Bakugo and Ida. He rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, "Gosh dang it." As if on cue, Bakugo showed up in his hero costume, a black shirt with an orange X across it and baggy black shorts. He had a mask that went off into rigged flame shapes behind his head and had grenade gauntlets. "Hey loser, looks like I'ma cream you in the combat practice. I can't wait, I will kick the shit out of both Midoriyas today." Naruto rolled his eyes and said, "Are you still sleeping, Bakugo? Because you must be dreaming if you think you can beat us in anything." Bakugo got mad and yelled, "We'll see how high and mighty you'll be acting after I tear you a new a-hole." He left the group screaming at the top of his lung the whole way. Momo looked concerned at the way Bakugo was acting. "Is something wrong with that boy? He seems so angry." Naruto patted Momo on the shoulder. Sweet, innocent Momo. If you're going to a part of the crew, you'll have to get used to the craziness. It's best to just ignore it." Momo looked confused. "The group?" Izuku patted her other shoulder. "It's best to not question what he says." He looked at the time and looked at Achiko. "We're up first, we should go to All Might to see what we do." Achiko nodded and left with Izuku waving to Momo and Naruto. Alone now, Naruto looked at Momo and struggled to find something to say. They waited in awkward silence before he finally decided to speak. "So, what's your quirk? I need to know so that we can work together properly." Momo smiled, relieved that the silence was over, and talked to Naruto about her quirk and various strategies they could utilize it for. First combat round. Izuku and Achiko were outside the building. Izuku had his mask on and was ready to go in. He looked at Achiko and said, "Remember, the plan, I'll take care of Kachin. You try to tag Ida and throw him off balance." Achiko nodded and did a little fist bump. She was pumped and couldn't wait to enact this plan. Izuku went in first with Achiko not far behind, ready to find the bomb. However, their plans went out the window when they heard explosions down the hall and saw Bakugo flying towards them. He was grinning like a madman. "Die heroes." He stopped with a huge explosion in front of the green and pink duo, making them stumble back a little. "Wow," Achiko thought, "he plays a villain way too well." Izuku steeled his gaze and said, "Achiko, go find Ida, I'll deal with the blue bomber." Achiko nodded and attempted to run past Bakugo. Bakugo was about to stop her, before he received a punch from Izuku at 5%. Achiko managed to get away, leaving Bakugo and Izuku alone. Bakugo got up and spit out some blood that was in his mouth. He glared at Izuku and said, "Who the hell do you think you are, Deku? You've been holding out on me this whole time. You think that you're all high and mighty. Well, I'll tell you something, you are nothing but a big, stupid elodashta." "Shut up, Kachin." Izuku yelled, tired of the way Bakugo was acting. "I am not a loser anymore, you can't bully me. From now on, Deku is the name of a hero." Bakugo was silent for a minute. He couldn't believe that Deku had the ball to disrespect him like this. It was unacceptable. He screamed out in rage and rushed towards Izuku with explosions. Izuku expected this and caught his arm. He planted his foot and flipped Bakugo over him. When Bakugo hit the ground, he spit up some blood. Izuku still had a hold of Bakugo's arm and threw him towards the wall. Bakugo hit the wall full force with a decent-sized crater at the point of impact. Izuku went to capitalize, but Bakugo used an explosion to get out of the crater and dodge the blow. Izuku punched the wall, destroying the wall in the process. Bakugo saw this and grew furious. He ran up to Izuku again, but instead of a regular dash, he jumped and used an explosion to make a cloud of smoke and blind Izuku. While blinded, Izuku went to grab again and missed, leaving him open. Bakugo capitalized and put his hand on Izuku's back before unleashing a powerful explosion. Izuku fell down, but quickly rolled away to avoid the follow-up attack from Bakugo. Bakugo didn't let up and kept chasing after Izuku. Izuku dodged before he did a kick-up to hit Bakugo in the face. This caused him to stumble back that gave Izuku the chance to sweep his legs. He went to continue his assault before Bakugo made an explosion to retreat. He was furious before he got up and smirked. He pointed his grenade gauntlet at Izuku and said, "The sweat I produce is like nitroglycerin. I've been saving it up in these gauntlets. Now it's time to let it rip." All Might saw what Bakugo was going to do and spoke into the mic, "Young Katsuki, stop, you will kill him." Bakugo simply smirked and said, "Not if he dodges." Bakugo was going to pull the pin but was stopped. Izuku was in front him in the blink of an eye. He stopped the hand that was going to pull the pin and brought his fist for an uppercut. Bakugo saw this and brought his head back as much as he could. Izuku missed the uppercut, but the force from the punch tore a hole through 3 floors of the building. They felt the building shake along with the alarm signaling the end of the test. "Time is up, the heroes have won," rang the voice of All Might throughout the building. Bakugo looked at Izuku and saw his fierce green eyes and green energy sparking off of him. "What the hell, Kachin?" he said to not use it. "What were you thinking?" Bakugo looked at Izuku's arm and saw a little bruising. He couldn't believe Izuku had this much power in him. Izuku was rubbing his arm and walking towards the exit. "Crap," he whispered to himself. "I overdid it. Not too bad though. We won." Izuku felt some weight on his shoulders. He looked and blushed as Achiko was hugging him from behind. He blushed and rubbed his head. "Yeah, good job. Did you manage to tag Ida?" Achiko shook her head. "Nope." There was a huge shake and Ida lost his balance. "Then I used my quirk on him and I was able to capture the bomb." Bakugo was seething as he saw Izuku and the anti-gravity girl leaving the building. He heard heavy footsteps from behind him and saw Ida coming up. "I am sorry, Bakugo. I tried my best but alas, I was defeated," Ida said, disappointed that he lost this exercise for the team. Bakugo shoved him and left to the viewing room. No use in apologizing for being weak. Ida was taken aback. That is not the proper reaction to a loss. Bakugo waved him off. "Who gives a F dash?" Viewing room. When Izuku entered, he was glomped by his brother. That's my bro," showing that angry pineapple up. When Bakugo got in, Naruto screamed, "Oh, I Blue Bomber, it's not the first time you'll lose to a Midoriya today." Bakugo glared at him and shouted, "Don't let that lucky win fool you, I won't let you win." Naruto was going to reply before All Might interrupted, "That's enough fighting, young students. This was a good exercise, however I did find some flaws on the villain side." Ida bowed his head, and Bakugo just scoffed, "But I will save that for the end. Next teams are up." Naruto grinned and looked at his brother. "Okay bro, we'll talk later. Time for me to play the villain. Let's go, Momo." Momo left with Naruto so that they could prepare the building. Before going, she looked at Achiko. "Good job, I knew you guys would win." "Thanks, Momo, you'll do great too," Achiko said, excited for her friend. In the building, Momo and Naruto were in the building and Momo was making steel bars to block the doors. "That quirk is so cool. It's awesome seeing it in action," Naruto said. Momo smiled and looked at Naruto when she finished. "Thank you, your quirk is fascinating as well. How many tails can you go up to?" "A multi-tailed fox. It almost sounds like the mythical beast Kyuubi. So I would assume 9. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "I never really gone up that far. If I go past 3 things get crazy." Momo nodded understandingly. "That's reasonable, it must be a really straining quirk." Naruto remembered all the bruises he got on his journey to mastering his quirk and winced a little. Yeah, it is." Momo noticed the wince and decided to change the topic. "So, as I may ask, Why do Izuku and you look different from each other? Are you not brothers? Naruto smiled and said, Oh, I'm adopted. I've been Izuku's brother for about 4 years now. It's hard imagining a life without them now. Momo smiled at his enthusiasm. She hadn't known him for long, but she could tell he had a lot of love to give. His happiness was infectious. Naruto perked up, however, and put on his mask. I heard the door open. The heroes are coming. He activated his quirk a little to get his red eyes. Momo nodded and made some sunglasses. Naruto said that she had to look the part. Sunglasses are villainous, right? Naruto activated enough of his quirk to have some physical enhancements, but no tails. He moved the bars so he could move, and put them back before closing the door. The plan was for Naruto to stall the heroes for enough time and either incapacitate them or have Momo set up a solid defense. Remember, shake means get ready, Naruto said as he left. Momo nodded and started to create some stuff. With Denki and Jiro just located the location of the bomb, so Denki and she were on their way there. However, they were stopped when they heard ominous footsteps. Around the corner was Naruto with his mask on, scratching the wall. Well, heroes. Trying to stop us. Too bad. In a few minutes this whole city goes boom. Haha, Naruto said, trying his best to play a chaotic villain. Denki and Jiro were scared. They knew how powerful Naruto was. However, they noticed that he had no tails, so he must be going easy on them right now. While he was laughing, Denki gestured to Jiro to take cover. She took the hint and went behind the corner. He charged up his electricity and unleashed it onto Naruto. Naruto was shocked for long enough that Jiro could pass, but Denki was not so lucky. Naruto regained his bearing and pounced on him. He gave himself one tail and roared, causing Denki's hair to be blown back. Denki panicked and unleashed as much electricity as he could to incapacitate Naruto. However, Naruto went up to 3 tails to be able to tank through it with his healing factor. At the end of it, Denki was struck dumb, not being able to think, like at all. Naruto was steaming from the burns he suffered, but for the most part was okay. He powered his fist up with the red energy and punched the wall, causing a shake to overtake the tower. He powered down back to 1 tail and went to help Momo. With Momo felt the shake and prepared the cannon she made and put in the sandbag. She knew that an enemy was coming up and she had to defend the bomb. Jiro finally made it to the door and opened it. When she did, she was greeted to a wall of steel beams. She growled and plugged her earlobe jacks into the speakers she put on her costume. She amplified her heartbeat and was able to topple over the beams. However, quickly after that she felt something hit her chest really hard. Momo fired her cannon the moment she saw the beams topple, and managed to hit Jiro dead on. Jiro toppled over and was about to get up to counterattack, but was stopped when Naruto showed up and tied her up with the capture tape. They heard the ending alarm and Naruto and Momo high-fived in victory. They untied Jiro and picked up Denki on the way out for their evaluation. Viewing room. All Might was smiling when he saw the kids arrive. Good job, students. This was a good exercise for all involved. Naruto, you were able to realize what your strengths and weaknesses are and could construct a plan that maximizes the possibility for success. Momo, you were able to excellently fortify your base and make sure that anyone who went near it was able to be dealt with. Jiro, you were able to quickly locate the bomb and help your team get to it efficiently. Denki, though you may not know what I am saying right now, you were able to keep your partner safe through your widespread attack and keep the threat occupied long enough for your partner to locate the threat. The 3 coherent students were happy of the praise they received. All Might continued, there were your mistakes of course, but those will be addressed after all the groups have passed. Naruto and Momo congratulated a somewhat downtrodden Jiro and a mentally incapable Denki. He's better now. He's still mentally incapable though, just saying. The practice went on until the end of school and they went to put away their hero costumes. However, when Naruto opened his locker, it was forcefully closed by an angry Bakugo. What do you think you're doing, nerd? We still have our fight, remember? Naruto sighed and looked towards Izuku, who just shrugged. He rolled his eyes and looked back at Bakugo. Fine, let's do this. I have to get home though, so I'll make it quick. Bakugo was seething. We'll see about that, B. Now hurry up, I can't wait to kick your butt. Bakugo's screaming caused a small crowd to Gather around them. A pink-skinned girl whispered to a shorter green-haired girl, "What do you think is going on?" The green-haired girl whispered back, "I don't know, but I kind of want to find out." It didn't take long for the whole class to become excited for the fight, as they surrounded the field that Naruto and Bakugo were standing in. Aizawa was in the middle of them laying the ground rules. "Okay, no killing each other, no major collateral damage to the school, that's it," Aizawa said, not interested at all in the outcome of the fight. Naruto sweat dropped before nodding his head, and Bakugo gave a short nod as well. "Okay, with that in order. The fight starts. Now." Immediately after he said that, he quickly moved to where the other students were. Naruto's eyes became red, his whiskers thickened, and his nails became sharpened, and he rushed towards Bakugo. Naruto was quicker than anticipated and was able to scratch Bakugo's cheek bad. Bakugo grunted through the pain and went to punch Naruto with a right hook. Naruto ducked and grabbed Bakugo's arm. Bakugo learned from his mistakes, however, and sent a point-blank explosion at Naruto's chest. This caused Naruto be blasted back quite a bit, making Bakugo smirk. That smirk went away rather quickly, along with everyone else's happy attitude. There was a hug burn and even some tears on Naruto's costume. Izuku saw this and immediately paled. He grabbed Achiko, since she was the closest, and whispered to her, "We need to go now." Achiko was confused. "Wait, why? It's about to get good." Izuku tightened his grip. "Trust me, it is best if we leave, right now. I've seen that look only one other time, and things did not turn out well." Izuku and Achiko slowly left, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire. Naruto slowly looked up at Bakugo. "My mom made me this costume, now you ruined it. It took her a while to make this too, and you just ruined it all." Naruto spoke strangely calm. He went on all fours and three tails immediately sprouted from behind him. When Momo saw that, she went as far back as possible. When she was talking with Naruto, he told her how damaging he could be to the surrounding environment. She did not want to be a part of that and went behind a tree, where she saw Izuku and Achiko. She blushed and said, "Ah, Izuku and Achiko. I did not know you were here. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, whatever is going on here. You may continue, I will go somewhere else." Izuku and Achiko blushed beet red and both sputtered out, No, Naruto gets crazy when he's mad, so we decided to hide. Nothing devious going on here." Momo nodded, still skeptical, and hid with the totally non-conspicuous students and watched the fight from a safe distance. Bakugo squatted to get ready and intercept the three-tailed Naruto's rush, but was not able to brace himself for the breakneck speed Naruto attacked him with. He spit out some blood before preparing an explosion, but was knocked off balance when he was hit with one of the energy tails. Naruto didn't let up and scratched at Bakugo, his energy claws slicing through his clothes like a hot knife through butter. Bakugo had no chances to attack and could only try his best to block what he could from the enraged Naruto. When Naruto decided that punching was ineffective, he wrapped Bakugo with two of his tails and threw him upwards. He was going to continue by jumping up at him, but fell as his quirk was erased. He looked to see Aizawa with his hair flowing wildly, and his scarf holding a very scarred and a very sad Bakugo. "Enough, it's obvious who won here. Remember, I said no killing," Aizawa said, annoyed at how far the battle went. "Leave your suit here, Mr. Uzumaki, and we'll have our support class repair it." Naruto nodded thankfully and proceeded to take off his costume. When he was done, however, he was left in nothing but his boxers. Aizawa gave him a deadpan look and said, "You could have waited until you got your normal clothes. You were in no rush at all." Naruto shrugged, "I just want this to be fixed ASAP. Also, I'm pretty sure the support class is on the way to the school nurse, so, two birds with one stone, you know." He pointed to the wrapped-up Bakugo, who appears to have become unconscious while in the air. Aizawa grumbled and took the costume. He didn't care to deal with this troublemaker right now. As he was walking away, someone from the crowd Wolf whistled to him. He didn't turn around and simply gave the crowd a thumbs up. Thank you, I'm here all week." When he was walking towards the class, he saw Izuku, Achiko, and Momo. Momo and Achiko blushed furiously when they saw Naruto only in his boxer shorts up close. He stopped in front of them and said, "Hey guys, sorry about that. I got a little mad there." Welp, I'll get ready quickly then we can walk. Izuku simply nodded, used to his brother's antics. The girls were still blushing but shook their heads furiously, hoping Naruto will get ready quicker. While they were walking home they talked about how they did during the exercises. From the way Ida comically overdid his villain role, to the way Deku blew several holes through the floor. It was a surprisingly good day for the Midoriya brothers. They both got to beat their childhood bully, and they both won their exercises. They laughed and joked as they walked home. Momo transitioned seamlessly into their little group that formed and enjoyed her rather loud group of friends. She looked at Naruto and her smile widened a bit more. She was intrigued by the whiskered blonde, and something about his attitude made her feel happier. The group of friends walked off with another successful day at UA under their belts. Each day they were working towards a future of becoming pro-heroes, and make new bonds amongst one another. Who knows what's to come next? Izuku and Naruto waved goodbye to their friends as they made their way home from the train station. It has been an eventful day for the brothers and they couldn't wait to get home and relax. Naruto carried his bag over his shoulder, his brother copying him as they walked the familiar path. Izuku smiled as he said to his brother, "Today was awesome, we both got to show up Kachin today, but you beat him up pretty bad, I wonder if he's still unconscious." Naruto sneered at the mention of Bakugo. Serves him right, that Buu was long overdue for an but whooping. It's luck that he got two today. Izuku laughed at his brother's bitterness, and then suddenly remembered something that made him smirk immensely. Naruto saw this and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong bro? Izuku's smirk only widened. I was just thinking about your performance during combat practice. You really did, how you say, bad good. That stopped Naruto dead in his tracks. He slowly turned his head to Izuku and smiled sweetly. If you say one work to mom, I will prank you harder than the time you ate my special ramen. Izuku's eyes widened and he furiously nodded his head. Also, you competed too. You really did do how you said. Good. This caused Izuku to blush and he scratched the back of his head. He regained eye contact with Naruto. Okay, look. I don't tell mom about you, you don't tell her about me, deal? He held out his hand to cement the deal. Naruto nodded his head and shook his brother's hand. They continued in silence. Once they got home, they were treated to the smell of their mother's heavenly cooking. Inko went to the living room once she heard the door open and gave her sons a big hug. Hello my babies, how was school today? Anything exciting happen? Inko started to badger her kids the moment she released them. This has been the norm ever since they got accepted into the hero class. Inko knew how big of a deal this was for her babies, and wanted to know everything she could about what was going on. Naruto and Izuku have grown used to this, and told her about the combat practice. Of course, leaving out the part how Izuku ran headfirst to stop an attack that could have killed him, Naruto was electrocuted by a human lightning bolt, and how Naruto's costume was destroyed by an angry pineapple, causing him to hospitalize said person. Inko did not like the fact that her babies were fighting their classmates, but were glad that they were enjoying themselves. They washed up for lunch and enjoyed a quiet meal as the brothers had time to rest. After their lunch the brothers went to their room to play some games with each other. They were playing Super Smash Bros. And Izuku was smirking the whole time. Naruto tried to ignore it but it was bugging him too much so he paused the game and turned to his brother. Why the hell are you smirking so much? Izuku only laughed maniacally as he slowly turned to his brother and said, It's just that I finally have something on you. You have a weakness that I can exploit and no matter what you do you can never take that away from. What are you doing? Izuku lost his train of thought when he saw Naruto suddenly had his phone. Naruto lazily tossed the phone up and down before showing Izuku the screen. It was a text message to Achiko. It hasn't been sent but the message that was written made Izuku blush so hard he looked like a ripe tomato. The text read, Dearest Uraraka, I have been infatuated with you ever since we first met. You are the warm breeze that brings me joy and the sunshine that lights me up. I know we haven't been acquainted for long, but I feel that I love you. Will you please do me the honor of being my girlfriend? Love, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was shocked. When did Naruto write all of this? He was only talking for like 3 seconds. Naruto was still nonchalant as he held his finger dangerously close to the send button. Don't get cocky bro, I have years worth of dirt on you. Along with information about a girl who you like more than a friend. So I suggest you forget everything you think you know before I hit send. Izuku nodded and quickly got his phone back from his brother. He made sure to erase the message before he could accidentally send it. He remembered one lesson he was never to forget: Naruto always has a way to prank you 10 times harder than you can. He was worried for Ida. He couldn't handle Naruto's pranks, no one could. The brothers played for a bit more before they started to train. It was just some light lifting followed by a 5K jog around their neighborhood. They had to lessen their training regimen at home. Due to the training they received from UA, it was difficult for the brothers to balance the amount of time they had to rest and when they trained. It wasn't summer anymore, so they will have to adjust. The boys came back in time for dinner and then went to bed. Naruto looked over to see his brother texting Achiko about the exercise. The energetic girl was ecstatic at their victory and wanted to talk to Izuku about every little detail about it. Naruto was glad Izuku and he made some good friends. He was willing to face the world with only his brother, but having friends to help them won't hurt. He threw a pillow at the green-haired boy's face when he was still texting the bubbly girl 20 minutes later. Bro, tell your girlfriend to stop texting you. We have to sleep. I'm pretty sure we have a thing tomorrow. Izuku threw the pillow back at his brother and told Achiko he had to sleep now. They said their goodnights and finally went to sleep. At school next day? The hell is this? Naruto said. He was walking to school with his brother and sees a large crowd of reporters covering the entrance. When they heard the blonde-haired boy, they immediately swarmed him. Excuse me, can you tell me what it is like having All Might as a teacher? Yes, how does All Might handle his hero life and the life of a teacher? How has having the #1 hero teaching you affect your learning experience? These were but a few of the questions that they were bombarded with. Naruto grew annoyed and said loudly, "Can you all please get out of the way? I have to get to class." Izuku looked at his brother, surprised he wants to go to class. He ignored it for now and nodded his head in agreement. The crowd sensed the malice and made room for the students to go through. Once they were out of earshot from the developers, Izuku looked at his brother and asked, "Since when did you want to go to school? I know it's UA and everything, but nothing interesting is in the morning." Naruto didn't bother to turn to his brother. "You know how Ida yelled at me during orientation?" Izuku nodded his head. "Welp, I finally got my prank set up for him, and I don't want to miss it." Izuku deadpanned and sighed. He should have expected his brother had an ulterior motive to wanting to go to school. He quickly smiled widely when he saw Achiko near the entrance and waved at her. She waved back energetically and waited for the brothers before entering. They talked about nothing for a bit before running into Ida, who was at his locker, about to open it. For some reason Naruto stopped them before they got closer. Naruto gave his signature foxy grin and said, "Hey Ida. Whatcha doing?" Ida and greeted them. "Greetings Naruto, Izuku, and Achiko. I was simply retrieving my books. We can walk to class together after I do that." Ida, however, was not prepared for what to come. For as soon as he opened his locker, a burst of orange powder erupted, covering his glasses as well as a vast majority of his upper body. He wiped the orange substance off his glasses and looked at Naruto, who was smirking impishly. "I see, Izuku warned me of this. Well done prank, I shall get a change of clothes before class starts." Naruto only laughed. "How cute, you think it's done." This caused Ida to widen his eyes. "You see Ida, I was given a dangerous thing this summer, free time. So I thought about the perfect prank for you, and when I couldn't think of just one to pull, I chose to pull all of them. That is why I have your would-be spare clothes." He finished his sentence by showing Ida's very much orange backup clothes. He smirked again and chuckled. "Also, the second phase should start now." Ida was confused before another cannon went off that fired feathers at him. The powder seemed to also be an adhesive that allowed the feathers to stick to him. Another cannon blasted air that was strong enough to blast him back into some tripwire that was suddenly there for some reason, and he fell down. Ida attempted to get back up before he fell down once again, due to a large amount of marbles falling out of the locker. A speaker came out of the locker and Naruto's voice rang loudly in a mock-serious tone. "Tenya Ida, this is not proper behavior in the halls. Detention." Right after that, a large amount small pieces of paper, all saying detention, on them came out of Ida's locker one after the other. slowly piling up on the fallen boy, who has given up his attempt to get up. Achiko looked at the state Ida was in, and then saw the foxy grin Naruto wore throughout the whole ordeal. She was promised herself never to cross Naruto, ever. Her sentiment only hardened when she heard Izuku say, "At least he went easy on him." The little display caused quite the crowd to form, and they all wordlessly watched as the glasses-wearing student was subjected to the wrath of the blonde-haired boy. Naruto went to Ida's prone form and offered his hand to the taller boy. Ida gratefully took his hand and got up wordlessly. Naruto was silent for a solid 5 seconds before busting out in laughter. He was holding his gut as he looked at his orange, feathered, and slightly bruised classmate. Once he regained his composure, he said, "Don't worry, Ida, it washes off somewhat easily, and knowing you probably have backup clothes in your bag." Ida nodded in embarrassment, confirming the blonde's suspicions. Ida went to the restroom to get cleaned up, as Naruto, Izuku, and Achiko went to the classroom. Izuku looked at his brother as that walked and said, "I'm surprised by how tame that was. That doesn't seem like the result of 3 months of planning. Honestly, I expected more from you." Naruto only smirked as they got into class, right when the bell rang. "Oh, what a shame, it would seem Ida will be late." The statement intrigued Izuku as he felt that his brother had something more planned now. They saw their teacher, Aizawa, enter the class, surprisingly not in his sleeping bag. Naruto made sure to comment on this. "Good for you, Mr. Random Homeless Man, you got rid of your sleeping bag and found actual clothes." Aizawa ignored the comment from the loud-mouthed whiskered student and went on with what he was going to say. He continued with what he was going to say, "From what I heard from All Might, you guys did a pretty decent job for the most part. However, for those who lost, don't go around sulking because of it, okay?" He not so secretly looked at Bakugo while saying that. Bakugo just scoffed and looked out the window. Aizawa continued, "Anois, time to get serious. This next choice will decide your future." This caught the class's attention. They will put all their attention into something that can possibly affect their future as heroes. You need to pick a class representative. The whole class visibly loosened up when they heard that. They were just doing normal high school stuff. Everyone in the class started to elect themselves as class rep, until Naruto stood up on the desk and yelled, "HY!" The whole class turned their attention to him, except for Bakugo. "It would seem as though we are at odds here. I propose we cast a vote, whoever wins, becomes the class rep." A girl that was short in stature and had wide eyes said, "But we barely know each other, how can we properly decide who can be class rep?" A boy with red-haired interjected as well, "Yeah, also wouldn't we just vote for ourselves?" Naruto nodded his head, "Exactly, so whomever has more than one vote has been recognized by at least one other student to be responsible enough. Is this okay with you, mister, and you are already asleep?" He deadpanned his sleeping teacher's form and sighed in annoyance. The class ended up agreeing with the vote and went to cast who they thought should be class rep. Naruto smirked as he wrote Izuku's name. This will be his way of getting back at Izuku for thinking he had the upper hand. Izuku saw Naruto's smirk and slowly leaned closer to Achiko to whisper, "I don't trust that smirk Naruto has, he's up to something." "Huh, wait a minute." Izuku thought intently at what his brother may be thinking. This made Achiko giggle. She thought he looked cute when he was deep in thought. Izuku seemed to gain an epiphany and quickly said, "Achiko, vote for Naruto. Trust me on this." Achiko looked confused at this but agreed and voted for Naruto. Izuku smirked as he wrote his brother's name. He knew his brother will try his hardest to embarrass him, so he probably chose this vote system so that while everyone voted for themselves, he and possibly Achiko will vote for him, making him class rep, something he definitely couldn't handle. So now he will prove to his brother that he won't be tricked so easily. Naruto took all the votes and got up in the class to tally them. When he stepped back to see the results, he froze. He recounted the votes and saw that the tally was the same. He looked to see his brother smirking at him. Naruto had 3 votes to his name, followed by Momo who had 2 votes. He was pondering who else voted for him. One was from Izuku, and another was from Achiko for sure, but who was the third one? He was snapped out of his musings when he heard Aizawa unzipping the sleeping bag, having finished his nap, and saw the tally on the board. "Okay, it would seem as though that your class rep is officially Naruto Uzumaki Midoriya, and Momo Yaoyorozu is your deputy." Naruto was twitching his eye at this. He couldn't believe that he was being subjected to actual responsibility. He was going to just refuse the position when Momo said to him, "It will be fun working with you, Naruto. I'm sure we'll make a fantastic team once again." Naruto's anger suddenly vanished and was replaced with a smile. "I'm sure we will, Momo." Their moment ended, however, when the door opened and a newly cleaned Ida entered the class. "I am sorry for being late to class. I have already went to the office to discuss the proper punishment I should receive. I am here now and ready to learn." Ida looked at the board and his whole world shattered. He missed the chance to become the class representative. He was most disappointed that he missed the chance to participate in a democratic election. How could he allow this to happen? He somberly went to his desk and proceeded to sulk. Naruto smirked at this, causing Izuku's eyes to widen. "That evil mastermind," he muttered to himself. The orange powder and feather weren't the prank. They never were meant to be. He somehow knew that a class rep would be picked today, and he made Ida miss it. This prank was not meant for him. He would have just been the cherry on top. He knew what Ida loved most and took it away from him. He shuddered at how cold that was, but if it wasn't a good prank. Lunch. The group of friends spent most of their lunch trying to console their scholarly friend. Naruto was patting him on the back. "Don't worry, Ida. If you want, you can help keep me in check. I don't know if Momo can do it alone. Izuku can tell you how reckless I may be sometimes. Izuku and Mom can barely handle." Momo looked at Izuku for confirmation. He just slowly nodded his head, looking as if he was experiencing some traumatic flashbacks. Naruto's statement seemed to reinvigorate Ida, as he immediately snapped out of his depression and had a look of passion in his eyes. "You are correct. Being a hero isn't always about being in the spotlight, it's about helping out any way you can. I may not be class representative, but I shall make sure you are able to be the best one you can possibly be." Naruto's sweat dropped when he saw the display. He was beginning to regret telling Ida he could help him now. His thoughts were sidetracked when he felt as if someone was watching him. He turned to the side of the table to see the short girl with green hair that was in their class. She was just staring at them until Naruto said, "Hello there." The short girl was still staring at him intently, but actually responded, "Hello, I was one of the people that voted for you." This caught the attention of everyone at the table. Naruto decided to ask the question they were all thinking, "Why?" The green-haired girl shrugged her shoulders. "Well, it was your idea to have the rep be decided by vote and you scored number 1 during out quirk apprehension test. It just seemed like a solid decision to choose you." Naruto scratched the back of his head awkwardly, not used to receiving compliments. "Oh. Thank you, Tsuyu Azui, but just call me Tsu," the now-named Tsuyu Azui said. Naruto nodded his head. "Well then, thank you, Tsu. I'm Naruto. You're welcome to sit with us if you want." Tsuyu nodded her head and took a seat near Achiko, who was happy to get to know the newest addition to their little group. Their talking was cut short, however, when they heard alarms blaring throughout the cafeteria. They found out that it meant a security breach and rushed to get out of there. Unfortunately for them, everyone else had the same idea, causing a major backup of students to form. Naruto was being pushed to the glass and saw something that made him groan in annoyance. It was just the press. They somehow managed to get onto the grounds, but they were in no danger. He wanted to tell everyone so that they won't kill each other, but he couldn't get their attention. He saw that Ida happened to be close to him and said, "Ida, can you put me on your shoulders? I know what's going on and I think I can stop this stampede." Ida nodded to show his compliance and, with some difficulty, was able to get Naruto on his shoulders. Naruto activated his quirk up to a point that he had no tails and loudly roared with his new magnified lungs. This caused everyone to cover their ears and look towards the source of the noise. Once he thought he had everyone's attention, he cleared his throat and said, "Everyone settle down, we are in no danger. It is just a bunch of nosy journalists. We can all get out of here in one piece if we just go slow, understood?" When he got no immediate answer, he said again louder, "Understood." Everyone then nodded their heads in unison. Naruto calmed down a little and calmly said, "Okay, those at the front, form 4 lines. 2 on the left, 2 on the right. Everyone just follow the person behind you if you are confused as to where to go. Once we have the lines established, we can all get out of here in a calm and orderly manner, got it?" He received a chorus of yes from the crowd of students. They all followed the directions and were able to get out of the cafeteria in a timely manner. When they got into their classes, everyone congratulated Naruto on the fantastic way he handled the mass of students. They felt content knowing that he was their class representative. Except Bakugo, but we don't count him. Aizawa was at the front of the classroom, explaining a new lesson the heroes in training will learn today. Okay, so the lesson today will be a bit different. You will have 2 other teachers besides me that will be assisting you today. We'll be going to a different building, so get your hero gear on and hop on the bus. Naruto, your suit is still being fixed, so you'll have to wear the school-sanctioned training uniform. Naruto nodded in understanding, and the rest of the class went to get their costumes. Though Ito was noticeably a lot more cautious when approaching his locker, ultimately having Izuku help him open it. When they went on the bus, the students began to chatter excitedly about what their lesson was going to be about, excited at the possibility to learn something new. They never were prepared for what was to come only moments later. Naruto and Izuku were paying close attention to Aizawa as he explained what they were going to do. Izuku opted to not wear his costume out of respect for his brother. Okay, we are going to another building so that you kids can learn about rescuing people. Being a hero is not just about punching things. I'll explain more once we get there, so don't wake me up. He retreated back into his yellow sleeping bag after he finished his explanation. The class talked amongst themselves while they waited to arrive at their destination. While they were talking, Tsuyu looked at Izuku and said, "Hey Izuku, your quirk kind of reminds me of All Might's." This caused Izuku to freeze. He didn't expect to be questioned and had no response to that. He was saved by his brother, however, when Naruto slapped him on the back and said, "Nah, they both enhance their strength, sure, but Izuku can't go too far with his, or he breaks his whole body. One time we were training and he overdid it on the punching bag. His arm looked like it was in a train crash that hit a zeppelin, then caught on fire, then exploded. Mom was so worried that she wouldn't let him leave the house for like 2 weeks. It was hilarious." Izuku blushed at the memory, but was glad that the subject has been moved. Tsuyu looked at Naruto when he started to speak and asked, "How does your quirk work now that I'm thinking about it? Can you only grow 3 tails or what?" The question brought much of the other class into the conversation. Achiko put a finger on her chin and said, "Yeah, you kinda look like a fox, but I guess you knew that given your hero costume." Bakugo, who was sulking at the front of the bus, said, "Who gives if what that dumbass even quirk is? He's still a worthless loser." Siro, a guy whose quirk was dispensing tape from some weird things on his elbows, said, "Didn't Naruto kick your butt after school yesterday?" Bakugo got up and made mini explosions show up on his hands. He glared and yelled, "That doesn't count, the BC got lucky." Siro put his hands up in surrender and went back to the group surrounding Naruto. Naruto was a little surprised at all the attention he was getting, but answered the question the best he could. "Well, my quirk lets me tap into this red energy that takes the form of a fox when it covers me. I can get enough energy so that I don't get a cloak, and that just gives me a general boost in power. Once I start forming tails, I take on more animalistic traits and can even use the tails as separately. I've never tried going higher than 3 tails though." Izuku subtly rubbed his shoulder when he heard that. Naruto didn't say it, but the more tails he used, the more savage he becomes. One time he lost control for a short while they were training with their quirks, and really bruised him with a super-powered punch. He didn't want to think how crazy Naruto would get if we went to a higher number of tails. Momo saw this and began to think, how dangerous can Naruto be if he goes above what he can control? Her train of thought was broken when she heard a pink-skinned and pink-haired girl, Mina Ashido she thinks, says, "So does that mean your whiskers are actual whiskers? What happens if I pet them?" She went to touch the whisker marks on Naruto's cheeks. Naruto grabbed her wrist and stared into her eyes. "If you wish to keep this hand," the look on his face made her shiver and she slowly pulled her hand away. Izuku saw this and smiled before saying, "Yeah, they work like whiskers. I pet them once about a month after we met," and he purred. Izuku laughed by the end of this but was quickly quieted by an overwhelming sense of dread. Naruto slowly walked towards him. "We had a deal, bro. You speak nothing of that, and you get to live. You didn't hold up your end of the deal, so I guess deal's off." He then proceeded to chase his brother in the small area of the boss. The class, sans Bakugo and a boy with red and white hair, began to laugh at the brothers' antics. Naruto cools down after about 10 minutes and they spend the rest of the bus ride in relative silence, talking amongst each other and getting to know one another. At the location, when the class entered the building they saw a huge area with buildings, mountains, and a giant lake. The kids were in awe at how massive the building was from the inside. They were greeted by a relatively short person dressed in an astronaut costume with yellow sneakers. "Hello students, this is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ for short, and you'll be learning how to save people in various situations." Naruto and Izuku became starry-eyed when they saw the astronaut. Naruto leaned to his brother and said, "It's 13, the pro rescue hero, it's so cool seeing him in person." Izuku nodded and whispered back, "Yeah, his quirk is black hole right, I wonder if we'll get to see it." Aizawa made his way to the front of the crowd and went next to 13. He looked around before he asked the space hero, "Where's All Might? He said he'd be here." Complications rose up and All Might couldn't make it. 13 rose 3 fingers as he said this and Aizawa understood immediately. They turned to the kids and were about to give them instructions, but were stopped when a huge black mist appeared in the middle of the USJ and one by one villains began to emerge from the mist. The first to emerge was a blue-haired man covered in severed hands with a black shirt. Most noticeable from the crowd that was emerging from the mass was a large birdman thing that had an exposed brain. Kiroshima, a student with spiky red hair, said, "Is this the exercise? I thought we were rescuing people, not combat." Aizawa put a yellow visor that was pure yellow with vertical slits across it. "This is not an exercise, these people are the real deal." This causes the class to gasp. How did villains get into UA? It was supposed to be the most secure school in all of Japan. Todoroki, the red and white-haired boy, spoke up and voiced his thoughts. "Is this a school-wide attack, or are they only targeting us?" Either way they planned this out so that they did not sound the alarm, and deliberately chose an isolated building at a time where students were present. These guys have a definitive objective. This scared most of the class. Todoroki explained how dire of a situation they found themselves in with an all-too-cool manner. The scarf that he always wears started to float around him as Aizawa got ready to fight. 13, get the students out of here, I'll distract the villains. Kaminari, try to contact the school with your headset. Kaminari nodded his head and tried to use his headset, but it wouldn't work. "I think they jammed the signal, it's not working." Izuku looked at his homeroom teacher with worry. "Are you sure, Sensei, your quirk is best suited for one-on-one battles or stealth missions? It's not really good for a fight against a large crowd." Aizawa didn't turn to Izuku but said, "You can't be a hero if you only have one trick, kid." He then proceeded to jump into the crowd of people and systematically takes down the crowd. He used his scarf as a rope to wrap up his enemies and used his impressive strength to knock out those with mutation quirks. Naruto and Izuku watched in awe at the efficiency in which Aizawa took care of the mob. Ida saw their lack of movement and yelled to them, "What are you doing? We must evacuate right now." Ida's voice knocked them out of their stupor and they ran out of the USJ as fast as they could. They were stopped when the same black mist formed in front of the exit, stopping the kids from advancing. Yellow eyes formed on the mist and they heard an eerily calm voice. "Hello. Sorry for intruding, we are the League of Villains. We decided to invite ourselves into this haven of justice. Isn't this a fitting place for him to meet his last breath? I believe he was supposed to be here, but alas there must have been an unforeseen change of plans. In the end it doesn't matter, I still have a role to play." As he was talking 13 secretly prepped up his quirk and aimed it at the villain. However, Bakugo and Kiroshima jumped at the villain and attempted to attack him. They were pretty sure it was a guy. Kiroshima smiled when he landed and said, "You think we'd let you tear this place apart?" His smile vanished when the mist reformed and they heard the same chilling voice again. You a student live up to the hype. But you should be more careful or someone might get hurt. I'll scatter you across this facility, you can meet my comrades, and your death." They began to become enveloped in a sphere of the black mist and tried to crouch and cover themselves as best they could. They began to become teleported away, one by one. With Naruto dropped down with a thud and looked around. He was in a building that seemed to be on fire constantly. He seemed to be by himself, but he heard movement in another room. He activated on tail of his quirk and went to observe who was there. He was greeted to the sight of a villain that had 4 legs. "Tui, you're one of the bra dash." He was stopped by a punch to the face and was launched to the wall, where he created a crater. Naruto wasted no time when he saw that the other person was not an ally and decided to dispatch him quickly. He was extremely thankful the cloak around him was filtering the air so that the smoke won't affect his breathing. He looked out the window and saw that he was a solid 5 stories up. He mentally prepared himself to jump out before he heard more steps come up from behind him. "Look, it's one of the brats and he's alone. Looks like it's easy pickings for us," a villain with a gas mask said. He was flanked by a girl with only one eye, and another villain that skin seemed to be made of rock. Naruto went up to Two Tails and smirked. "You're going to be severely disappointed if you think I'm easy pickings." He rushed at the person with the gas mask as he saw fire forming at the mouth of the mask and swept his legs. Before the man could fall, he used both his tails to grab him and throw him towards the rock skin guys. The villain managed to dodge, but was not prepared for when Naruto came up and slashed at him with his claws. He leaned back to dodge, but Naruto wrapped a tail around one of his feet and tripped him. While he was airborne, he charged up his fist and punched him in his gut. He didn't have time to rest, though, as he had to quickly dodge a laser that was fired at him by the Cyclops woman. He ran at her in a zigzag pattern so that she couldn't hit him. When he finally closed in on her, he jumped towards her and a drop kicked her through the wall. Naruto thought he was safe until his instincts screamed at him to dodge, and he rolled to the side. He looked and saw that he didn't take out the rock guy as quickly as he had hoped. He grunted a bit and said, "So you're more durable than I thought. This will be messy." The villain furrowed his brow in frustration and screamed, "I'm gonna enjoy killing you, you little sheet." He rushed towards Naruto and attempted to punch him in the face. Naruto saw this and grabbed the villain's arm and flipped him over his shoulder. "I stole that move from my brother, no copyright intended." The villain grunted in pain and got up to attack again. "And you wipe that smile off your face." Naruto chuckled and said, "Are you going to scream this whole time?" The villain only roared in rage and rushed at Naruto again. Naruto looked behind him and saw that the window was behind him now. He formulated a quick plan and waited for the villain to close in on him. When he was close enough, he jumped over the charging rockman and used his momentum to push him through the window. He went up to Three Tails to brace for impact and waited to hit the ground. When they finally hit the ground, they formed a huge crater and the villain finally became unconscious. Naruto got off of the villain's back. He didn't have any major injuries and was fine for the most part. He looked around and said out loud, "Okay, now time to find Izuku." He heard a loud splash and saw a large whirlpool form towards the lake section. "I think I found him." With Izuku a little while before. Izuku landed above some water and made a large splash when he landed. He looked around under the water and started to think, "The guy must have a warping quirk. I better get to the land and find the others." He activated his full cowl at 15% and began to swim to the top. He was stopped when he saw a humanoid shark thing swim towards him quickly. He didn't know how effective he was underwater, but he was prepared to find out when he ped his fist back to intercept the villain. However, it turns out he would not have to find out when Tsuyu landed on the villain's face and kicked him down. She looked at Izuku and wrapped him with her tongue before going to the surface. She placed Izuku onto the boat that was in the middle of the lake and surprisingly intact for being a disaster site. Izuku slowly got up and saw Tsuyu joining him onto the boat. He smiled and said, "Thanks Azui, you saved me back there." Tsuyu looked at him blankly and said, "I told you to call me Tsu." Izuku's sweat dropped at that but focused on the matter at hand. He saw a large amount of villains approaching and grew worried. He thought about the best course of action and what he knew of the situation. He was lucky Tsuyu was here because her quirk was best suited in a water environment. That's when a thought struck him. He turned to Tsuyu and said, I mean Tsu, the villains don't know our quirks." This prompted Tsuyu to think a bit more. "You're right, they wouldn't put me in a water environment if they knew what my quirk was." Ribbit. Izuku started to think up a plan. He thought about what he could do. He thought of everything he knew about water from science class and then an idea formed. He turned to Tsuyu and told her his plan. She stared at him and said, "That sounds crazy, but I guess we have to try." Izuku grabbed Tsuyu by the waist. He then entered full cowl at 30% and jumped up as high as he could. When they reached the apex of their jump, Tsuyu wrapped her tongue around his waist and whipped him towards the largest concentration of villains in the water. Izuku pet his arm back and punched at the water at the last moment. The shockwave of the punch combined with the force of entry caused a giant geyser of water to erupt into the sky. The action caused all the villains to fly out of the water and land somewhere on the land, unconscious. Izuku lazily floated at the top of the water, relieved that his plan actually worked. He heard a splash to his right and saw that Tsuyu has landed in the water with ease. She looked at Izuku and said, "That was pretty cool, Ribbit. That geyser was huge." Izuku smiled at the praise and gave her a thumbs up. They made it to land and Izuku looked around to see who else was there. He saw the familiar blonde hair and whisker marks of his brother and waved at him. When they finally met up, Naruto looked at the various villains that were unconscious and said, "Dang bro, you made short work of these assholes." Izuku smiled and fist bumped his brother. "I couldn't have done it without Tsuyu." They looked towards the central plaza and saw Aizawa was still making short work of the mob. They smiled when they saw their teacher elbow the blue-haired guy that was covered in hands. Their smiles vanished, however, when they saw the villain grab Aizawa's elbow and slowly destroy it. Aizawa disengaged and was able to hold his own with only one arm, but he couldn't keep up for long. Things took an even worse turn when the man-bird started to attack Aizawa. It broke both of his arms and kept him pinned down. The blue-haired villain just watched as Aizawa got the life crushed out of him. Then, all of a sudden, the man that seemed to be the source of the black mist appeared next to him. He said to him, "Shigaraki, a student escaped, he's going to get back up." And this prompted the man to scratch his neck furiously. "Sheet, god damn it Kurogiri, I would vaporize every cell in your body if you weren't our way out. Looks like it's game over, back to the title screen." This confused the brothers. Why is this game over? Didn't they want to kill All Might? Why would they retreat now? The blue-haired guy continued, however, "Whatever, let's make sure we leave the symbol of peace with a message." Faster than they could see, the Shigaraki appeared in front of them and made reach for Tsuyu. Naruto and Izuku froze. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Sheet, 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 sheet. Naruto's body reacted before he could realize and he went to punch the villain. He loaded up as much of the energy as he could into his arm and followed through. There was a plume of smoke and Naruto grinned. Once the smoke cleared, he only felt an overwhelming sense of terror. The bird thing seemed to take the hit for the villain. He heard a laugh and saw the Shigaraki shaking. This Nomu here was built to take on All Might, a shrimp like you won't stand a chance. Nomu, teach this brat a lesson. The Nomu went to attack Naruto, but Izuku managed to pull him out of the way. The Nomu went to attack the brothers again while the Shigaraki went to dissolve Tsuyu. They were stopped, however, when the door was slammed open. Slowly the familiar visage of the large and imposing #1 hero entered the youth. He stared at the villains with intense blue eyes and said, "Fear not, children, for I am here." All Might stood in the entrance and saw the mayhem happening below. The remaining villains from the horde were stuck to their spot in absolute terror at the sight of the All Might looming over them. One poor soul decided to make a move, but was stopped when All Might made short work of him. The same treatment was given to the rest of the remaining villains. Shigaraki watched all this with a twisted smile on his face. "Looks like we get to continue after all. Nomu, take care of All Might." The Nomu screeched and went to attack the symbol of peace. They traded blows and Naruto and Izuku watched in awe at the way All Might held his own against the Nomu. They snapped out of it quickly enough and grabbed Aizawa to make their escape. While they were retreating, Naruto looked at his brother with a face of relief. "Phew, good thing All Might came when he did. I don't know how well we would have handled ourselves." Izuku barely registered that as they walked towards the exit. He was the only one that knew that All Might was in more danger than people realize. Given the conversations between 13 and Aizawa, All Might was at his limit. He turned and saw as the #1 hero was struggling to hold his own against the freak of nature. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. He spoke loud enough so that Naruto could hear him, "Make sure you get Aizawa out of here." Naruto and Tsuyu watched in shock as Izuku entered his full cowl and ran towards All Might. Naruto sighed and growled, "Motherfucker, Tsuyu, hold Aizawa for me." Tsuyu nodded and watched as Naruto went to Three Tails to catch up with his brother. When they were neck and neck to each other, Naruto turned to Izuku and said, "Are you effing insane? You said you're the smart one, but this is pretty stupid." Izuku kept looking ahead and said, "All Might needs help, we can't let handle this alone." Naruto was going to continue but stopped when a warp gate appeared in front of him. The brothers jumped over the portal the same time Bakugo came to explode the warping villain. They were joined by Kiroshima and Shoto to assist All Might. Naruto looked around and said, "Well shit, I guess we're all just a bunch of dumbasses, aren't we?" They saw the Nomu regenerating his limbs after he broke off the limbs that Shoto has frozen. Bakugo had Kurogiri pinned by his metal neck armor and didn't look like he was going to let up soon. Shigaraki began to scratch at his neck furiously. "Sheet, unexpected enemies. No worries, our limit break here will make short work of them. Nomu, take care of the kids." With that order, the Nomu went to attack the closest student, Bakugo. All Might went to intercept the attack, but the beast saw this and turned to quickly rush at another target, Naruto. All Might didn't anticipate this and could only watch in horror as the Nomu brought his fist down onto the whiskered boy. Time seemed to move in slow motion as the fist slowly made its way towards Naruto. All Might tried to make his way there, but he knew he wouldn't make it. Izuku attempted to knock Naruto out of the way, but he wasted too much time staring in shock to be able to make it to his brother in time. Once the fist connected, a giant plume of smoke hid the aftermath. Once the smoke cleared, Izuku nearly cried. Naruto was at the bottom of a huge crater, a large pool of blood slowly growing larger beneath him. All Might gritted his teeth and glared at the villains with murder in his eyes. He couldn't believe he let it come to this. Shigaraki only laughed and scratched his neck some more. "That's one down, he didn't put up much of a fight, did he? Nomu, get rid of the body, we don't want him taking up space on the field now." Nomu did as he was told and picked up Naruto with one hand, before throwing him towards a far wall. Izuku followed his brother's trajectory and ran to where he would land so that he could catch him. When he did, he almost broke down crying again. His brother's arms were destroyed and his legs were bent in ways they shouldn't be able to bend. He gently put his brother down and glared at the beast that did this. He ran back to the battle, but he was stopped when he heard All Might's voice. "Young Midoriya, go with the others. This beast is too great for you to deal with right now. I promise that I will avenge your brother, I'll be fine here. Take the others with you." Shoto looked at All Might confused. "But I saved you with my ice, don't you think it's advantageous to have me here?" All Might looked at Shoto and gave him a thumbs up. "I will not be risking any more students' lives. Go to where it's safe, you'll be helping me by assuring me you are safe." Shoto nodded and he, along with the rest of the boys, ran away. Kiroshima looked at Izuku, who still had a look of anger on his face. He said, "Hey, I'm sorry for what happened, man. Your bro's one of the manliest people I've seen, I'm sure he'll be fine." Izuku just kept looking ahead and said, "It'll take a miracle, let's just focus on escaping." All Might looked at the Nomu with a renewed anger. "You hurt one of my precious students, that is something I cannot forgive. Your quirk is shock absorption, not nullification. So let's see how many blows it'll take to take you down." All Might and the Nomu proceeded to have a brawl of epic proportions, each punch they threw able to destroy a normal man with ease. They didn't notice tendrils of dark red energy coming off from Naruto. His skin began to burn off and was replaced with a coat of dark red energy that covered every part of him. The black slate that covered his face suddenly gained two pure white eyes, no pupil. Shortly after that, a pure white mouth formed a smile as this new demonic Naruto stood up, for tails flailing wildly behind him. Dark red tornadoes of razor-sharp winds surrounded his tails, arms, and legs. He went onto all fours and three more demonic Narutos spawned to life behind him. Shigaraki sensed a huge source of malice and looked behind him. His eyes widened and a smile formed behind the severed hand he used as a mask. It couldn't be, he thought. He remembered a little experiment, all for one that was said to have failed. They tried to put multiple quirks into one person while having them keep a rational mind. It was too ineffective, so they decided to make the Nomus instead. They could cram as many quirks as they want, all it costed was a lack of self-sustainment and a working brain. But here was the supposed failed experiment. All for One would be much more happy to have his pet back home to him. Nomu, ignore All Might. Capture Master's pet for us instead. Nomu stopped attacking All Might, much to his surprise, and turned to the crater where he threw the boy. All Might looked at where Naruto was and blanched. He didn't know what to think of what he was seeing, 3 demonic fox-like things, surrounded by whirling shrouds of dark red energy. Is that Naruto? He thought, knowing that Naruto was known to go ballistic if he lost control of his quirk. He was told of how he attacked the people who found him in the alley when he was 10 and to be careful when he seemed like he was losing control. The Nomu rushed towards the demonic boy. Naruto still was grinning that creepy grin and sent a blast of wind towards the Nomu. Multiple cuts appeared on the beast, but were quickly regenerated. As the creature approached, the clones of Naruto rushed towards the Nomu and attacked with razor-sharp claws and powered-up fists. They were taken care of quickly by a single swipe from the beast, poofing up into smoke when the were hit. Naruto roared a mighty roar, so loud that every student in the Uzi heard the demonic yell. Naruto ran up to meet the Nomu and swiped at it with his wind-sharpened claws. He was able to make deep cuts, but the Nomu was able to regenerate them quickly. Nomu was severely hampered in its ability to harm as it was ordered to capture the boy, not kill it. It grabbed the whiskered boy by the legs and slammed him to the ground. It then threw Naruto towards the ceiling and watched as the boy fell. A decent-sized crater was from, and it was going to advance, until it felt something on his back. It turned to see All Might with his fist outstretched into his back. You counted me out too early, villain. I will never give up protecting those in need. All Might continued to pelt the Nomu with increasingly powerful blows. The Nomu did not protect itself as it was not ordered to. Shigaraki was about to order the Nomu to kill All Might when all of a sudden he let out one last earth-shattering blow. This sent the Nomu flying towards the ceiling. The class that was in the central plaza of the USJ saw the villain fly away and cheered. They knew they had nothing to worry about once the number 1 hero showed up. All Might struck his hero pose and glared at Shigaraki. I'm still standing. I thought that Nomu was created to destroy me. You must have some bad scientist if that's the case. All Might felt fine for the most part. Thanks to the Nomu not focusing on him for most of the battle, he was able to hold his form for around 10 more minutes. Shigaraki furiously scratched his neck and cursed, "Sheet, we weren't able to kill All Might. What the F-? He's still as strong as ever. No matter, we'll just collect the side quest. Kurogiri, get the pet." Kurogiri nodded his head and was about to warp the whiskered blonde, but was not prepared for a dark red blur to rush towards him. The still demonic-looking Naruto went to attack the mist-covered man, but was stopped by All Might. It's okay, young Midoriya, you're safe. You have to gain control. They never saw Shigaraki running towards them, hand outstretched, ready to dissolve All Might. He did not anticipate being shot. Multiple times. Kurogiri looked towards the entrance and saw that the kid has come back with a bunch of pro-heroes. He cursed their luck and warped himself and Shigaraki away. All Might was struggling to hold the demonic Naruto back. He noticed that he seemed to gain another tail. The winds were making various wounds appear on his person, slowly making it harder for him to contain his muscle form. Izuku looked and saw All Might still struggling with something. He ran towards where he was to see what was the problem. He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw a demonic beast slowly ripping away at All Might. He ran towards them and yelled, "Get away from him, demon!" Naruto looked at the source of the noise and saw the look of absolute terror on his brother's face. He pulled away from All Might and grabbed his head. He screamed in what seemed to be in agony before the number of tails dwindled down until there was no more. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he stared into the space that used to contain the demon. He saw the familiar blonde hair and unmistakable whiskers of his brother on the floor. He stayed glued to his spot, not able to comprehend what he was seeing. He finally muttered what he was thinking after what seemed like hours. What the F-? Villain hideout. Shigaraki and Kurogiri warped to their hideout. Kurogiri tended to the blue-haired man's wounds. Thankfully the hero who shot him didn't aim for any vitals. After he was patched up, Shigaraki said, Call Master, I have some interesting news for him. He'll be glad to know that his pet is just one side quest away. As Kurogiri made that call, Shigaraki smiled to himself. Soon, he thought, soon we'll have you back in Outgrasp, little fox. Izuku could only stare in silence at the sight before him. His brother was just lying there, but it wasn't that surprised him. It was what he was before that made him speechless. His brother was what could only be described as a demon. He was dumbfounded and could only stare. He only moved when he heard footsteps from behind him. He turned around and saw Kiroshima running towards him. Hey, Deku. Are you all right? We heard a loud noise over here. Kiroshima stopped when he saw Naruto unconscious next to All Might. Is that Naruto? He looks better. I knew he had a healing factor, but shit, he works fast. Izuku could only dumbly nod his head, still not fully processing what he saw. He watched as he saw the ambulance putting his brother on a gurney as they whisked him away. Kiroshima saw this too and said, Hey, he's okay. Look, he just has some cuts and bruises. The first responders didn't look as they escorted the whiskered blonde away and said, We have to get anyone who is incapacitated out of the area. This boy is unconscious, we are going to have to put him under medical care. Izuku finally got out of his stupor when he felt All Might's hand on his shoulder. He saw as All Might leaned down and said, We can discuss what we saw later, young Midoriya. For now, go with your friends. You went through a lot today. Izuku nodded and turned to Kiroshima. Come on, let's head to the entrance. 16, 17, 18, 19, besides that one kid who was unconscious, everyone is accounted for. A tall man wearing a tan overcoat with a matching hat said as he did a head count of all the students. This was Naomasa Tsukachi, a detective. He was charged with making sure all the students were safe. Tsuyu hopped toward the detective. How is Mr. Aizawa? Will he be okay? Naomasa called the hospital and put it on speaker. Eraserhead's arms are splintered and he has facial fractures. There is no brain damage, thankfully. His orbital floor has been badly damaged though, so there's no telling if his eyesight will be impaired. Tsuyu frowned at that news and ribbited in concern. Mina rushed ahead and said, What about 13? The doctor on the phone answered immediately, Besides some lacerations, 13 will be fine. This caused some relief to come to the group. It was nice to hear that not everyone was severely injured. Kiroshima stepped forward before saying, Where is All Might? He wasn't injured, right? Naomasa was about to answer when All Might came to the group in his muscle form. I am here, posing heroically for the students, he said, flexing his arms as he said it. As you can see, young Kiroshima, I am perfectly safe. Kiroshima smiled and said, Phew, I was really worried when I heard that loud roar. What even made that noise anyway? This caused All Might to flinch a little, unnoticed by all except Izuku. He recovered quickly and said, It was just that beast that was made to supposedly kill me. It let out a monstrous roar before I made short work of it. It brought a smile to the class's face to hear how well All Might was able to handle the situation. However, Momo stepped up concerned. What of Naruto? The detective said he was unconscious. Hearing his brother's name caused Izuku to tense up. He remembered how mangled and destroyed he looked, then how demonic he looked a couple of minutes after. He didn't know what to believe anymore. Kiroshima opted to answer this one. Naruto got banged up really bad, but he seemed fine when I last saw him. All Might nodded. Yes, Naruto should be okay. He was unconscious, but he is currently with Recovery Girl. He is expected to recover fully. Momo smiled in relief. That is good to hear. Mina looked at the Creation Girl and nudged her side while grinning. Oh, someone seems awfully worried. Too worried, in fact. Momo blushed and stammered. WW, what do you mean? That's only natural, I would worry about it. Fellow C classmate. Her reaction caused Mina to giggle and continue her teasing. This brought a sense of relief over the students. It was comforting having some normalcy back in the group. All Might went over to Izuku, who was away from the group, and whispered to him, How much did you see young Midoriya? Izuku looked back at his idol and said, I saw you holding back this black demon with pure white eyes with 5 tails. Then when it saw me, it screamed and turned into Naruto. I know my brother isn't a demon, but I don't know what to think. All Might nodded. It's perfectly understandable that you are like this. It is a lot to take in. To be honest, I don't know what happened to your brother, but I was going to visit him along with Nizu to ask him some questions. You are allowed to tag along if you wish. Izuku agreed without hesitation. He needed to know what is going on. As if on cue, a car pulled up, the window rolled down to reveal the small white mouse dog bear thing that was their principal. Hello, I have dealt with the police and they will be investigating to school premises. I believe All Might has told you the situation in regards to your brother. Have you agreed to join us? Izuku steadied his breathing and said, Yes, I would like to see my brother. Nizu smiled and said, Very well then, hop in, we are off to the school. As Izuku was about to enter when he heard someone shout his name, he turned his head and saw that it was Achiko. Izuku, where are you going? I'm going to see Naruto. I want to make sure he's okay, Izuku said, only half lying. Oh, can I come? I want to make sure he's okay too. All Might answered this time, I'm sorry but Naruto needs time to recover, so we are not permitting a lot of people to visit at this time. Young Midoriya here is the exception as he is family. Achiko seemed a bit down at this. Oh, okay then. Can you tell us when we can visit him? All Might grinned and gave a thumbs up. Do not worry, I will personally tell you all when he is allowed, visitors. This seemed to bring Achiko's spirits up as she smiled and gave a thumbs up of her own. Once they all got in the car, Nizu said, Okay then, off we go. Nurse's office. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and was greeted to the dull light of the nurse's office. He looked to his side and saw Recovery Girl at the computer, typing something. When she turned around, she saw he was awake and said, Oh, you already woke up? Healing yourself that much does take a lot out of you. Naruto was confused. What do you mean? Recovery Girl only sighed. I was told of what happened. You were severely injured and then used your quirk for your healing factor. You healed a lot of big injuries really fast. It put a heavy tax on your body. Naruto tried to remember what happened. He remembered being punched by that huge thing with an exposed brain, then being thrown. Then he blacked out. He vaguely remembers trying to activate his quirk to heal the injuries, but then he blacked out. That's when he opened his eyes and sat straight up, wincing a little as he was still a little sore. Sheet, did I? Naruto said, not being able to finish the sentence. Recover Girl knew what he was about to say and finished for him. Yes, you did go berserk. I was told you became pure black and had 4 or 5 tails. You didn't hurt anyone, only a few cuts on All Might. Your brother and All Might were the only ones who saw you, though the teachers were told about it. Naruto laid back down and reflected on this. He tried so hard to hide his true nature, and now it was out. He wouldn't be able to look at his brother the same again. He was knocked out of his thoughts when he heard the door open. He saw All Might, Nizu, and his brother enter the room. Nizu was the first to speak. Hello, it's nice to see you are recovering well. We will let you recover soon enough. We just had a couple of questions. All Might stepped forward and said, You are not in any trouble. We just want to know more about your quirk. You really scared us there. Naruto sighed and looked at the ceiling. All I really know about my quirk is that it's dangerous. I don't remember much of what happened, to be honest. All Might stepped closer and kneeled down to Naruto's level. Young Midoriya, is there anything else you can tell us about your quirk? Has this happened before? Naruto looked around the room. He sighed and raised his head. Promise me that what I say won't leave this room. I don't want this getting out. Nizu looked at who was in the room and turned to Naruto. Are you sure you're okay with your brother hearing this? Naruto nodded and looked at Izuku. I've been keeping this secret for too long. You're my brother Izuku, no secrets. I trust you. This caused Izuku to wince. He still hasn't told his brother about One for All. Hearing how much he trusted him with his secret made him feel bad. All Might put a reassuring hand on his shoulder, squeezing hard enough to know that he understands what he's feeling. Naruto took a deep breath and explained what he knew about his quirk. My quirk is not organic. It was given to me by someone. This time All Might jerked. There was only one other person he knew that could actually give people quirks. I was experimented on to see if the human body is capable of carrying multiple quirks. Nizu, who was listening quietly, said, So does this mean that you have multiple quirks, Mr. Midoriya? Naruto nodded his head. I have 2 other quirks, one I call Razor Wind, and another quirk called Clone. This caused Izuku's brain to explode. What, so you have 3 quirks? How does your body handle that, the strain it must have, not to mention how much your brain must have changed to activate each quirk separately, this Maya dash? Izuku stopped his muttering when All Might slapped him on the back. Young Midoriya, you should probably let your brother finish. Izuku scratched the back of his head and stopped. Anyways, Naruto continued, the tests were too much for my body at the time and I would pass out for days at a time, sometimes weeks. After I was tested on and put in a coma-like state for 4 months, he threw me out on the streets. He said that I was too frail and was a waste of time. I wasn't the only one he tested on, but I was the only one who survived. Naruto's fist clenched as he continued. I remember being alone, scared, but most of all really, really mad. My anger sparked my quirk to activate and I attacked anything that moved. I don't know how long I was in my berserk state, but when I came to, I was in a destroyed alley with dead animals all around me. I didn't know what happened, but I just remember crying after seeing what I have caused. I felt horrible. Naruto had tears in his eyes at this point, his voice quivering as he went on. Izuku went to him and put a hand on his shoulder, patting it while saying, "Don't worry, it's in the past, I'm here for you." Naruto nodded his head and took a deep breath. The noise I made caused people to call the police. They took me into custody and when they found out I was an orphan, they put me back in the system. They asked me what my quirk was and I lied and said I could just change the color of my eyes. I told them that some guy with an exploding quirk chased after me and I hid in the trash can of an alley, which he blew up. They believed and the question stopped there. I was in the system for about 5 years when I was finally adopted by my mom after she saw an ad about orphans and couldn't stop crying. This caused Izuku to smile a little. He remembered finding out why his brother was adopted and crying with his mom when they saw the same commercial. And that is the whole story. I never used my quirk again until I started to train, and I've been training with my other quirks in private, in case I ever have to use them. Naruto finished his story and waited for them to process it. Nizu was thinking in deep contemplation. Recovery Girl was wiping away some tears, saddened by the story. All Might was looking down, and Izuku was just staring at his brother, keeping a hold on his shoulder. All Might was the first to speak. If you do not mind me asking, who was the person that did the experiments on you? Naruto gains a scowl and practically spat out the name, All for One. All Might's eyes hardened and his fist clenched. Thank you, I must leave now. Get well soon. He made his way to the door and before exiting said, Young Midoriya? Both brothers looked at him. The green one, All Might clarified, you have my permission. Izuku nodded knowing exactly what he was saying, leaving Naruto confused. What does he mean by that? Izuku looked like he was about to answer but was stopped by Nizu. That is something for Izuku to tell you later. I will like to thank you for sharing that story. It must have been hard for you. I can assure you that your secret is safe with us. We'll be helping you control your quirk so that you don't go berserk like today. We will take the precautions necessary so that you are not put in a situation like this again, and I promise that I will try better to make sure you stay safe. I can tell that your past is bothering you, but you should know that it does not define you. I'll leave you with your brother now. Thank you for your assistance. Nizu finished his speech with a bow. Naruto bowed as much as he could. Thank you for the help, Nizu. I needed to tell someone eventually. Once he left, only Recovery Girl and Izuku were left. Recovery looked at the two brothers and said, I'll leave you two alone. Izuku and Naruto were left alone. Naruto turned to his brother. I'm sorry for keeping this secret. I just didn't want you to think that I was a monster, someone with an uncontrollable that will hurt everyone. I know this is a lot to take in. Izuku ignored that and hugged his brother, surprising him. You're always going to be my brother. I don't care if where you come from, you have always had my back, I will always have yours. Never forget that. Tears came to Naruto's eyes as he hugged his brother back. Don't get going all emotional on me now, you big crybaby. The brothers embraced for a while, enjoying each other's company. They released and things went silent again. Naruto broke the silence when he asked, What did All Might give you permission to do? Izuku was expecting to have to answer this eventually. He was still extremely nervous, but he's kept secrets from his brother for too long. He finally answered after what felt like an eternity. My quirk, I lied about it. Naruto tilted his head, confused. Someone gave it to me. Naruto put 2 and 2 together and widened his eyes. After a while, he said, All Might. Izuku nodded. All Might's quirk is called One for All. He can pass it down and it becomes stronger each generation. I'm the 9th holder of it. Naruto was staring at him with wide eyes. So you're like, stupid strong. Izuku shook his head and said, I can't handle the full power of the quirk yet. The most I can handle is 30% if I try to hold any more than my bones break. All Might gave it to me because he was severely injured and he won't be able to be the symbol of peace for long. He's not able to handle One for All and can only be All Might for about 3 hours. His true form makes him look like a skeleton. Izuku finished his sentence with a deep sigh. He felt like a huge weight was taken off his chest. He didn't have to keep this a secret from his brother anymore. Naruto looked at his brother for a while, trying to absorb what he has just learned. His brother was the holder of a quirk that has been around for generations, and his idol was slowly losing the power that made him the symbol of peace. Naruto lied down and sighed. We sure do attract a lot of shit, don't we? Izuku sat down next to him and leaned back. We sure do, at least we have each other. Naruto smiled and looked at him. You mean lucky you have me, I know. I am pretty amazing. Izuku shared his smile and lightly shoved his brother's shoulder. Shut up, you know you need me too. Naruto laughed and sat up. I guess you're right, for once I will concede. Naruto and Izuku sat in the room, enjoying the company they gave one another. Izuku was busy talking to Naruto, rambling, about how his multiple quirks work. Naruto only smiled as he heard his brother ramble about quirks. He had only one thought as his brother talked, maybe things aren't so bad. Villain Haida. Tamura Shigaraki was smiling widely as he saw that All for One has answered the call. He said in his raspy voice, Master, we failed, they were too strong. All for One was a little intrigued. You sound happy, Tamura. Why? Tamura could barely contain his excitement. Remember the experiments to put multiple quirks in a human while keeping their mind intact? It seems as though one survived. There was silence for a minute before All for One spoke some more. Tell me more. Tamura scratched his neck as he told his master more about the missing experiment. While the Nomu was fighting All Might, he iced some kid who got in the crossfire, but after a while he was back. However, he also made clones of himself and was able to conjure winds. All for One contemplated this. It seems as though our first experiments weren't so useless after all. Who was it? It was some kid with blonde hair and whisker marks. Unseen, All for One smirked. Naruto Uzumaki. It seems you aren't so useless after all. Naruto groaned as he looked at Recovery Girl typing away at the computer. Can I leave now? It's been like 3 days. I'm perfectly fine, see? He waved his arm frantically to prove his point. Recovery Girl looked at the whiskered blonde with a dull look. You do not get special treatment because of your healing factor. You stay and rest until I let you out. Naruto sighed and laid back down, staring at the bland white walls of the nurse's office. He sits up once again when he hears the door open. He sees his brother come in and smile. He's been visiting daily and it always lightened his mood. Izuku turned to Recovery Girl and said, Excuse me, but can Naruto finally have visitors besides me now? It's been 3 days now. Recovery Girl looked at the green-haired boy and then at his brother before sighing. I guess, but he is still not leaving that bed you hear. She ended her statement with a glare, causing Izuku to shudder a little. He smiled nonetheless and went back to the door. Okay guys, he's allowed visitors now. Naruto was surprised when he saw Achiko, Ida, Momo, Tsuyu, and Kiroshima entered the office. What are you all doing here? Kiroshima was the first to answer. You took a nasty hit during the invasion. I wanted to see how you were holding up. You look better than I expected. I knew that you'd be okay cause of that healing factor of yours, but Demon, you healed up really quick. That's pretty demon manly of you. Naruto's sweat dropped at his enthusiasm. Thank you. Achiko came up to Naruto next. Yeah, we were relieved when Izuku said you were okay. We were worried sick, especially after hearing that roar in there. We thought that you were done for. Tsuyu nodded in agreement. Yeah, I was really worried when you and Izuku just left to help All Might. It's nice to see you doing better. Naruto smiled and gave his friends a thumbs up. Thanks for worrying about me guys. I'm fine now really, my healing factor isn't there for nothing. I will just be out of commission for a while. Ida crossed his arms and nodded. Yes, it is pertinent to your health that you do not overexert yourself. We will be with you every step of the way to make sure that your recovery is most optimal. Our class president should not be left in a state such as this. Naruto smiled at Ida's enthusiasm. Don't worry, Recovery Girl is going to make sure I get way more rest than I need. Recovery Girl turned to glare at him. I am a professional, Mr. Midoriya. You are staying in the proper amount of time, I assure you. Naruto shivered at the old nurse's glare. Yes, ma'am. Momo turned to Recovery Girl. When will he be discharged from the bed? The school nurse looked back at her computer before answering. He should be discharged in 2 days. He may say he's fine, but his bones took quite the beating. His healing factor may have mended them quite a bit, but they still need to relax from the stress of fracturing and joining again. Naruto looked at his brother, who looked back with wide smiles on their faces. Izuku, it's Friday in 2 days, you know what that means. Izuku nodded his head. You know I do. What does Friday mean? Asked Kiroshima, confused at the situation, along with everyone else. Naruto and Izuku looked at each other before looking at their friends. It's old school night, they said in unison. This confused the others even more. Naruto saw this and explained, our dad likes to collect a lot of vintage stuff. He has stuff like movies, games, and music from before quirks were even a thing. So every Friday Izuku and I get either a movie or a game from the past and experience what it was like back then. Achiko's eyes seemed to sparkle as she listened to the brothers describe the day. Wow, that sounds like a lot of fun. I've never seen anything from that far in the past. Izuku smiled at her enthusiasm. Yeah, you'd be surprised by what you can find. There's still some stuff that we haven't touched yet. Our dad sends us more stuff along with the checks he sends from overseas. This time Kiroshima spoke up with excitement. That sounds awesome as hell. I want to know what the stuff was like in the past now. You could join us if you want, you know. Right, Naruto? Naruto shrugged. Why not? The more the merrier, right? This surprised the group a little. They couldn't believe that the brothers would so quickly allow them to join in on their special day. Are you sure it's all right? We wouldn't want to intrude, Momo said. Don't worry about it. Izuku and I always wanted more people to join us. It will be awesome to have you over. He finished with his big cheesy grin, and Momo could have sworn she saw his teeth sparkle a little. Momo gained a small blush at his words and nodded her head in gratitude. I'll call my parents, but I'm sure I can make it. Kirishima's grin widened and put his arm around Izuku's shoulder, bringing him in. Thanks a ton, bro. I'm so gonna be there. I can barely wait. Izuku was a bit uncomfortable at the sudden closeness but smiled nonetheless. They gave each other their numbers and decided to meet on Friday directly after school. Momo looked at the time and turned to the group. We should be getting to class soon, guys. Lunch is almost over. Yup, we should all head to class, guys. Let's go right now, Naruto said, walking towards the door nonchalantly. Where do you think you're going, Mr. Midoriya? Recovery Girl said, growing tired of the blonde-haired boy's antics. Naruto froze and slowly went back towards his bed. Recovery Girl smiled and said, That's better. Now you kids, get to class, you're going to be late. The group saluted and ran towards their class. As they were running, Momo frowned a little. I just said that, she thought to herself. Friday. Okay, Mr. Midoriya, you are officially discharged. I don't want to see you here anytime soon, you hear, Recovery Girl said. Naruto rolled his eyes as he put on his clothes. I'll be safe. I don't intend to hospitalize myself anytime soon. Now if you excuse me, I have some people to meet up with. Naruto bolted out of the office, and Recovery Girl couldn't help but smile at the boy's retreating form. He may be annoying, but there was no denying that his positive energy was somewhat infectious. As Naruto was running down the hall, he turned a corner and bumped into someone. He managed to stay upright and grabbed the arm of the person he ran into. He looked down and saw that it was Momo. Her eyes widened from the surprise encounter. Naruto pulled her up, noticing she was a bit taller than him. Oh, Naruto. I was just about to get you. We are waiting by the entrance. Kiroshima invited Mina and Kaminari. Izuku was okay with it, but he also wanted to check with you. Naruto waved dismissively and walked with her. Stop worrying about that. It's awesome to have more people coming over. Mom's gonna be happy that we're bringing friends over for once. This seemed to sadden Momo a little. She hesitated before saying, "Did you not have any friends over before you started to attend UA?" The question did not seem to faze Naruto and he answered without hesitation, "Nope, Izuku and I didn't have many friends while in middle school." "May I ask why?" "Our quirks developed late and as a result, we were avoided like the plague. We trained like hell to keep up with the other kids, but there were always some stupid bullies that didn't like the fact that we had no quirks." Momo thought of one person the moment he said bully. Was Bakugo one of your bullies? Momo's suspicions were confirmed when Naruto's eyes hardened and he grunted out, "Yes, that BSD went to our middle school. He tormented Izuku ever since his quirk developed before Izuku's." Momo heard the anger in Naruto's voice and decided to change the subject. "So, can you tell me more about the first time you guys met? You guys seem so close to one another, you look like you've been brothers your entire lives." Naruto's mood did a complete 180 and he was smiling brightly once again, causing Momo to smile with him. His smile was too infectious. "We met when we were 10. I found him by accident when I was out and got lost on my way home. He was sad because Bakugo just got done bullying him. We found out we had a lot in common and hit it off really quick. We have a bond thicker than blood now and I wouldn't have it any other way." Momo's smile widened, feeling happier after hearing Naruto gush about his brother. "Your optimism is admirable, how are you always so positive?" Naruto put his hands behind his head and said, "I believe in looking at the bright side of things. Izuku and Mom are the best things to ever happen to me. Then I meet some kick-ass friends after being accepted into the best hero school in Japan. I have a lot to be grateful for now." Momo felt a new wave of appreciation towards her classmate. That is an admirable way to view life. Naruto scratched the back of his head and looked at Momo. "I never really saw it that way, I just prefer being happy. It's actually why I want to be a hero, everyone deserves to be happy, and I intend to bring that happiness to them." "Well, I wish you the best of luck on your endeavors, you'll make a fine hero." Naruto blushed a little and he scratched his cheek. "Thanks, I'll bet that you'll be an awesome hero too." Once they finally met up with the group, Naruto got acquainted with Mina, a pink-skinned girl with black scara and yellow irises, and a pair of small curly horns on top of her messy pink hair. She was the one who whistled at him when his costume was destroyed. She was highly energetic and made fast friends with Naruto. Kaminari was a blonde boy with a black streak in his hair. Naruto recognized him as the electricity kid he faced in the heroes versus villains fight. He was pretty cool if a little dumb. Izuku looked at the time and turned to the group. "Okay guys, the train is going to arrive soon, we should hurry up and get there." The group nodded and went to the train. While they were waiting in line they heard whispers from around them. "Aren't those the kids who survived the USJ disaster? I heard that one of them was critically injured. How do you think they're holding up? It must be difficult to suffer through that." "They're so brave." Naruto rolled his eyes at the whispers. He didn't particularly like having people talk about them behind his back, even if it is praise. The others, however, blushed lightly at the praise they got from strangers. The train finally arrived and the heroes in training began to board. Mina was bouncing in excitement when the train began to move. "I can't wait to see what the past had, I love retro stuff." Kaminari was sharing in his pink-haired friend's excitement. "Yeah, I never really seen anything from before quirks were made." Naruto and Izuku's sweat dropped at the excitement. They were used to experiencing the past at this point. It's weird seeing so much excitement from their friends about something that his brother and he have grown used to. They finally arrived at their house and entered, making sure to take off their shoes. "Hey Mom, we're home. We brought some friends over, hope you don't mind." Inko came out of her room and saw her sons with a large group of their friends. She was a bit surprised but she smiled warmly. "No problem, it's a pleasure to meet your friends. I'll order some pizza for you guys. There's a new box for you guys in the closet, have fun." Naruto went to the closet and pulled out a decent-sized box. Everyone crowded around him as he cut open the tape holding the cardboard together. The first thing out of the box was a set of movies. It was something called the entire Marvel collection. "Oh, hey Izuku, they made movies out of the Marvel comics, they look cool." "Oh, I've heard of those movies. Apparently, it's like a whole universe that connects the movies," Mina said, eyes sparkling at the movies from a forgotten era. Naruto continued to pull things out of the box. "Some books, a few comics, and a couple of game systems. Once the box was empty, Naruto threw it away and looked at what they got. This was a really good yield today. You guys are lucky you came this time around. Okay, so what do you guys want to do first? Izuku asked, not what to do when company is over. Let's watch the movies. I want to see how superheroes were like before quirks were a thing. Kiroshima said he really wanted to see some superhero action. Naruto shrugged. I'm fine with that. Any objections? Once he saw that there were none, he nodded his head. Okay, I'll make some popcorn. Momo followed him to the kitchen. I'll help. Izuku started to set up the DVD player. Okay, so which movie is first? So you picked up the box and looked at the order. It's a movie called Captain America. Izuku's eyes brightened when he heard this. Really, there's a Captain America movie. I love Captain America. He's kind of like All Might. He stands for freedom and peace. He's like the leader of the Avengers and a lot of people look up to him. He has a cool shield that's basically unbreakable. He throws it around and it dash. Izuku, stop nerding out. You don't want to scare them off so quickly. Izuku stopped mid-sentence and blushed. Sorry, I just get really excited about stuff like this. Kaminari put his arm around Izuku's shoulder. No need to apologize. Nothing wrong with being a nerd. Now let's start the movie. Yeah, let's do this, Naruto said, having finished making the popcorn with Momo. The pizza came while they were watching the movie and got situated. Mina, Kiroshima, Izuku, Ida, and Achiko sat on the floor while Tsuyu, Kaminari, Momo, and Naruto sat on the couch. It's hard to imagine superheroes only being fictional, Mina said at one point in the movie. I don't think they ever could have imagined that quirks would be a common thing. Yeah, nowadays superheroes are everywhere. I can't imagine what it would be like without them, Kiroshima said, having thought something similar. Ida nodded his head. Indeed, superheroes have become an important part of our lives. Achiko nodded, still engrossed with the movie. Imagine living when the only superheroes you could see were on a TV screen. Momo nodded her head. It is a peculiar thought indeed. You should see what heroes they were able to think up. There's someone called Spider-Man that got his powers after he got bit by a radioactive spider, Superman who's basically an overpowered alien. There are even some heroes that don't have powers at all, Naruto said. They sure did have a lot of weird ideas in the past, Tsuyu said. Once the movie ended, Naruto took at the disc and looked at the time. I don't know when you guys have to leave, but I don't know if we'll be able to finish another movie. Is there anything else you want to do? Video games, Kiroshima, Mina, and Kaminari exclaimed loudly. Naruto chuckled a little at their enthusiasm and looked towards the rest of the group. Is everyone okay with that? No one had any objections, so Naruto went back to the closet to see what they should play. Let's see, we have 9 people. What to play? Oh. Naruto returned with what looked like a tablet and 8 little controllers with a safety strap connected to them. Izuku's eyes sparkled once he recognized what his brother was holding. Is that what I think it is? Yup, Naruto replied, his eyes sparkling as much as his brother's. What is it? Kiroshima said, excited but confused at the same time. It's called a Switch. It's an old Nintendo console and it has the best installment of the Super Smash Bros. Series. Yeah, we can play up to 8 players, so loser is going to have to rotate. Once they booted up the game, they watched the intro and learned how to play the game. Wow, there's like 100 characters here, Mina said, enchanted by the roster. 70 characters actually, Izuku said, as he picked Little Mac. Naruto looked at his brother with a dull expression. You always choose him, don't you want to explore other characters? Izuku huffed. I do sometimes, but I'm going to play the short, but powerful boxer. Naruto rolled his eyes. Geez, I wonder why? Izuku gave his brother a playful shove as he laughed at the green-haired boy's expense. Naruto ended up picking Shulk, blonde badass with a big sword. Why would I not choose him? He said in defense of choosing that character most of the time. Kaminari ended up picking Pikachu, Mina picked Peach, Kiroshima chose Captain Falcon, Ida picked ROB, Tsuyu picked Yoshi, and Achiko played as Kirby. Kaminari ended up losing the first game. There are so many explosions and lasers going on. How am I supposed to know when my character is off stage? Everyone laughed at Kaminari outrage. That's no excuse for dying by falling off for every life. Kaminari pouted and handed the controller to Momo. Momo was hesitant when taking the controller. I don't really play video games. I'm afraid I won't be much good, Momo confessed. Don't worry about it, Naruto said reassuringly. You'll never be as bad as Kaminari. The electric quirk user deflated at that. And besides, no one cares about winning. Just have some fun. Momo smiled and took the control, picking Zelda. Okay, I'm ready. -3 minutes later. The group stared in silence at the victory screen. Momo had not only won, but she was also able to KO each one of them at least twice. Momo smiled and looked at the group. That was fun. I can't believe I was able to win. Good game, everybody. Naruto turned to the vice class president. This was your first time playing a video game? Momo nodded. Okay then. Naruto seemed to accept the truth after a while. Kiroshima was off to the side, comforting Mina. She was just exploding everything. Then when I thought I was safe, she made a black hole that just killed us. How? Kiroshima gently patted his pink-skinned friend. It's okay, Mina, it's over now. Momo looked at the sight with a sweat drop. Did I do something wrong? Naruto shook his head and patted Momo on the back. Nah, you did awesome. I knew you'd have fun, just didn't know you'd also kick all of our butts. He smiled warmly at her. Momo blushed after seeing his smile and looked down. She wasn't stupid, she knew why she was reacting this way towards Naruto. She didn't know when, but she can safely say that she has a tiny crush on her fellow classmate. The more she talked to him, the more she admired his kindness and the way he genuinely cares for the people that are close to him. She was knocked out of her thoughts when Kaminari joined in on comforting Mina. Don't worry, Mina, I shall avenge you and take out the hacks user once and for all. That's a pretty manly challenge to take on. You sure you could handle it? With some help from you, my friend, I'm sure we can take on this challenge. That's the manliest thing you've ever said. Momo and Ida sweat dropped at this, while Achiko, Izuku, Tsuyu, and Naruto held in chuckles at the sight. They continued to play until they had to leave, only managing to take Momo down one time. Farewell, thank you for housing us. Your hospitality was greatly appreciated, Ida said, bowing down extremely low. Yeah, today was awesome, thanks a ton Mrs. Midoriya, Achiko said in her bubbly way. Yes, it was a pleasure being here, Momo said formally. Thank you for letting us joining in on today, Tsuyu said. Thanks for the pizza, Mrs. M. It was fun being here. Hopefully we can do this again, Mina, Kaminari, and Kiroshima said. Inko smiled warmly and looked at her son's friends. Don't mention it, you guys are allowed to come whenever you want. I love it that Naruto and Izuku are bringing friends over now. Be safe now. Inko sighed as she saw the students leave. It was comforting to know how many friends that her sons are making. She went back inside to see them finishing the cleanup. When they had their backs turned, she came up and hugged them. I'm so happy that my babies are making so many friends. I'm so proud of you. She began to tear up as pride began to fill her up. Mom, I think you're overreacting a bit, Naruto said, slowly being crushed to death in his mother's embrace. Yeah, Mom, we're dying, Izuku said, the life visibly being squeezed out of him. Inko let them go and tried to wipe the tears from her eyes. I'm sorry, it's just that. You guys used to only have each other, now you're finally bringing friends over and you look so happy. I just want to know how proud I am that you've grown up so much. Naruto and Izuku rubbed the back of their heads, embarrassed by their mother's praise. Inko looked at the clock and saw that it was late. Okay, that's enough of me rambling, you both go to bed, okay? I know you like to train early, so you better get some rest now, okay? Naruto and Izuku gave their mom one last hug before leaving for bed. Inko turned off the lights and smiled to herself as she went to her bedroom. I'm so proud of you, she whispered to herself. Nizu was sipping his tea as he sat across a deflated All Might. The principal had a happy-go-lucky mood about him, despite the serious atmosphere in the room. We need to talk about Naruto, Toshinori said, getting straight to the point, more specifically, his connections to All for One. Nizu sipped his tea. Yes, that tidbit of information is most concerning. What do you suggest we do with it? I don't know, it's clear Naruto isn't a villain. Are you sure about that, Toshinori? The symbol of peace glared at the principal. his words surprising and maddening him. Are you suggesting that a young student who has shown a strong drive to be a hero is working with All for One? Nizu seemed unfazed by the glare. I am simply not ruling it out as a possibility. There are many unknowns here, Toshinori. We thought the only thing we had to worry about Naruto was him occasionally losing control of his quirk, but this is way beyond what we were expecting. I refuse to believe that that young man is working with one of the worst villains I've ever faced. Let's not forget that a group of villains were somehow privy to confidential information. Someone must have leaked it. All Might stood up quickly, slamming his hands on the table. Are you seriously suggesting that Naruto is not only a villain but is also a spy? Both of the Midoriyas have shown nothing but the desire to be a hero. How can you disrespect the drive of a passionate young man? Nizu continued to sip his tea, still cool and collected. I am not saying that Naruto is a villain, Toshinori. I am simply saying that it is irrational to rule it out. For all we know, he may be a sleeper agent. Then we find a way to help him. I'll do whatever it takes to assure you that Naruto is on the right side. That's the plan. I want to help the boy as much as you do, but I'm just looking at all the possibilities. Well, how about instead of assuming that one of our students is a sleeper agent for a highly dangerous villain, you start thinking of ways to help young Midoriya through this. I have already planned to help the boy Toshinori, but we are limited in what we can do given the restrictions. Only 4 people know of the nature of Naruto's quirk, and we are sworn to secrecy. I'm arranging for a time for when we will be able to properly train Naruto in his powers. Toshinori seemed to relax a little when he heard this. That seems like the best course of action. It's the only course of action. We have to help him control this power or he could be a threat to others, and that would only support the theory that he has ties with the villains. I swear to you that I will make it work. You have my word. I'm not losing anything else to him. Toshinori finished his sentence with a fierce look of determination on his face. Nizu took one last sip of his tea. I hope you can live up to that promise. Because if not, I fear there may be no hope for Mr. Uzumaki. Villain Haida. What do you mean? Wait, sensei, don't you want the experiment as quickly as possible? A frustrated Tamura said. He was hoping to just be able and plan a capture for the experiment shortly after the failed attack. Now he was being told to wait. It means exactly what it means, Tamura. We wait longer until we make our move to get back Naruto, All for One said through the monitor. He too has been plagued with thoughts of his believed to be failed experiment. He couldn't wait to get his hands on him, but he had to think carefully about this. We have only just recently launched an attack on UA. They will no doubt be on high alert. We must plan carefully. But he could be a valuable asset, sensei. We thought that it couldn't be done, multiple quirks in one human while they keep cognitive thought, but we have proof that it is possible in our grasp. Why can't we just go capture him? Our limit break is running loose and the enemy has it. As I've already said, Tamura, we have to play it safe. I am fully aware of the implications the Naruto's existence brings up, but if we are too rash then we'll lose him forever. You should listen to him, Tamura, Kurohige said, finally deciding to speak up. If you truly want to capture him then we need to have a proper plan of attack. Tamura scratched his neck furiously as he thought, fine, but I want him as soon as possible. He's our secret weapon we never knew we had. Yes, he may prove to be a highly valuable asset. However, we'll have to find a way around his stubborn want to be a hero first. That sense of righteousness will do no good for our plans to carry out. I'm sure we'll find a way, sensei. We have to. He's too important to just let go. I am well aware of that fact, Tamura. Rest assured I have already been formulating a plan to get our unknown miracle back. Tamura smiled creepily behind the dismembered hand on his face. Okay, sensei, I can wait. As long as we get back our little pet of mass destruction. Midoriya household. Achoo! Naruto rubbed his nose as he was watching TV. Who the hell is talking about me? You okay, Naruto? Izuku said as he sat next to his brother. He decided to get out of his room and hang out in the living room. Naruto waved away his concern. Just sneezing. I guess I'm pretty popular today. Did you want to do something today? We have one more day after this of no school. I don't think so. You should be resting, right? Izuku asked. Naruto rolled his eyes in annoyance. I'm perfectly fine, Izuku. I was cleared and I am in perfect health. If I want to be a hero, then I can't let every little injury I get deter me. I know, it's just, a lot happened in a short amount of time. Don't you want to just slow down a bit? Naruto sighed and turned off the TV. He looked at his brother straight in the eyes. Life is about moving forward, Izuku. We'll be able to talk about all what happened later. No use in dwelling on it when there's nothing we can do. I guess, I just thought that we'd need time to process, like, everything, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. How can you process everything so easily? I was having trouble comprehending the All Might situation, but now it's just too much for me to grasp. Naruto just laughed, confusing his brother. I'm freaking the F out too, Izuku, but there's no use dwelling on it. What is there to gain from festering on the millions of questions that I have? We were given this time off to relax, not worry about stuff like this. I know, but it's okay to be at least a little freaked out. You were a bloody crater on the ground not even a week ago, and then you learn about All Might's secret and my secret. Not to mention the secret you've been hiding that must have been eating you up this whole time, and the trauma that you've repressed from Mom and me. Not to mention Naruto put a finger to his brother's mouth before he could continue. First off, breath. Izuku took an exaggerated breath then exhaled. Second off, that is for me to worry about. I know you're worried for me and I appreciate that, but you're making my past a burden for you. Don't worry yourself like this, we can rely on each other now. Let's just take the time we have and relax. Izuku took a minute to absorb what his brother just said and laid back. He closed his eyes and breathed in. His brother was right, he was being too worried. Naruto was going through the same inner turmoil that he was suffering, but he was handling it noticeably better. He opened his eyes and said, "Okay, I just don't know how to relax. Do you want to call everyone again?" Naruto gained a smirk. "Nah, I have something even better in mind. Follow me." Izuku gained a skeptical look. "Where are we going?" "We'll worry about that later. Izuku and I are going out somewhere." "Okay, sweetie, text me when you're coming back." Izuku was still confused but conceded and followed his brother out the door. As they were walking, Izuku kept asking his brother where they were going, but only received "you'll see" or "just wait" as answers. Izuku stopped asking after many failed attempts and continued the trek in silence. Not even 5 minutes later, Naruto asked a question out of the blue. "You like Achiko, right?" Izuku stopped walking and his face erupted to an unnatural hue of red. "I asked that all of a sudden." Naruto didn't stop walking and shrugged. "I make fun of you about it, but I don't actually know if you like her or not." Izuku was still flustered, but he managed to point at his brother once he caught up to Naruto. "I won't say anything until you admit that you like Momo." Naruto, still unfazed, just looked at his brother. "Yeah, a little." If it was possible, Izuku was floored even more before he gained a deadpan look. "I don't know why I wasn't expecting a direct answer. Why do you like her?" "Her hair is cool, I like her eyes, she's like super smart, and she's a natural at video games. What's there not to like?" Izuku nodded. "I see. Wait, fair is fair. Do you like Achiko?" Izuku gained a faint blush again and said, "Yeah, I like Achiko. She's really fun and I like talking to her. I think she's my first real crush." Naruto smirked a little. "Knew it. You said that you didn't know." "Irrelevant." Naruto suddenly stopped and looked around before nodding. "Okay, we're here." Izuku looked around to find that his brother and he were in an open field. "Wait, what was that whole questioning about?" "So that you'd stop asking where we were going." Izuku pouted at that and glared at his brother as he mumbled under his breath, "All that embarrassment for nothing." Naruto went to the middle of the field and turned to his brother. "Okay, Izuku, I brought you here for one thing only. I think it's time I show my quirks." Izuku's mood took a complete 180 and there seemed to be sparkles in his eyes. "Really? I can't wait, they sound so cool." Naruto puffed out his chest with pride. "I know, I'm awesome. I'll show the first one, clone." Naruto closed his eyes and focused. He crossed his fingers perpendicularly. Izuku noticed the pose and giggled a little. That was the pose Menma did in their favorite anime. Naruto heard and opened one eye. "Shut up, it helps me focus." Naruto went back to concentrating before a cloud of smoke erupted. When the smoke cleared, Izuku saw 6 Narutos standing before him. He went up to one and poked it all around, seeing if it was tangible. The clone rose an eyebrow. "What are you doing?" Izuku screamed and stood straight up. "They can talk. This is just like ectoplasm's quirk." The OG Naruto shook his head. "Not quite. I can't change the size of my clones. Also, I don't believe I have a limit on the amount I can make, but I don't have the control to make a ton without spending too much energy. They go down in one hit, but they have all my abilities and I get the memories they do. It's pretty annoying getting all that info mid-fight, but I've learned how to handle it." "You get their memories?" Izuku asked, intrigued. Naruto nodded his head. He turned away from Izuku and said, "Hold up a number, then destroy the clone." Izuku put up 2 fingers in front of a clone's face before punching it with 5% power. Shortly after, Naruto said, "You held up 2 fingers and then destroyed it with a punch." Izuku looked at his brother amazed. "That's so cool. You could use that for so many things like recon, distractions, bait, and you could also fight alongside them, or use them to extend combos, or dash." "Izuku," Naruto yelled, stopping his brothers. Mutterings, "I know. You don't think I thought of all that. I have other things to show you." Izuku bashfully scratched his head and chuckled. "Sorry, show me the other one." Naruto nodded his head towards the clones and they all dispelled. He shook his head lightly to get rid of the small headache that came and prepared to use his next quirk. "Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you this next quirk. Let's hear it for Razor Wind." As Naruto said that, a tornado was conjured around him. Izuku was actually blasted back a bit by the force of the winds. He looked closely to see how fast it was spinning and gulped. He had a feeling that he'd be shredded to pieces if he got any closer to that. The tornado died down and Naruto was grinning as he saw his brother's shocked face. He had a few cuts on his shirt and shorts, but nothing too bad. If that shocks you, then you are not prepared for this. Izuku was gonna ask what his brother meant before Naruto turned to a tree and raised his arm. He had his pointer and middle finger raised before swiftly bringing it down diagonally. Nothing happened for a few seconds before the top half of the tree slowly slid off the bottom half. Izuku's mouth was agape. He couldn't believe his brother had 3 powerful quirks. In his mind, Naruto took a drastic lead in the race for number 1. He would have to work 3 times as hard if he wanted to be a contender for the best hero in the world. Izuku was knocked out of his stupor when he heard his brother. "So, what do you think? I've far from mastered any of my quirks, but I think I'm making good progress." Izuku beamed at his brother. "That was awesome. I can't wait to fight you once you master your quirks. It's going to be one heck of a fight." Naruto smirked. "Itching to lose so soon, bro." Izuku copied his smirk. "You're going to be the one losing." Naruto stuck out his hand. "Fine, then, it's agreed. Once we master our power, we'll have a fight for the ages." Izuku took his hand and squeezed. "We'll see who's really number 1 then." So with that, the boys proceeded to head home, with a renewed vigor in their ever-running contest to become the number 1 hero. The school was back in session and the students of Class 1A were waiting to see who would be teaching them for now. The bell had already rung and there was still no sign of their substitute. "Where's the teacher? Not that I'm complaining or anything. But like, shouldn't teachers be here before the bell?" a bored Naruto said. "We are just recovering from an attack. It would make sense if things were to function a bit slower than normal," Momo said in response. Further discussion was halted when the door opened and in stepped a very mummified homeroom teacher. The whole class was silent as he went to the front of the class and began to speak. "Okay, class, I hope you all relaxed on your break. You've all had time to calm your minds, so we'll get right B-dash." Naruto stood up in the middle of his sentence and pointed at Aizawa. "Okay, so are you just going to gloss over the fact that you are now a mummy? I'm not the only one seeing this, right?" Aizawa looked at Naruto, or at least moved his head in Naruto's general direction. "I am perfectly capable of teaching a class, Mr. Uzumaki. I will need to halt my hero duties, but Recovery Girl gave me the go-ahead to continue being the homeroom teacher for 1A. So you get injured to the point where they mummify you, and you're allowed to walk around like nothing. I get a few scrapes and I'm not allowed to leave the bed for a week," Naruto said, irritated. Izuku looked up at his brother. "Naruto, you were unconscious for 3 hours. Recovery Girl said you were legally dead for 5 minutes. We're lucky that you're alive. Your healing factor is the only reason you're here right now. Momo nodded her head. I must agree with Izuku, your injuries were quite severe. Resting for an extended amount of time was the proper course of action. Traitors, Naruto grumbled as he sat back down, glaring at his supposed friends. If people will stop interrupting, Aizawa continued, I will cut to the chase and tell you guys the news. UA Academy has come to a unanimous decision. The students tensed up, mentally preparing themselves for the news. The UA Sports Festival is happening as scheduled. The class collectively sighed in relief, a normal school thing for once. Ida, ever the proper scholar, raised his hand, waved it rapidly to get Aizawa's attention. Sensei, do you not think that this festival is happening at an improper time? The attack was but a week ago. That was a major concern for us too, Ida. However, this festival is too important to the spirit of this school that we could not just cancel it. Not to mention that this is an excellent opportunity for you guys to get scouted by hero agencies. The class seemed to accept that answer and class went on as usual. When lunch came around, everyone talked amongst themselves about the upcoming festival. Kaminari was talking to Shiro before they noticed Achiko standing next to them with an intense look on her face. How's it going, Achiko? Kaminari said awkwardly. Achiko's response was to raise her fist in the air and say, I'm going to give it my all. Kaminari and Shiro looked at each other nervously. Okay. Achiko turned to another group of students with her fists still raised. I'm going to give it my all. The entire class only looked at each other confused, but for the most part, ignored Achiko's intensity. Once Achiko seemed to calm down, she joined the Midoriya brothers, Ida, and Momo as they walked to the cafeteria. Naruto turned to the bubbly girl shortly after they began their walk. So Achiko, what was that whole, I'm going to give it my all thing about? Don't get me wrong, I love the energy, but that was pretty intense. Achiko bashfully rubbed the back of her head. I'm just really excited. This is going to be a huge step towards becoming a hero. This sparked a question in our favorite green-haired teen. Why do you want to become a hero, Achiko? Achiko stopped walking and scratched the back of her head even faster. It sounds bad, she mumbled. Can't be that bad, Naruto said. After a few moments of deep thought, Achiko looked up and said, money. There was silence for a few minutes before Naruto laughed. You think that's bad? What's wrong with wanting to be rich? As long as people are being saved. Achiko blushed a little and stopped rubbing her head. It's not that. My parents run a construction business and it hasn't been doing too well. We've been struggling financially for a while now. Wouldn't your quirk drastically reduce the cost of construction? Ida said factually. That's what I tell them, but they say that I should stay in school and not worry about them. So I want to be able to make lots of money and help them live comfortably, Achiko said, determination in her eyes. That's a pretty honorable reason to become a hero if you ask me, Achiko. You simply want to help your parents? Momo said. Yeah, you're helping people because you want to be able to help more people. What's wrong about that? Naruto added on. Achiko looked at her friends shocked. But other people have more noble reasons to be heroes. I seem selfish in comparison. You have the most practical reason for being a hero than anyone, Izuku said, genuinely impressed by Achiko's ambition. Achiko smiled wide when she heard the praise from her friends. Thanks, guys. Before the group continued walking, All Might came slid in front of the group bowing. I am here in a completely normal fashion. All Might, the group exclaimed, surprised to see the number one hero in front of them. Young Midoriyas, All Might held up a wrapped bento box. Would you like to join me for lunch? Yes, both brothers said with stars in their eyes. They waved goodbye to their friends and continued to the cafeteria. Naruto and Izuku have a closer relationship to All Might than I thought, Ida said, speaking his mind out loud. Yeah, they seem closer to him than the rest of us. Who would have thought they'd be the teacher's pet? Achiko said, chuckling a little. Unbeknownst to them, their conversation caught the attention of a particular heterochromatic student with red and white hair. With All Might, Toshinori was sipping tea as he sat across from the brothers. Naruto was staring intently at Small Might, trying to comprehend that the deflated man in front of him was the symbol of peace. Izuku told me you got smaller when you weren't in hero mode, but this is more than I was expecting, Naruto remarked. Izuku tensed when he heard that and punched his brother in the arm. He glared at him. What the heck, don't insult All Might like that. Toshinori laughed. No offense taken, young Midoriya. It's a completely rational reaction. Never mind that, I need to discuss some things with you guys. Specifically you, Naruto. Is this about my training? Naruto said. Yes, the principal and I have helped to devise a training regime to help you control your quirks. We've also decided that you should not show off your extra quirks at the sports festival. It would raise too many questions. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. Makes sense. Your training starts tomorrow, so make sure you are properly prepared. Naruto nodded his head, excited to train with the number one hero. Okay, now young Midoriya. Both brothers gave him their full attention. Toshinori sweat dropped at that. I need to stop doing that. I'm sorry. I mean Izuku. The green-haired teen internally died at hearing his idol call him by his first name. You also need to up your training. The sports festival is going to be important for making your debut as a hero. I'm sorry, but I will not be able to help you a lot with your training. How much of one for all can you handle? I can handle 8% comfortably, and I can go 10% for a little while, but it puts a lot of strain on my body, not enough to break it. Toshinori nodded his head in approval. That is some good progress. I trust you're able to concoct your own training before the festival. I will suggest looking into making up some ranged attacks. Close combat will only get you so far. Izuku nodded. I understand, All Might, and I'll see what to do about ranged attacks. Okay, that's what I wanted to discuss with you fine gentlemen. I look forward to you guys using the sports festival to exemplify your plus ultra spirit. We won't let you down, All Might, the brothers said simultaneously. The bell sounded and the brothers were forced to say goodbye to their favorite hero. The symbol of peace waved goodbye to the heroes in training. When they were gone, he grew serious and went to a computer. He went to a file titled All for One and opened it. It contained a plethora of information about the villain that crippled him. I promise I'm going to find you all for one. You've ruined too many lives. After school. Okay, what the F dash, an irritated Naruto said. If I had a nickel for every time I wanted to leave or enter this school but couldn't cause some fuckers wouldn't let me, I'd have like 2 or 3 nickels. That doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a hell of a lot more times than normal. The source of Naruto's irritation was the group of students from various classes crowding the exit for Class 1. Bakugo took the more aggressive route and pushed ahead to the front of the class. They're just a bunch of extras trying to scout out the competition. All they need to do is get out of my way. Bakugo's path was blocked by a sleepy-looking kid with purple hair. Off insomniac. The purple-haired student ignored the explosive teen. You should be careful about the way you act. They say that if you do well in the festival, you could transfer from general classes to the hero courses. I came here to tell you that I am declaring war on your class. I intend to take my rightful spot on the hero course. Bakugo was about to blow up on the kid before he was shoved to the back by Naruto. He smiled at the purple-haired boy and held out a hand. Sorry about him, good luck on getting into the hero course. Be warned though, we intend to fight tooth and nail to keep our spots here. The student was taken aback a bit by Naruto's friendliness. He scoffed shortly after and ignored his hand. Just be warned, that's all I came here to tell you guys. He's a piece of work, Naruto thought. Say that to my face, dipshit. You're either retarded or brain dead if you think you could beat me, yelled our resident explosive blonde. Shortly after the outburst, a student with silver hair and eyebrows that seemed to circle 2/3 of his eyes. I just wanted to come here to see the class that defeated actual villains. I didn't expect to see some condensing brats that think they're better than the rest of us. Don't think that having one decent guy makes you any better. Naruto looked at his fellow student blankly for a few silent moments. Who are you? This caused the student to be floored. I'm from Class 1B, and I don't appreciate how your class thinks they're better than us. Okay, Bakugo thinks like that, and no one likes him. There was a distant hey heard from the back of Class 1A, and if you only came here to tell us that you don't like us, then you're wasting your time. If you wanted to see us, we have lunch at the same time. Now if you will kindly get out of our way so that we can leave, that would be great. The student from Class 1B left, disgruntled, and was shortly followed by the rest of the crowd. When they were all out of sight, Naruto let out a disgruntled sigh. Just once, can we leave the school and people don't bother us? This is getting ridiculous. Also, Blue Bomber, can you not antagonize the world for one goddamn second? Bakugo just put his hands in his pocket and scoffed. Who gives a DMN what people think about us? All we need to worry about is beating them at the sports festival. You know what, I could get behind that logic, Naruto said, shocking his brother to his core along with others in the class. But that's beside the point, you can't go making enemies with everyone in the DMN school. Make enemies with whoever you want in your personal life, but don't wrap the class up in your bullshit. Bakugo leveled a glare at the whiskered blonde. You don't tell me what to do, asshat. I'll act the way I want. Whatever happens, isn't my FING problem. Again, do what you want, just make sure you don't. Bullshit, Naruto said, as he inched towards the explosive teen. Step closer and see what happens, you whiskered son of a beach, Bakugo said threateningly. I already know what's going to happen if I get closer to you. I'm going to beat your butt just like the last time we fought, or did you already forget? Naruto said, eyes turning red. Just like you to brag over a lucky win, Bakugo said. Luck had nothing to do with it, asswipe, Naruto said, still inching closer to the other blonde. Momo saw where this was going and decided to interject. Naruto, don't escalate things even further. Let's just leave. School is over. Naruto looked at Momo, then at Bakugo before turning around. Okay, fine. Let's go. As they were leaving, Bakugo scoffed and left. DM and extras, they keep popping up. This festival will show them to treat me with the respect I deserve. Naruto was grumbling as he was walking towards the station with his friends. Kiroshima approached the whiskered blonde cautiously. Are you okay, bro? You kind of blew up on Bakugo back there. No pun intended. I'm fine. Just been a little stressed lately. Bakugo just presses all the wrong buttons, Naruto said. Momo chimed in. You shouldn't let him get to you like that, he's just a person. Yeah, also you get kind of scary when you're mad, so you said. I thought that you were going to throw down with Bakugo right then and there, Mina said. Kaminiari nodded in agreement. Yeah dude, it looked like you were prepared to murder him if he so much as moved. Naruto took a large exhale as he stood up higher. I know, I've just been stressed. The training will help me blow off some steam. Ida chopped his arm up and down in the air as he interjected. There must be better ways to handle your anger than training. As our class representative, you must lead by example and handle situations diplomatically. Naruto rubbed his head. I know, Ida, I know. There's just been a lot going on in my head lately. Are you okay, Naruto? You can talk to us if you're going through tough times, Momo said, concern written on her face. Naruto turned to his friends. Look, guys, thanks for the concern, but I'm fine. Bakugo just got on my nerves today. I'm grateful that you all care about me that much, I really am. However, I'll tell you what I told Izuku, I'm handling what happened at the USJ perfectly well, and I know that's what you're all concerned about. The collective wince from the group confirmed his suspicions. You don't need to fret over me so much. All you need to worry about is training for the sports festival. As your class rep, I expect the best out of all of you. Okay, Naruto, I'll follow in your manly footsteps and make you proud, a pumped-up Kiroshima said. The train came in at this moment. Okay, let's go, Izuku. We'll see you all later. When they were on the train, Izuku looked at his brother. Don't you ever feel bad about lying to them? They're worried about you and they want to help. Can't you just tell them some of your problems so that they could help you out? We can't tell them anything, Izuku, you know that. We can help each other, too many people are already wrapped up in this. Izuku sighed. I know, Naruto, it's just, I think you need to talk to people. All you do is let me vent to you, which I appreciate, but you need help too. Izuku, you know I speak mind at all times. So I mean it when I say that I'm fine. I'm okay with hearing about your problems and I appreciate your concern. I'll admit that I haven't been in the proper headspace lately, but I only blew up because of Bakugo. I just need some rest and I'll be okay. Izuku looked at his brother with worry. Okay, Naruto, just promise me you'll talk to me or anybody when it's too much to handle. Naruto gave his brother an appreciative smile. I promise Izuku, thanks. Anytime. The boys arrived home to see their mom knitting in the living room. She looked up when she heard them enter and smiled. Hello, sweeties. Hey, Mom. How was school? It was fine. Not a lot happened today. A bunch of students didn't let us leave after school was over, Izuku said as he took off his backpack. What? Why? Inko said as she put down her knitting needles. Turns out you become pretty popular when you survive a villain invasion, Naruto said as he went towards his room. I'm going to rest for a best, I'm tired. Is he alright? He usually goes to the kitchen when he comes home, Inko said, worry on her face. Izuku smiled to ease his mother's nerves. He's fine, he just had a confrontation with Kacchan today. Inko furrowed her brow. Do I have to call Mitsuki again? I thought Katsuki would shape up after getting into UA. Izuku was quick to calm his mother. No, it's fine. Everyone's just pumped up because of the sports festival. Naruto's fine, honest. Inko looked at the closed door with a conflicted look. Okay, just make sure you tell me when he needs help. He went through a lot and I'm worried about him. Izuku put a comforting hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, Mom, I'll make sure he's okay. Inko's eyes were watery as she hugged her son. You guys are such good brothers. It makes me so happy that you two have each other. Izuku awkwardly patted his mom's back. Yeah, Mom, we're happy we have each other too. You two better not be crying about me out there, came the muffled voice of the whiskered teen. I just love you two so much, Inko said, still crying. There were a few seconds of silence. I love you too. The night rolled around and the brothers prepared to sleep. Naruto threw a pillow at his brother to get his attention. You don't have to throw a pillow at me if you want my attention. I'm literally 5 feet away from you. Naruto ignored his brother's statement. The sports festival is in 2 weeks, correct? Yeah. That's 2 weeks to train. I don't think I can control my quirk that quickly. Izuku sat on his bed facing his brother. No one expects you to, Naruto. Any progress is good progress. We just don't want you to fear your power anymore. It's not your fault it looks villainous. Naruto winced and Izuku mentally kicked himself. His brother is finally talking to him and he said the worst thing he could at the moment. That's not what I meant. It's okay, I know what you mean, Naruto reassured his brother. It's just, I wanted to hurt All Might back at USJ. Who else would I hurt if I lose control? Izuku went to sit next to his brother. All Might and the principal are helping you so that never happens again. You're a good person at heart, I've lived with you long enough to know that. But I lose myself when I get lost in my quirk. How can I call myself a good person when my primal instinct is to cause harm? If you weren't a good person then you wouldn't think that way. You want to help people, Naruto. Your hero spirit alone sets you apart from those villains. As long as you stick with your training you'll be fine, I'm sure of it. Naruto let what his brother said sink in and gave a small smile. Thanks, Izuku. This, talking about your feelings, stuff is really helpful. I knew I could count on you. Izuku shared his brother's grin. I meant it when I said anytime. Now let's sleep, I'm dog-tired. The brothers gave each other one last good night before succumbing to the sweet release of sleep. Be safe, I'm going to be watching every second on the TV, I'll also record the whole thing. Have fun, but also make sure you don't give me a heart attack, Inko said as she gave her sons their breakfast. We're going to be fine, Mom. Have we ever worried you before? Naruto said with a grin. Inko gave her son a blank look. Okay, I see your point. We'll be okay, the staff won't let us get too injured. Yeah, no one ever dies during the sports festival, Izuku said. Inko put a hand over her mouth. I never said anything about you guys dying. Oh my goodness, what if this is the first year that happens? I couldn't imagine what I would if you guys left me. Oh no, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. How dangerous is the festival? Naruto gave his brother a deadpan stare. Yeah, mention death to our worrywart mother, he whispered. I wasn't thinking. Naruto looked at the time. Oh, let's get going. I will not be late today. Bye, Mom. Inko dumbly waved as she was still in her muttering storm. Izuku slowly got up and waved goodbye to his mom. School. As the brothers made their way into the school, they marveled at the souped-up security around the premises. Naruto whistled. Damn, it is not kid around with this sports festival. It is considered to be the most important event for the hero course. It makes sense they'll keep it guarded. I get it. Don't want another USJ thing to happen. Izuku shuddered at the memory. You have got to stop mentioning that. Not if everyone keeps reacting like that. It's funny, in some twisted sort of way, Naruto said with his trademark foxy grin. Izuku glared at his brother but stopped once they got to the waiting room. He looked at his brother. Oh, Naruto. Are you ready? Once we go through this door, we will be official rivals to win the FES-. Izuku's speech was cut short when Naruto opened the door. Sup guys, you pumped? Hell yeah I am, I'm going to show the world how manly I am. Izuku slumped down a bit. No speech I guess. Achiko saw the brothers entered and began to bounce. Hey guys. Can you believe that we're going to be on TV? I'm so nervous, but also very excited. Before they could respond to the bubbly girl, they heard a very distinct shout. Class representative, Ida sped up to the blonde. Are you prepared to give your speech for today? Naruto looked at him confused. What speech? No one told me about a speech. Yes, you were, multiple times. Naruto turned to Izuku. Is he serious? Yeah, Mr. Aizawa told you. Oh, hello Naruto. I can't wait for your speech, Momo said when she noticed her group of friends. Again, I do not remember being told about a speech. Flashback. Naruto was extremely focused trying to balance his pencil on the tip of his finger while Aizawa was at the front of the class. Okay, there are some things you'll need to know for this festival. Naruto, since you were one of the top scorers for the entrance exam and the class rep, you'll be giving a speech at the beginning of the festival. Naruto dropped his pencil and looked up. What? Sure, I'll do the thing. This kid is screwed, isn't he? Naruto was eating ramen at lunch while his friends talked around him. Achiko turned to Naruto with a big grin. So Naruto, how's your speech coming along? Naruto took an extra big slurp of his noodles. So good. That's nice to hear. Naruto was walking with Momo as he was looking through his phone. He came across an article about Izuku and his favorite anime being renewed for another season. So how do you think people are going to like your speech, Naruto? It must be a lot of pressure. This is gonna rock so hard. Naruto said enthusiastically. I can't wait, you seem really confident. Flashback and, well sheet. Izuku patted his brother on the back. You'll be fine, you wing stuff all the time. Yeah, you're right. I don't need a plan for anything. That's not what I mean. Yup, no need to prepare for anything. I give up. While the group of friends was talking amongst themselves, they were approached by a red and white-haired boy. Midoriya's. The brothers turned towards him. I'm pretty sure I would be able to beat both of you. Naruto glared at the dual quirk user. Dem be fighting words, you Canadian flag-looking emo. Todoroki ignored the comment. I've been training to be a hero for years. I'm confident my experience can trump yours. Izuku and Naruto looked at each other. He has no idea, does he? They thought at the same time. However, All Might seems to be supporting you guys. Despite that, I plan to defeat you both during the festival, that is all. Todoroki moved to leave the room. Hey, Todoroki turned to see the green Midoriya calling for him. There's no doubt you have a lot of potential, but you are not the only one with the drive to be a hero. We accept your challenge, we're all aiming for the top. Naruto looked at his brother with pride. He slapped him on the back. Good job Izuku, you made a cool speech. That's normally my thing, but I'll give you a pass this time. Izuku's sweat dropped. It'd be cooler if you didn't say anything else. The bell rang and the class began to line up. There was a strong aura of excitement as the class walked out in the open. They were met with copious amounts of applause once the audience. And there is the class that survived a scuffle with actual villains. Class 1A, came the booming voice of Present Mike. They settled on the festival stadium with the other classes. Also on the stadium was a rather interesting figure standing prominently with a whip in hand. Introducing the activities for today's festival and also refereeing, the 18-plus hero Midnight. Midnight cracked her whip and liked her whips. I'm very excited to referee for this year's sports festival. Before we begin, we have a speech from our student representative, Naruto Uzumaki Midoriya. Naruto walked up to the podium with a confident smirk on his face. Once he reached the microphone, he grabbed it off of its stand. I'm going to make this quick, 'cause I want to get to competing. This caused some people in the crowd to giggle. I see a lot of cool people with tons of cool quirks. I can't see the future, but I'm positive that this is going to be on hell of a sports festival. I guess the best thing to put it is, everyone here is going to make this festival plus ultra. The crowd erupted in applause, pumped up by Naruto's speech. Even the other students were pumped up. As Naruto went to his class, he was praised for successfully pumping up the crowd. Kiroshima gave him a fist bump. That was a pretty manly speech, Naruto. Did you come up with that in the waiting room? Naruto shook his head. Nope, I just said words until I could yell plus ultra. People love that phrase. Ida chopped his hand up and down frequently when he heard that. You should have put more forethought in your speech. You can't rely on one phrase to ignite excitement in others. Naruto shrugged. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Their attention went to Midnight once she cracked her whip. Okay, now that we're all properly aroused, let's hop right into the first event. She waved her whip at the wall, and it quickly transformed into a gate. The screen behind her flashed yellow and she announced the first event. Our preliminary round will be the obstacle course. It's a 4-kilometer race around the perimeter of the stadium. But watch out, we've left a few dangers blocking your path. Now get in position. The students readied themselves at the newly formed gate. Everything is fair game as long as you stay on track, Midnight said as she straightened her whip. Everyone goes when the green light goes on. Start. Todoroki extended his right arm, mist forming around the appendage. I'll finish this right off the bat. The red light flashed. Bakugo glared at the Midoriya brothers and Todoroki as he cracked his knuckles. I'll show you extras that you should stay where you belong. The yellow light flashed. Naruto's eyes flashed red as Izuku crackled with green electricity. I'm going to be number 1. The green light flashed. And that's it for the chapter. We'll continue the sports festival next time. Just kidding, can you imagine if I actually did that? Everything immediately went to shit. Every student was piled up in the hallway as they tried to trample one another. That ceased, however, when the ground became encased in ice, trapping most of the students. And Todoroki freezes half the students in one move. How efficient. What the hell? Hey! Todoroki ignored the exclamations as he ran ahead. How unfortunate, the hallway is the first filter. Don't get ahead of yourself, Todoroki, Momo shouted as she created a pole to avoid the attack. You think I'll go down that quickly, Aisehat? Bakugo roared as he flew over the competition with explosions. More students trickled out of the hallway, using different ways to escape Todoroki's trap. In their own quirky ways. Heh, no one thought of going on the ceiling, thought a smug Naruto as he used his claws to grip to the top of the hallway, now covered in a single tail's worth of energy. His musings were stopped when he turned his head and saw Hugh crawling ahead, and some kid with a headband who seemed to be combining his feet with the ceiling with each step. Never mind. Once he saw the exit, he jumped out and landed next to his brother while running on all fours. He looked up at his brother while they were running. How did you get through so fast? Izuku stayed looking ahead. Super strength helps you get through crowds. Their conversation was cut short when they saw the looming figures of the 0-point robots from the entrance exam. How does this school pay for this sheet? Here's our first obstacle, Robo Inferno. Todoroki's right side began to emit cold mist. I was hoping for something more. He swiped his arm up towards the robots. Since my old man is watching. In an instant, many of the robots and a couple 0-pointers were immediately frozen over. He didn't wait to marvel at the scale of his attack as he ran past the robots. God damn, Todoroki is not messing around, marveled Naruto. The marveling stopped, however, when the robots tipped over and landed with a mighty thud. Kiroshima emerged from one of the downed robots with a mighty roar. God damn, Todoroki, what if someone else was crushed under the robot? I think I'm the only one that could have survived. With a mighty roar, the silver-haired kid from Class 1B emerged from the fallen robot, now in a nice silvery color. God damn, Class 1. What if someone else was crushed under the robot? I think I'm the only one that could have survived. The two boys looked at each other and blinked. Kiroshima gained a downtrodden look. Ah, come on, a copycat. I have trouble standing out as is. Naruto looked to his side as Momo made a cannon to blow up one of the robots. Everyone is going overkill today. 3 tails began to cover. Naruto as he grinned, I like it. You better catch up Izuku. Izuku looked as his brothers sped ahead, going between the gaps of the 0-pointer's legs. He sighed, of course, his brother would go all out at the beginning. He upped the percentage of 1 for all to 10%. It shouldn't take me long to finish the race in this mode. I can't let him beat me. Bakugo saw the brothers pass the robots as he blew his way up above the robots. Those demon nerds, I'll show them that I'm the strongest. Todoroki got to the fall. He prepared to his right side as frost began to form on the tight ropes before he felt a gust of wind, then a blur of red and green past him. Hopping from each platform to the next with precision. His eyes widened once he realized that the blurs were the Midoriya brothers. They're faster than I was expecting. Maybe beating them won't be so easy. Look at this, it seems as though the Midoriyas have taken the lead. Guess we know who are the prime contenders to win, don't we, Aizawa? You really shouldn't be so biased in your commentary, present Mike, aboard, Aizawa said. Naruto looked to his brother. Wanna know what I love about my quirk, bro? Izuku kept his eyes trained ahead as he answered, what? Naruto grinned. I have excellent control over my tails. Why are you telling me that no dash? Izuku's question was cut short when he suddenly tripped and fell due to his brother wrapping one of his legs with his extra appendage, rolling a few feet as he did so. Naruto laughed as he ran ahead. Now it's just a clear shot to the finish line. Now time for the final obstacle, the minefield. The what now? Naruto asked aloud as he continued towards the finish line. His question was answered rather quickly when the ground started to blow up in clouds of pink smoke. Izuku smirked a bit when he saw that. Retribution, he stood up and charged up 8%. Can't beat him now. No need to overexert myself. The mines we have placed aren't enough to kill, but they're not exactly harmless, Aizawa commented. Naruto grinned as he powered through the explosions. This ain't shit. I've already beat someone that had weak but explosions. Back at the fall, Bakugo grew more sad as he flew over the pit. Why do I have a feeling that Naruto is pissing me off? I'll just kick his butt after the race. Look how cool he is. Powering through those explosions like a champ. Naruto grinned as he passed through the final explosions and the finish line was in sight. His grin widened, if that was possible, as he crossed the finish line. He was vaguely aware of his brother crossing shortly after him. And we have the first place finisher of our first event, Naruto Uzumaki Midoriya. Naruto grinned and flashed a thumbs up towards the crowd, reveling in the cheers he was receiving. He looked towards his brother and flashed him a cocky grin. Ha, I beat you. You cheated. All's fair in love and war. Do you even know what that means? It means that I won. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose. You're impossible at times, but good job on getting first. The brothers watched as the rest of the students began to finish. Todoroki taking third place, followed shortly by Bakugo, who seemed extra mad for some reason. The rest of the students trickled in and they were allowed a short break. How do I get 7th in a race of all things? I'm so uncool, Ida said as he took off his glasses. Achiko bounced up to our favorite pair of brothers. You guys were so cool. Once minute I saw you, the next minute you went like whoosh and you were gone. You even got the top scores in the race. Thanks, you didn't do too bad yourself, Achiko. 17th place is pretty high, Izuku said, slightly blushing from her praise. I did alright. I still have a long way to go before I catch up to you and Naruto. Where is Naruto anyway? He's right, he dash. Not again, Izuku said as he noticed his brother left him alone with his crush, again. Huh, Izuku always falls for that, Naruto said aloud as he went to find his friends. Naruto, good job on getting first place, I forgot how fast you are. Naruto turned around to see Momo walking towards him. It's no biggie, I knew this race was going to be a cinch. Naruto, you got first, I expected nothing less from you. You keep proving to me how manly you are. It inspires the shit out of me, Kiroshima said once he found his whiskered friend. Thanks Kiroshima. You did pretty well too, you got 10th right? Kiroshima grinned. Yeah, I beat my copycat too. Naruto, there you are. Midnight is about to announce the next activity, hurry. Izuku said once he found his brother. Midnight cracked her whip once she had the students' attention. Now let's see the second activity for today's festival. The screen cycled through options before stopping. A cavalry battle with the top 42 contenders from the preliminary. Those at the top will suffer more. You'll hear that a lot at UA because that's plus ultra means. So, Naruto Midoriya, who placed first, is worth 10 million points. Everyone turned to glare at Naruto but stopped themselves when they saw his maniacal grin, a dark aura surrounding him. Everyone will come after me. Everyone. So many people for me to fight. Bring it on, cowards. Everyone took a step back from him. He's supposed to be scared. You guys can form teams up to 4 people. There will be one rider who rides of his or her teammates. Your point value will be determined by the total amount of points of each person in your team. The rider will wear a headband signifying their point total. It must be worn on your neck or above. The goal is to steal the headbands from other teams. Having all your points taken away or falling down does not disqualify you from the competition. Your quirks are allowed, but this is a cavalry battle, so no purposely trying to knock down the other teams. Bakugo huffed when she said that. There goes my options. You have 15 minutes to make a team, so start mingling. Immediately students began to gather around the top contenders, sans Naruto. I'll be on your team. Know me, I'm more valuable. Bakugo sneered at his peers before turning to a large student with big lips. Sato, your quirk makes you strong and stupid when you eat sugar, right? Yeah. You're going to be carrying me. I need someone to tank through my explosions, and there's no way in hell I'm teaming with extras from other classes. Bakugo firmly grabbed him by the arm and pulled him to find others. Sato didn't know if he should be flattered or scared of the explosive teen choosing him. Kiroshima went to the green Midoriya and firmly patted his back. Hey Deku, want a team? I want to help you in your manly rivalry against your brother, and Todoroki, I guess. I have a pretty solid defense to help you. Izuku grinned. That would be cool. Your quirk would be great for tanking the heavy hitters. Now to find someone with mobility. He turned around to see his bubbly friend bounding to him. Hey Deku, want a team? It could be fun. My quirk can help carry the rider's weight. Izuku nodded, his team slowly forming around him. I want to add Ida, but he's off with Todoroki. We need someone with good attacking power and range. His eyes fell on a lonely bird-headed boy and he grinned. He found his team. Ding, why is finding a team this hard? Naruto thought as he attempted to form a team, but was ignored by his peers. Hey, you finished first, right? You're the one worth 10 million points. Naruto looked to the source of the voice and saw a girl with short pink hair and yellow eyes with crosshairs in the middle of them. Can I team with you? You'll be a great way to showcase my babies. All eyes will be on you. Babies? Naruto asked. It's what I call my inventions. They can be extremely useful to you during the battle. It's a win-win. Naruto pondered for a little before nodding. Yeah, that could be good. Now to see if there is anyone else who wants to team. Naruto, there you are. Do you have room for one more? Momo said as she approached the whiskered blonde. You want a team? Not intimidated by my 10 million points, Naruto said, slightly surprised. I'm not worried about that. We make a great team, Momo said with a smile. Well, welcome to the team, Momo. Mei looked at the duo. Oh, if this is like a couple thing, I don't wish to intrude. I can go to another heavy hitter. Momo's face lit up in a blush. No, it's nothing like that. Yeah, we just made a good team during a test we did in class, Naruto said, seemingly unfazed. Mei nodded. Okay then, I'm going to show my babies to the world. The students turned towards Midnight when they heard the distinct crack of a whip. Okay, that's time, students. Everyone get in the arena and saddle up. Naruto looked around and smiled. Tokoyami. Didn't know my brother would shoot to have him on his team. Interesting. Izuku locked eyes with his brother and sent him a challenging smirk. I'm going to win this one, Naruto. Everyone tensed up as Midnight began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Start. Start. Immediately most of the teams went straight towards Team Naruto. Knew they would go for us. Momo flashbang. Naruto yelled. Immediately he closed his eyes and covered his ears, as did Mei in preparation. On it, Momo said as she made multiple flashbangs from her stomach. They landed and all exploded at once. The blinding light and deafening noise stopped the teams in their tracks. Once they gained their bearings, they saw that the team has already retreated. Izuku grimaced as he saw the mass disorientation his brother caused. He knew better than a frontal assault on the blonde. Welp their loss. Tokoyami, can you use Dark Shadow to steal some of their headbands real quick? Already on it, Tokoyami said as the bird-headed student has already used his quirk to steal a headband. Bakugo scoffed when he saw Naruto run away from the group of students. Candy for brains, hurry up and go after the FNG nerd. We just need those 10 million points to win. Sato nodded as he ate a brownie to power up. His body bulked up and his gaze grew intense. He sped towards the whiskered blonde, Shiro and Mina having to sprint full speed to keep up. Can we slow down a bit? This is a little too fast, Shiro said as he was practically dragged across the ground. If you couldn't keep up, then you shouldn't have joined the FING team. Soy sauce face. Bakugo grunted out, his eyes never leaving Naruto. Shiro's sweat dropped at the response. Does he not know my name? Once the Bakugo got close enough to the other blonde's team, he jumped off Sato's shoulders and exploded his way towards Naruto. I'm coming for you, a-hole. Bakugo made to grab for the headband, until Naruto, along with his team, quickly strafed to the left. He looked to see a metal pole that has already retracted into a backpack he had on. Naruto turned to look at the contraption. Huh, that's what that does. That's pretty useful, Mei. Mei beamed. I told you my babies were incredible. Bakugo gritted his teeth when he missed his mark. He felt Shiro's tape wrapped around him. Once he was pulled back to his team, he looked towards the other candidates. No use wasting all our time on him. Let's see what other extras we can get. The arena was pure chaos as the students were trying everything in their power to get one another's headbands. Izuku grits his teeth as he dodged another person trying to take his headband. He heard an explosion and turned to see an angry Bakugo rocketing towards him. You're mine, Deku. Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow at the exploding teen, but Bakugo was able to maneuver around it. Bakugo went for Izuku's forehead, but felt a hardened hand slap it away, seemingly unharmed by his explosions. He didn't have time to recuperate before he felt another person lay a palm on his arm. He immediately lost his sense of gravity as he stayed floating in place. He tried to propel himself with an explosion but rocketed forward too quickly, barely being caught by the tape quirk user. Those DMN nerds. They're always getting in my way. Mina looked at their rider with worry. Let's forget about them, there are other teams. Bakugo scoffed but conceded. He saw another blonde with a cocky grin. He gained a wicked grin. Okay, I need to blow off some steam. Izuku grimaced as he saw the exploding teen go after another team. He looked appreciatively at his team. Thanks guys, that was a close one. No problem, what else are we here for? Kiroshima said with a grin. Izuku matched his grin before he grew serious. He saw his brother away from the other groups. Let's keep out eyes on the prize. Naruto still has his 10 million points. Naruto sighed as he saw the teams fight away from them. I get it's for strategy and stuff, but why can't we go fight in the thick of things? This is boring. Momo looked up at the whiskered blonde. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. We'll be fine as long as we focus on dodging the opposing teams. I know that, but this is Naruto's complaint was cut short when he suddenly strafed to the right. Via an extending pull. He looked to see the cause of the machine's activation and grinned. Todoroki was there being carried by Ida and Kaminari. He glared at Naruto's team as they distanced themselves. He raised his right arm and cold mist began to form around it. I didn't take you for the running away type, Naruto. Naruto pouted when he heard that. It's not like I want to run, but it's the most optimal strategy apparently. I'm going to take your headband, Todoroki said menacingly. Naruto smirked. As I said before. Dem be fighting words. So you better not be thinking it's gonna be easy for you. Todoroki said nothing as he swiped his arm at Naruto and a large block of ice sped towards Naruto. Naruto saw that it was coming too fast for the tech to react in time, so he powered up low enough to not gain any tails and punched the approaching attack. The ice shattered like glass and Naruto grinned at the red and white-haired boy. Gonna take more than some giant ice cubes to take me down. Todoroki had no response and only sent more ice towards the blonde's team. Naruto kept crushing the attacks with ease. Come on, Canada, you have to have more than that. Todoroki didn't respond to the blonde's remarks. He looked towards the giant puddle that has formed due to all the ice on the ground and the sun beating down on it. He looked down at the electric quirk user on his team. There's water in the ground. So, water conducts electricity. Realization dawned on the human's stun gun. He grinned and charged up his electricity. He released it and aimed it towards the water, the lighting traveling towards Naruto's team quickly. Momo and Mei were hit and seized up from the electricity coursing through them. Naruto powered up to 2 tails and tanked the voltage. It was not that bad since it had to go through his team first. Sheet, we're gonna be immobile for a few seconds, better get ready to defend, Naruto thought through gritted teeth. Todoroki went to grab at Naruto's forehead, but his hand was caught by Naruto. Todoroki was surprised by this, not expecting his reaction speed to be that fast. He grabbed his right hand so he had no way to use his ice. However, Todoroki could see the 10 million points right there. So he went for another grab with his left arm, lighting it up with flames. It was all for naught, however, as the girls carrying him recovered from the shock. Momo immediately made more flashbangs and activated them instantly. Todoroki extinguished his flames and rubbed his eyes. He looked up to see Team Naruto a fair distance away. The middle finger aimed at them did not go unnoticed by the dual quirk user. Ida clenched his fist in anger. I'm sorry, Todoroki, I wasn't fast enough. Todoroki waved him off. It's fine, we'll have another opportunity soon enough. Naruto grinned as his team found a safe place to go to. See, wasn't that fun, guys? Momo frowned when she glanced up at the whiskered teen. I didn't particularly like being electrocuted. Mei shrugged. I'm used to it by now. Still, though, he packed a wallop. Naruto touched the singular headband. We should probably get at least another headband. Just in case, you know. Momo looked conflicted. It seems a tad bit risky, don't you think? Naruto smirked. Just get me close to the crowd, I'll show you something cool. Momo looked worried, but Mei just grinned and gave a thumbs up. You're the boss. The group made their way towards the center, making sure to dodge stray projectiles before they stopped. Okay, we're here. What's the plan, Naruto? Momo said. Naruto smirked as he went into a one-tail cloak. He focused as he reared both of his arms back and then quickly punched them forward. The action caused the red energy to expand from his body in the shape of his arms. They weaved through the combatants before taking 2 headbands from the unsuspecting students. He reeled them back in to find that they were both worth a good amount of points, totaling 700 points when combined. Momo looked up at Naruto in shock. When were you able to do that? Naruto smirked. I learned a lot while training Momo. I have a few surprises up my sleeve. Mei looked up at the timer. Look, time's almost up. We have this in the bag. Izuku looked up at the time and grimaced. Dang it, we don't have much time. We need to think of something quick. Izuku looked at his team and saw Kiroshima in his hardened state. The gears began to form in his head. Tokoyami, put me on Dark Shadow's back. Achiko, use your quirk on Kiroshima. The team did as they were told and Izuku took hold of Kiroshima's arm. He glared at his brother intently. They only had one shot to do this. Ida looked at the time and glared. He looked towards Naruto and his resolve hardened. Todoroki, hold on. I have a way to possibly win this. Todoroki rose a brow but did as he was told. Any idea was a good idea at this point. Ida got in a running stance and the engines in his legs revved up before intense flames were produced. I will not lose once again, Naruto. Bakugo glared at the blue-eyed blonde when he saw how little time there was left. He looked at his team and yelled, start running towards the DMN nerd. This is our last chance to win this. Sato only nodded and grunted before he sprinted towards the whiskered teens once again. It all happened at once. Reciproco burst. Ida shouted as he sped towards Naruto. Die, you F nerd. Bakugo said as he jumped at Naruto, using explosions to propel his way forward. Naruto looked at the impending attackers. He made to defend himself, enveloping himself in 3 tails worth of energy. before he felt something large past him. He looked behind him to see a speeding Kiroshima, holding the 10 million point headband. He gave the whiskered teen a peace sign as he flew past him. Naruto looked at his brother to see him flashing a cocky grin. The buzzers sounded and Kiroshima crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Holding up the headband proudly, Midnight cracked her whip to gain attention. That's time. What an intense battle, it really turned me on. Naruto's sweat dropped at that. Can she say stuff like that? Let's see how our students fared today. In first place, we have Izuku Midoriya, no surprise considering they took the 10 million points in a surprising twist. Second place we have Naruto Midoriya, just barely not being able to keep a hold on their lead. Third place we have Shoto Todoroki. And in fourth place we have Katsuki Bakugo. It's no surprise that Class 1A was able to dominate this competition. Bakugo scoffed when he saw the score. He growled as he set off multiple mini-explosions in his palms. Those demon nerds. I'm going to knock them down a peg soon enough. Ida stayed frozen in place. He lost again. How can he have a speed quirk? Yet he never seems to be fast enough. The final event will be the last place to show my potential. I can't blow it. Izuku went to the crater Kiroshima was stuck in and pulled him out. Kiroshima had a wide grin on his face and patted the green Midoriya on the back hard. That was freaking epic. We totally pulled off the sickest move of the festival by far. Izuku returned the redhead's grin. It's thanks to you guys. You all helped a ton. Tokoyami put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. You should give yourself more credit. Not only did you come up with a game-winning plan, but you also managed to incorporate me into your plan, despite knowing about my quirk and skills for only a short amount of time. Achiko bounced up and down energetically. Yeah, you were awesome, Deku. That last plan to take the 10 million points was so cool. I didn't know where it was going at first, but we ended up winning, and in such a cool way too. Izuku blushed a little from the praise he was receiving from his friends. Thanks guys, I really apperdash. He was stopped mid-sentence by a powerful slap on the back, courtesy of his brother. You really did it, you crazy bee. That was a risky but move you pulled, but boy did it work. I'll give you this one, bro, but don't expect me to go down so easily next time, Naruto said with a wide grin on his face. He wasn't mad that he lost to his brother. He was more impressed and proud that his brother managed to make up a plan like that. They will settle the score in the final round. We'll see, I plan on beating you in the next round too, Izuku said, a confident smirk on his face. We'll have a short lunch break before starting the final round. Yeah. Ramen time beaches, Naruto said as he ran towards the cafeteria. Izuku was about to follow before he was stopped by a hand on his shoulder. He turned around to see Todoroki looking at him with cold eyes. You won this time, Midoriya, but don't be fooled. I plan to destroy you both in the final round. Get your brother to meet me at the entrance. I need to tell something to the both of you. Izuku was surprised at the intensity Todoroki had. He only nodded in response. Todoroki left and Izuku let out a sigh. He had to get his brother quick. Entrance. Okay, make this quick. I want to eat like now, an annoyed Naruto said. His brother made sure to stop him before he sat to eat because Todoroki had something important to discuss with them. I lost to you guys again, Todoroki said. He turned to look at Naruto. You made me break my promise, even for the briefest of moments. Naruto raised an eyebrow. What promise? My father is the number 2 hero, Endeavor, I'm sure you know him. He married my mother as part of a quirk marriage. He kept having children until they got the quirks he desired. My siblings didn't match my father's expectations. Until I was born and matched his expectations. He trained me since I was a kid to become a hero that will surpass all might. I was nothing but a tool for him. Every memory I have of my mother, she is always crying. I remember she told me that my left side disgusted her. That's why she gave me the scar by pouring boiling hot water on my face. Naruto winced a little at that. Oh, now I feel a little bad for calling him a Canadian flag. Not going to stop though. That was some top-tier shit. That's why I chose to pick a fight with you. I needed to show my old man what I was capable of without using his power. I can take first place without his DMN fire quirk. You guys won by using gimmicks? I'll destroy you in a fight, and I'll show everyone that I don't need his power to become number one. Izuku could only stare at Todoroki in shock. Holy crap, why would he just dump his whole backstory on us? He sounds like a manga protagonist. What do I say to that? Naruto was there to answer his question. That's pretty pathetic of you. Izuku looked at his brother in shock. Todoroki steeled his gaze towards the blonde. What did you say? Naruto glared, his eyes turning red. I said, you sound pathetic. You think limiting yourself to spite your dad makes you cool. What if someone needs your help and you need to use your left side to save them? But wait. You have daddy issues, so you let them die. Don't let your personal vendetta get in the way of what's important. Todoroki scoffed. You don't understand. Naruto walked closer till he was eye to eye with Todoroki. I understand more than you will ever know. If you're just becoming a hero to spite someone, then maybe you don't deserve to be a hero at all. Todoroki glared harder at Naruto before he walked away. I didn't call you here for you to question my motives for being a hero. I said what I wanted to. You better hope you don't need to battle me because now I'll show no mercy. You've been warned. Naruto glared at the retreating form of Todoroki before walking towards the cafeteria, Izuku following closely behind him. Do you need to talk, Naruto? I know Todoroki pressed a few wrong buttons, Izuku said, concerned for his brother. I'll be fine after I kick that motherfucker's butt, Naruto said abrasively. Izuku tried to calm him down. He didn't know any better. I'm sure he wasn't trying to offend you. Naruto glared at his brother. It's not that. He has a bullshit reason for limiting himself. You do it because you'll blow yourself up otherwise. I do because I'll go on a murdering spree if I lose control. He is doing it because he wants to spite his dad. Does that sound like a good excuse to limit yourself, Izuku? I guess not, but can't you at least sympathize with him a little? He hates his quirk because it represents a bad part of his life. That's kind of similar to you, right? Naruto stopped and turned to fully face his brother. Never compare me to that asswipe ever again. Yes, my power represents a part of my past that I hate, but I still use it. I train to master it because I have the power to help people with it. He is flat out refusing to use it at all. Izuku stopped with his brother. I didn't mean it as an insult. I'm sorry if it came off that way. I just don't like seeing you this angry. It's not good and you know that. Who knows, maybe he'll come around, but getting mad won't solve anything. Naruto took a deep breath before he calmed himself. He slid down the wall as he rested his arms on his thighs. You're right, I know you're right. I just can't stand that fucker's reason for not using his power. But I guess getting angry is pointless. Let's just go eat to calm down, please. Some ramen will do me good, he said, jumping up towards the end of his sentence. Izuku smiled and wrapped an arm around his brother. Don't overstuff yourself. I don't want to be defeating you too easily now. Naruto gained a tick mark on his head. I'll show you who goes down easy. Don't think that winning the cavalry battle means you have this in the bag. I'm going to wreck you, believe it? Izuku chuckled. He mentally had a sigh of relief. Todoroki pressed too many buttons with his brother. He was glad he was able to calm him before he got too out of hand. He didn't say it out loud, but he was worried about Todoroki. He had a lot of past baggage to deal with, and he royally set his brother off. He was in for a world of hurt if he had to fight him in the final event. For now, Izuku laughed with his brother. It was one of the few moments of calm before the storm. The group of students gathered around midnight as they prepared to hear the next event. The screen behind her flashed to show a bracket. Are you ready for the final event? The winners of the last event will be competing in a one-on-one tournament. Midnight cracked her whip. One tiny problem though. Only 14 total students are in the groups that won last round. So that means that 2 lucky teams from Team Shinszo, the team that got 5th place, will be advancing. So who will the lucky 2 be? Not long after that, Ojiro raised his hand. I won't be advancing. This shocked his friends. Mina went up to him. Why not, Ojiro? This could be a major opportunity for you. You worked hard to get this far. Ojiro shook his head. That's the thing, I didn't. I don't remember anything that happened from the last event. My pride won't allow me to continue. I don't deserve to move on when I didn't even really compete to get here. Naruto went up to Ojiro and patted him on his back. Respect, Ojiro. Respect. Another kid stepped up. He was of average height and a little chubby with short, ice blue hair. I don't want to continue as well. I don't remember anything either, and I wouldn't feel comfortable advancing, not on my own strength. Midnight liked her lips. That's some conviction, kids. The brackets are set, everyone chooses from lots to see who they'll be facing. Once everyone picked a card, the matchups were thus: Naruto vs Shinszo, Kaminari vs Sato, Todoroki vs Siro, Ida vs Mei, Aoyama vs Mina, Kiroshima vs Izuku, Tokoyami vs Momo, Achiko vs Bakugo. Okay, we'll begin the recreational games now. The final event will be commencing later, so stay tuned, Midnight said while she waved her whip. Naruto grinned as he walked with his brother. This is it, this is the moment we've been waiting for. All-out fight against each other, this is gonna be epic. You better get to the finals if you want to fight, bro. I won't forgive you if you lose to Blue Bomber. Izuku matched his brother. Not even All Might himself will stop me from getting the chance to fight you. This is the tiebreaker, Naruto. Who knows when we'll get a chance to end it like this? My thoughts exactly. Hey brothers, are you ready for this? This tournament is gonna be so dim and manly. I'm expecting you to give me your all, Deku, a very energetic Kiroshima yelled. I wouldn't dream of it, Kiroshima, Izuku replied. He looked at the bracket again. I'm going to prep myself. Need to psyche up a bit before I start fighting. He left waving to his brother and friend. Naruto nodded in agreement. Yeah, never waste a moment to train. Kiroshima clenched his fist. That's such a manly sentiment. I'm going to train too, he yelled as he ran off, somewhere. Naruto looked up at who he was fighting once more. Who the hell is Shinszo? I wonder what kind of quirk he has. Naruto's musings were cut short when he felt someone tap his shoulder. He looked behind himself to see Ojiro with a serious expression. Naruto flashed him a grin. Sup Ojiro, what a need. It's about Shinszo, you should know what his quirk is. It's some form of brainwashing that activates after you answer him. I advise you to not speak at all when facing him. He's a dangerous foe, Ojiro said. Naruto gave him a thumbs up. Thanks dude, that's one less unknown. Now I can properly prepare. I'll make sure to knock this guy down a peg, just for you. Ojiro smiled. Thank you Naruto. I wish you the best of luck. -3 minutes before the first fight. Naruto grinned as he walked through the tunnel. He has been waiting forever for this fight. Cementos has made the arena and there were thousands of people in the stands. He waved to the crowd as he made his way towards the stage. This will be his chance to show the world what he's made of. When he saw his opponent, he looked surprised before grinning. He waved at Shinszo. Hey, I remember you. Good job on making it this far. You weren't kidding when you said you wanted our seats, huh? Shinszo looked at Naruto uncaring. I don't have time for useless chit-chat. Just be prepared to lose. Naruto slowly stopped waving. Aren't you just a ray of sunshine? Midnight cracked her whip before they could say anything further. Okay, are you ready for the first battle of the tournament? The two boys nodded. All right then, begin. Midnight cracked her whip for emphasis. Naruto immediately made his way towards the purple-haired boy before he began speaking. You truly are blessed, huh? Naruto stopped, confused. You were born with such a cool quirk. You're the class representative of the most prolific class of this year. You were even the top scorer in the entrance exam. I wouldn't be surprised if you were even popular amongst your peers. I would kill to have your life. You must be grateful for how lucky you've had it. Naruto clenched his fist. He couldn't believe the shit that this guy was saying. He didn't know shit about his life. You wouldn't know about the struggles for people like me. You don't know what it's like to be born with such a villainous quirk. How lucky you are to be given the easy road in life. Never having to worry about not being good enough. Even your brother had the same advantages as you. That was the final straw for Naruto. Don't bring my brother into dash. His eyes suddenly went dull. Ojiro tightened his grip on the bars from the stands. Naruto ended up getting tricked. Shinszo smirked. Okay now, turn around and walk out. Naruto shuffled a little but didn't move. This confused Shinszo. Did you not hear me? I said to walk out of the ring. I can't move, why can't I move? Why is my body wanting to walk out? Why is my body trying to follow this guy's orders? I'm trapped. Have to get out now. Naruto slowly started to crouch and grab at his head, confusing Shinszo further. Get out, Naruto all but whispered. What? Shinszo asked, not understanding the whole ordeal. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, Naruto repeated as he slowly went into 3 taels worth of energy surrounded him. He shakily went onto all fours. Midnight felt an overwhelming aura of rage flood the stage and shivered a little. Naruto looked around wildly before he stared at Shinszo. The purple-haired boy inhaled sharply when he saw the look in Naruto's eyes. It was a primal rage and it made Shinszo freeze in shock. He's never seen that look on anyone ever. He didn't know how to react. He didn't have time to think any further when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He looked down and saw that Naruto has already run up to him and implanted his fist deep into his stomach. He felt like he was hit by a speeding truck and he rocketed towards the arena wall, creating a sizable crater at the point of impact. He coughed out and saw blood escape his mouth. His only relief was when he fell into unconsciousness. Once the brainwash quirk user was incapacitated, Naruto seemed to relax a little. He looked around a little bit then at himself. He was surprised when he saw he was in his cloaked form and immediately deactivated it. He was startled a little when he heard Midnight yell. And the winner of the first round is Naruto Uzumaki, by knockout and ring out. Naruto was confused before he looked and saw his opponent being carried away. He turned to look at Midnight. Wait, when did I win? The 18-plus hero looked concerned. Do you not remember what happened? Naruto shook his head. Nope, I remember that he said some shit about my brother and then I blacked out. Midnight gained a thoughtful look. Go see Recovery Girl, your opponent's quirk may have affected you. It's probably nothing, but you should make sure. Naruto nodded. Okay, thank you. Naruto exited the ring, following the medbots that were carrying Shinszo because they were also going to Recovery Girl's office. In the stands, Izuku looked down with worry. His brother was acting weird during that fight. He went to follow him to the medical office. Where are you going, Izuku? He turned his head to see Ochiko calling after him. I'm just going to check up on Naruto. He was acting weird there. Okay, just don't be too long, the next fight will begin soon. Izuku gave her a thumbs up before leaving. He finally made his way to the med bay and found Naruto talking to Recovery Girl, with an unconscious Shinszo next to them. You need to be more careful, young man. You could have seriously injured this student. No damage will be permanent, but the next couple of weeks won't be a breeze. Naruto sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cause that much damage. I don't even remember causing any damage if I'm honest. I just remember he said something I didn't like. I answered him, then I blacked out. When I came back to, he was unconscious. Recovery Girl mulled over that information. It could have something to do with your quirk. You did say it did become harder to control as you went higher in tails because you had to fight primal urges. Maybe when this boy took over your mind, your primal urges were the only thing guiding you. It's probably for the best that he was knocked out quickly then, didn't want things to get too out of hand. Naruto nodded, happy to hear an explanation. Thank you. I just needed some answers. I'm going to watch the other fights now. I'll probably be back. Recovery Girl sighed. You're probably right. Just try to be safe, okay? Naruto gave her a thumbs up as he left. No promises. Once he was out of the office, he saw his brother waiting for him. Sup, Izuku, what brings you down here? Izuku walked with his brother. I just saw that you went to Recovery Girl and wanted to make sure everything was okay. You were acting pretty weird during your fight. It was kind of scary. Naruto put his arms over his head. I'm fine. Turns out that insomniac over there was able to take over my mind. I was controlled purely by my rage for a few moments there. Once he was knocked out, I was fine. It wasn't too hard to regain control. Izuku sighed as he ran his fingers through his head. Okay, I was just worried. Shinszo looked like he was ready to pee himself. I think I also saw Midnight shiver a little. Naruto cracked a grin. You sure Midnight wasn't shivering because she liked my feral side? I don't know if you know this, but she is a little bit of a pervert. Izuku blushed a little and covered his face with his hands. Of course you'd look at it that way. Forget I said anything. Naruto laughed at his brother's expense as they made their way to their friends. Yo, did we miss anything? Kiroshima looked at the whiskered blonde with a wide grin. Not yet, they're just beginning. Come here, sit next to me. Naruto complied and sat next to Kiroshima, Izuku sitting behind his brother. Hey, Naruto, he turned to see Mina talking to him. Why did you go to Recovery Girl? You took down Shinszo easily enough. You didn't look like you had any major injuries or minor ones for that matter. Naruto shrugged. His quirk affected me in a weird way. I just had to make sure everything was alright with Recovery Girl. Nothing serious. Mina accepted the answer and opted to look at the arena. Sato and Kaminari were getting prepared to battle. Midnight put her whip above her head as she looked at the two boys. Are you two ready? Kaminari nodded, sparking with electricity. Sato downed a muffin, bulking up considerably before also nodding. Midnight grinned. Okay then, in 3, 2, 1, start. She brought her whip down as she said. Sato immediately begins by ripping out a chunk of cement from the arena and chucking it at Kaminari. The human's stun gun dodged by rolling to the side, and immediately did it again when another chunk of cement flew at him. In the stands, Naruto watched intently. This should be an interesting match to watch. Kiroshima looked at his blonde friend. What do you mean by that? Their quirks both make them less mentally efficient as they use them. It may come down to who could stay mentally capable enough. So you put a finger on her chin. I never thought of it like that. It looks like Sato has the advantage though. He's not letting Kaminari breath. Kaminari let out a grunt as he rolled away from another projectile thrown by the bulky student. Sheet, I'm going to have to go on the offensive soon. Kaminari saw another chunk fly at him, but this time ran towards it. When he was close enough he rolled under it, closing the distance between him and Sato. Kaminari may be dumb, but he knew he wouldn't beat Sato in a battle of brute strength. I'm going to have to end this now. As Sato made to punch the electric teen, Kaminari charged his hands with as much electricity as he could. Indiscriminate shock, 1.3 million volts. The arena lit up in a flash of electricity as Kaminari released everything he had in the attack. When the light died down, Kaminari had a stupid look on his face as he held 2 thumbs up. Next to him was a prone Sato that seemed to be steaming. Midnight pulled her whip tautly. Okay, and that's the second round. The winner by knockout is Denki Kaminari. Kaminari said as he walked around in circles. Medbots went out to the arena and escorted Sato and Kaminari to the med bay, while Cementos began to repair the damaged stage. Naruto was chuckling as he saw the students being escorted by the bots. I forgot that Kaminari made that stupid face when he short-circuited. It looks so dumb. Well, dumber than usual. Ida nodded fervently as he chopped his hand up and down. It is unbefitting of a class representative to make fun of fellow peer in such a fashion. You should apologize the moment you get the chance to. Naruto turned to his brother and whispered in his ear, watch me freak him out. Naruto turned to Ida with a stern expression. Are you telling the class representative what to do, Ida? That is a disappointing showing of insubordination from a respected peer. What do you have to say for yourself? Ida froze for a few moments. He slowly took off his glasses and bowed down as low as he could. You're right. I was way out of bounds. How foolish of me to just believe that I can boss around someone who is my superior. I hope you can accept my deepest apologies. I promise it will never happen again. Naruto nodded, still keeping his stern look. I will accept your apology for now, but this will not be easily forgotten. Ida nodded, still bowing. I expect nothing less. The group of friends surrounding the two giggled at their antics. Momo tried to hide her chuckle behind her hand but was failing as Ida tried to bow down even further than he already was, his head nearly reaching the floor. They turned their heads back to the arena when they heard Midnight crack her whip. Apparently, the other match has already started. Tsuyu looked up at the screen to see who was fighting now. Oh, it's Todoroki versus Zero. Todoroki is going to win, isn't he? The others nodded their head. Most likely. They looked and saw as Zero attacked first, wrapping Todoroki in his tape. He then attempted to swing him out of bounds. Izuku looked with interest. Oh, a quick attack. Maybe he does have a chance to Y-dash. His sentence was cut short when a massive glacier of ice was formed, entrapping Zero and covering half of Midnight's body in frost. Midnight was shivering as she raised her whip to declare the winner. As Hanta Zero is now immobile, the winner is Shoto Todoroki. Todoroki made his way to the exit, passing Zero's mostly frozen form. Sorry for going overboard. Just not in the best of moods right now. He finished his sentence with a glare towards the stands, more specifically a certain whiskered blonde. Naruto caught onto this and glared back at the heterochromatic teen. Ida saw that he was next and excused himself from the group. As he made his way to the waiting area, he was stopped by a certain pink-haired mechanic. Midnight waved her whip, albeit stiffly, to gain attention. The other matches will continue as soon as we clear the ice from the arena. Naruto growled as he saw Todoroki exit the arena. That douchebag better be prepared. If we end up fighting, I'm going to drag his face across every square inch of that diamond arena. Izuku went behind Naruto and put a comforting hand on his shoulder. Don't let him get to you, Naruto. You can deal with any issues you have if and when you fight him. No need to get worked up over nothing. Naruto slowly sat down and nodded, albeit reluctantly. He didn't like how angry he got over the dual quirk user, but he just couldn't help it. He just couldn't get behind his logic and didn't like the way he was limiting himself for some stupid, petty revenge. Momo went to Izuku once he stepped away from his brother. Why is Naruto so angry at Todoroki? Was it the declaration he made before the festival? Izuku shook his head. Not that, he just pressed some wrong buttons before the tournament started. Naruto is just annoyed with him. What did he say for Naruto to get like that? Izuku shuffled uncomfortably. That's not for me to say. Just don't worry about it, Naruto is fine. The tournament will help him blow off some steam. Momo nodded but still sent a skeptical look towards Naruto. She knows something is up with him, she'll just have to find out what. Shinszo groggily opened up his eyes as he stared at the bright white ceiling lights of the nurse's room. He sat up but winced immediately and laid back down. His stomach felt like total crap and he couldn't remember why he was there. That was until he heard someone, "Oi, you're finally awake. I've been waiting forever." He turned his head to see a familiar mop of blonde hair. The memory came rushing to him like a speeding train. He narrowed his eyes at the whiskered blonde. "What are you doing here?" Naruto didn't acknowledge the glare sent his way. Welp, turns out that cleaning up the aftermath of a glacier is a lot harder than it seems. So, I thought I'd pay you a visit. Shinszo's ignored the glacier remark. Did you come to gloat your victory over me? Did I go unconscious too soon for your tastes? Naruto rolled his eyes. You really do assume the worst of me, don't you? Is it cause of what Bakugo said? He doesn't really represent the group, you know. I just came because I never congratulated you on a good fight. Shinszo's expression turned to one of confusion. What do you mean good fight? It lasted less than a minute. Naruto shrugged. I mean, you know what your win condition is, and you managed to trick me into falling into it. I just happened to have a way to beat it somehow. So, as far as I'm concerned, it was a good fight. Shinszo raised a brow at this. Are you not upset at the fact that I brainwashed you? Naruto leaned back. Why would I be upset? You were just trying to win. That's kind of the whole point of this thing, I think. It's what I'm trying to do at least. What if I tried to make you do something bad? Naruto looked exasperated. First off, the brainwashing didn't even work, so who cares? Second off, you're at a hero school. Why would you do anything bad? You're not a villain. Shinszo looked down. But my quirk is villainous. Naruto scoffed. Quirks aren't villainous. People are the villains. Trust me, I know better than to judge someone based off their quirk. He unconsciously rubbed his arm as he said this. You seem like a decent enough dude. I mean, you seemed pretty sorry for using your quirk in a match where that is not only allowed but encouraged. I wouldn't call someone like that a villain. You're a bit of an but I'ma chalk that up to circumstance. Shinszo just stared at Naruto before turning his back to him. Thanks, I guess. I'm gonna sleep some more. Good luck. Naruto smiled a little. Thanks, dude. Recover quickly, then you can see me kick butt. As Naruto left, Shinszo he cracked a small smile to himself. I'm a decent dude. Ta. When Naruto arrived to the viewing area, he saw an enthusiastic Kiroshima waving towards him. Yo bro, They cleaned up the arena. Ida is about to fight. Okay, I hope you're ready. In one corner we have the little engine that can. Tenya Ida. In the other corner, we have to mechanical marauder, Mei Hatsum. What did he just call Ida? Momo asked, tilting her head a little. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I heard that too. Naruto just leaned more towards the balcony. Oh cool, we get to see Mei fight. This could be interesting. Way too long later. Never mind, Naruto deadpanned. He knew Mei wanted to use the fight to promote her gear a little, but he didn't think that she would make the whole fight the commercial. Ida may have won, but Naruto bet that he sure as hell didn't feel like he did. Izuku shared his brother's deadpan. That fight was indeed something. That gear was interesting though. I wonder how she was able to. Izuku stopped being coherent as he muttered his thoughts on Mei's equipment. Next up is Aoyama versus Mina, right? I wonder how that will go, Momo said, having gotten over the lackluster fight. I'm going to give the edge to Aoyama. He has the range. What do you think, Izuku? Naruto saw his brother still muttering, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Never mind then. What about you, Oka? Are you serious? Naruto said when he saw that Ochako also left at one point. Momo, I'm going to hope you're next to me and ask what you think. Momo pondered for a bit. Aoyama does have the range, but Mina's mobility is nothing to laugh at. She also does know Aoyama's main flaw. I say it's a coin toss. Okay everyone, I know that was a pretty lackluster fight, but let's hope this is better. You have too many personal opinions to be an unbiased commentator, Aizawa drawled. Whoever said I was unbiased? Anyway, we have to maybe French maybe Japanese, probably both, Laser Boy Wonder Yuga Aoyama. In the other corner, we have the pink-skinned alien queen, Mina Ishido. Midnight whipped her riding crop. Okay kiddies. Are you ready? Fight. Immediately Aoyama blasted a naval laser at Mina. Isn't the sparkle from my laser simply magnifique? Mina was able to dodge the lasers quite easily given her agility. She honed in on the half-French? And, dumbass author doesn't actually know if Aoyama is French or not. Then, looked it up, still not sure. She kept dodging the continuous shots the naval laser user. After a few minutes of blasting, he stiffened a little from a stomach ache. Mina capitalized when she was close enough and sprayed some acid onto his belt, putting it out of commission and dropping his pants in the process. Mina ended the fight with a mighty uppercut, knocking Aoyama out. Midnight raised her riding crop. The match is over. The winner by knockout is Mina Ishido. Naruto clapped as he looked down. Huh, guess I was wrong. Mina's a lot more mobile than I thought. Momo nodded. That's why I didn't count her out completely. All she really needed to do was outlast Aoyama until he got a stomach ache and she could knock him out quickly. Kiroshima punched a fist into his hand. Okay Izuku, we're up next. See you on the battlefield bro. Izuku grinned at Kiroshima. Can't wait, see you be ready to give it your all. Naruto smirked as he saw his brother run off. Izuku's got this in the bag. Tsuyu turned to look at the whiskered blonde. You seem pretty confident. Don't you think Kiroshima has a shot? Naruto put his hands over his head as he leaned back. I've been teaching Izuku how to fight ever since we've met. Not to mention we have like dozens of notes on each of you, so we know all your strengths and weaknesses. Not to mention he probably has like 50 different strategies on how to beat him now. Jiro held up a hand to stop him for talking further. Hold up, what do you mean you have notes on us? I would wish to inquire about that as well, Ida said from behind Naruto. Naruto jumped a bit. What the heck Ida? Don't sneak up on people like that, but yes, we do have notes on you guys. Did you ever plan on divulging this information to us? Jiro inquired. Not really, it should just be stuff you guys already know. Here, take a peek at yours, Naruto said as he handed Jiro a book. Jiro took the journal and began to read. Her eyes slowly grew as she read more of the journal. Didn't know I could do that. Naruto pet a brow. Really? Huh, I guess we should probably be telling you guys this stuff. He said this while pulling out more journals. Everyone just stared at him. Naruto began to sweat. You got this Naruto. Distraction. Are you ready? Yelled the ever-enthusiastic present Mike. In one corner, we have the green, lean, killing machine, Izuku Midoriya. In the other corner, we have the ultimate shield and spear, Ijiro Kiroshima. Thank God, Naruto thought as he wiped his forehead as his friends looked towards the arena. Kiroshima hardened his fist before pounding them together. I hope you're ready, bro. I don't plan on going easy, I'm expecting to see how manly you really are in this fight. Izuku grinned as green sparks appeared over his body. I wouldn't have it any other way. Midnight liked her lips. Oh yeah, all this fighting spirit is turning me on. Let's begin in. Fight. Kiroshima instantly hardened his entire body and was instantly grateful as the green Midoriya brother was on him in an instant. Izuku went for a right hook, but Kiroshima was able to block it with his arm, a wide grin plastered on his face. It's gonna take more than that to get through me. Izuku only grinned in reply and quickly went for a left straight which Kiroshima dodged. Izuku didn't falter though and immediately went for a quick jab at the hardened boy's face. Kiroshima snapped his head, but was able to right himself in time to block Izuku's incoming hook. The redhead stepped forward and quickly jabbed at the freckled boy's abdomen, making him wince, and sent a left hook at his cheek, making him stagger away from him. In the stands, this is looking like a slugfest. They're just punching each other, Mina said as she watched the fight below her. I think they're sizing each other up. This is the first time they've actually fought each other. It would make sense if they were trying to get a feel for each other's style first, Tsuyu said. Makes sense I guess, Mina said. She winced when she saw a particular meaty punch Izuku sent towards Kiroshima. Those punches look like they hurt a lot. I hope I don't have to fight him anytime soon. Momo looked at Mina quizzically. Mina, if Izuku wins you have to fight him in the next round. You do know that, right? Mina turned pale. I did not know that. Naruto looked at the fight intensely. Izuku seems to be using about 8% of his power. Kiroshima must be tougher than I thought if he can take those hits with some ease. Back to fight. Kiroshima strafed to the left to dodge a punch Izuku sent and rushed forward immediately. He kneed Izuku in the abdomen, making him lose breath and hunch over, and threw out a powerful right hook to his cheek, sending the whiskered teen back quite a ways. Izuku felt some blood on his cheek and wiped it off. He looked at Kiroshima in the eyes once again. Okay, got what I need. Time to start this for real. Kiroshima didn't have time to be confused as Izuku once again closed in on him. Izuku made to punch again, with Kiroshima instinctively getting ready to block the punch, but was not ready when he suddenly dropped down and swept his legs. While the hardened teen was in the air, Izuku grabbed his leg and flipped him over his shoulder, causing a small crater in the arena. Kiroshima had no time to acknowledge his pain and quickly rolled out of the way of a mighty stomp, making the crater even wider. Kiroshima got to his feet, but was on the defensive immediately. He kept looking for an opening, but the green teen was too fast for him to keep up. Eventually his skin began to weaken, and Kiroshima really found out how hard Izuku hit. Izuku stepped back and Kiroshima didn't even think about stepping forward to send a punch towards him. He noticed the glint in his eye and recognized his mistake immediately, but was too late. Izuku dodged the punch while rearing his arm back and sent a mighty punch to the redhead's stomach. Kiroshima doubled over and heaved before falling to the ground. Midnight cracked her whip. Kiroshima, are you able to continue fighting? Kiroshima tried to get up, but fell back down. No, I admit defeat. Then that's the fight, folks. The winner is Izuku Midoriya, Midnight yelled. As the crowd roared, Izuku picked up his friend and draped the redhead's shoulder around his arm, helping him to Recovery Girl's office. Naruto was cheering for his brother in the stands. Yeah, I knew you'd kick his butt, bro. That was quite an interesting fight, Momo said. Tsuyu nodded. Yeah, Kiroshima was actually able to hold Izuku back quite well. I also never figured Izuku for the slugger type. It makes sense considering his quirk though. Naruto nodded. Izuku not only was major strength, he knows how to use it. It seems like he improved at mid-fight strategies too. I can't wait to fight him. It's been a while since we could go all out on each other. Yes, that will be quite the interesting fight to witness indeed. Now if you will excuse me, I must get ready for my round, Momo said as she left. Oh yeah, you're going against Tokoyami, can't wait. Kick butt out there, okay? I'm expecting the best out of my vice president after all, Naruto said as he gave Momo a thumbs up with his trademark grin. Momo blushed a little before shaking it away. Focus, Momo, no time for silly crushes. She reciprocated the thumbs up. I'll do my best. Mina looked at the interaction and gained a mischievous smile. Interesting. Naruto saw a familiar mop of green hair and waved him over. Hey Izuku, nice fight. I knew you'd kick his butt. Izuku smiled and rubbed the back of his head. I wouldn't say that, he put up a pretty good fight. I'm just lucky I was able to glean his weakness in time. Naruto slapped him on the back. You're being too modest. You won that fight and looked badass while doing it. Speaking of which, where is Kiroshima? Recovery Girl said he should rest for a bit. He overexerted his quirk and needs to re-energize. Makes sense, anyways, let's go. Momo's gonna fight Tokoyami next. The brothers made their way to their friends as they got ready for the next fight. League of Villains hideout. Shigaraki scratched his neck fervently. That's him, that's our pet stepbrother. Damn it, he looks competent too. What do you think, sensei? All for One was silent. That's one for all. I can sense that power anywhere. It seems as though he found a successor. Interesting. Naruto Midoriya and Izuku Midoriya. I guess I have a few more people on my radar now. Who would have guessed my little experiment would be mixed up with such interesting people? Are you ready? In one corner, we have the girl with a quirk that can make the world, Momo Yaoyorozu. And in the other corner we have the edgelord that is probably a product of Edgar Allan Poe's wet dream, Fumikage Tokoyami, yelled the ever-eccentric present Mike. Dark shadow emerged from Tokoyami. How did he just introduce us? Tokoyami shrugged. Just ignore it, we must focus on the battle at hand. Momo steadied her breathing as she walked onto the stage. Keep a cool head, Momo, think. Midnight raised her whip above her head. Okay kids, are you ready? Both opponents nodded their heads, although Momo seemed to nod more absent-mindedly. Then, begin. Midnight screamed as she cracked her whip. Immediately Tokoyami sent Dark Shadow quickly towards Momo. She wasn't prepared but was able to quickly form a small shield and block the quick strike. She thought that she'd have time to think, but had to quickly react to another attack from Dark Shadow. Momo gritted her teeth as she felt the force behind the strike. He's too fast. There has to be an opening. Momo blocked more strikes from Dark Shadow as she shielded her face. Before Momo could come up with another thought, she heard the crack of the whip, and the winner by ring out is Tokoyami. In the stands, Naruto winced when he saw Momo's lost. Oh, that's not good for the ego. She should have been more offensive. Izuku nodded. Yeah, she's thinking too much during the battle, I know what that is like. But Tokoyami is surprisingly powerful. I never really did see his quirk in action. Naruto looked at Momo's downtrodden composure and grew concerned. I'm gonna go check on her, call me for the next fight, he said as he went down towards the arena. In the arena, Momo looked down to see how she has crossed the line. She couldn't believe all of the progress and effort made to get her here was taken away because her foot crossed a line. She couldn't hear the crowd cheering for her classmates' victory. She couldn't believe that she failed in such a way. She put on a smile and congratulated Tokoyami, but once she left the public view, her smile faded and Momo walked dejectedly. Her gaze was downcast as she meandered slowly so she didn't notice Naruto making his way towards her. Momo, Naruto said as he tried to get her attention. Momo looked up before quickly looking away. Naruto, what are you doing here? I came to check up on you. You seemed pretty upset. Momo looked down. Well, you saw what happened. I had such a humiliating defeat. I lost before I could even attack. I know I'm not the best student here, but I thought I'd do better than that. Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and gave her a little smile. Hey, keep your chin up. You lost in one area of this competition. Most of the competition didn't even make it this far. You need to give yourself more credit. You've been pretty awesome at this festival already if you haven't noticed yet. You made a freaking cannon for crying out loud. Momo still looked down, but was blushing now. Do you really think that? Naruto put his hands behind his head. You should know already that I don't do a lot of thinking. I'm just telling you what I know, and I know that you're pretty awesome. You wouldn't be my vice president if you weren't. Momo looked up to the blonde's face and her blush seemed to deepen at the sight of his grin. Thank you Naruto, that means a lot more than you think. Naruto shrugged. I do what I can. Let's head up to the stands before the fight starts. The others are waiting for us. Before they began to head to the others, Momo grabbed Naruto by the arm. He turned around, confused. Momo didn't say anything for a while before she suddenly hugged him. Thank you, again. I needed that. Naruto didn't say anything and just reciprocated the hug. Hey guys, the fight bout to ish. Oh sorry, am I interrupting something? Mina said. A huge grin on her face when she saw the two. Momo immediately removed herself from the hug quickly, her entire face lit up in a blush. And no, why weren't I interrupting anything? I mean, we were doing something, but not what you were thinking, not that I would know what you were thinking. Mina was holding her gut as she laughed at Momo's ramblings. Calm down, I just came to tell you that the fight will start soon. You should probably start coming up, but you two can finish your activities first. Momo somehow gained a deeper blush and stuttered out more word vomit. She stopped when she felt Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. We should get going, we need to cheer on Achiko. Momo nodded but didn't listen cause she noticed something as she made her way to the stands. Was he blushing? In the stands, Izuku looked down at the arena with worry. He knew Achiko said she wanted to fight Bakugo without his help, but he was hoping he'd be able to contribute at least a little. Bakugo was far from lousy when it came to his battle prowess. He turned around when he heard footsteps coming from behind him. Naruto, Momo. You guys made it here just in time. The battle's about to start. Naruto sat down next to his brother. Good, I want to see if Bakugo became a better fighter. Izuku frowned. Aren't you worried for her though? I tried to help her out before the battle, but she refused. Well, we just have to trust that she knows what she's doing. I don't like to admit it, but Blue Bomber is pretty strong. I say he's got a good chance of beating Achiko, but that's not to say there's no way for her to win. Izuku nodded. I know, I'm just worried is all. Bakugo isn't known for his leniency in battle. She could get really hurt. Naruto patted the green teen's back. You worry too much, she's at a hero school. I'm sure she can handle getting a little hurt. She won't be able to avoid it when we go pro. Don't sweat it, your crush will be every bit as cute after the battle. A blush crossed Izuku's face. Sure, I can't have people knowing about my C or dash. Hey bros, what are you guys talking about? Said Kiroshima. Exclaimed Izuku, breathing rapidly at the sudden intrusion of their red-haired friend. Kiroshima, aren't you supposed to be with Recovery Girl? Kiroshima waved away the comment. Nah, only for a little. You didn't knock me out, I just needed a little rest before I was back in tip-top shape. So, no Kiroshima, the fight hasn't started yet. The author has been nice enough to let us have this dialogue before starting the fight. Kiroshima sat down next to the whiskered blonde. Nice, thank you author. The clouds open up and a very irritated teenage weeb looked down upon them. Hey, stop with fourth wall breaking, it's being overused. You're the one that's writing this part, just erase it. The weeb was silent. You win this time, but look. The fight is starting now. True to the gallant author's words, the all-too-familiar voice of Present Mike boomed throughout the stadium. Okay ladies and gentlemen, time for the final fight of the first bracket. In one corner, we have the girl that will raise your spirits in more than one way, Uraraka Achiko. In the other corner, we have the blonde with an explosive personality and quirk Katsuki, the blue bomber, Bakugo. Bakugo looked towards the speaker booth. What the hell did he just say? I'm killing that dumbass blonde nerd. Up in the stands, Naruto was laughing uncontrollably. He actually said it. Told him that he loved that nickname, he actually said it in front of everyone. Oh my god, this is the best day of my life. Izuku just stared at his brother exasperatedly. Of course, he'd find a way to prank Bakugo during this time. Midnight looked at the two combatants. Are you two ready? Achiko gave a determined nod while Bakugo gave a feral grin and mini explosions popped in his palms. Okay then, let the fight begin. You should just give up right now, I'm not gonna go easy on you, Bakugo said as he got ready to attack. I don't back down that easily. Blue Bomber, Achiko said while grinning. Bakugo's glare darkened and he gritted his teeth. You just dug your grave round face. Before Achiko could comprehend the insult, Bakugo was already on the offensive. She saw his infamous right hook coming but was unable to react to it in time to avoid it. I told you that you should have dropped out. Bakugo stopped his insults when he saw that he merely blew up her P uniform. Achiko appeared behind Bakugo, prepared to tag him, but he was able to react quick enough to blow her away before she got too close. The battle was intense, with Bakugo having to constantly blast Achiko away, lest he be tagged and lose control of himself. The crowd looked down disdainfully at Bakugo and began to boo him. You're being too rough. Just end it already, no need to play around with her. Shota looked down at the crowd to the person who shouted out. If you actually paid attention to the fight, you would see that Bakugo is trying to keep her at bay and doing everything in his power to keep her at bay. Going all out is his way of acknowledging her strength, so sit down and stop complaining about things you have no knowledge of. The smoke finally cleared fully and Achiko was still standing. Bakugo gritted his teeth. How are you not dead yet? Achiko wiped some sweat off her cheek with the back of her hand. I'm more durable than I look. Thanks for focusing on me, by the way. As she said this, she touched the pads on her fingers to each other. Bakugo was confused and looked up. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw thousands of pieces of debris over his head began to fall at a rapid rate. Bakugo gritted his teeth. Damn it, how did I not see this? Goddamn round face kept me distracted. Achiko ran up to Bakugo the moment he looked up to the debris. Now's my chance. There's no way he can win, no dash. Her thoughts were interrupted when the explosive teen aimed his palm up and let out the biggest explosion he's released yet. The sheer magnitude of the explosion caused Achiko to get blown away along with the debris. She tries to get back up, but is unable to and ultimately stays prone. Midnight was about to crack her whip before Achiko slowly crawled towards him. She gritted her teeth as she painfully crawled towards him. I can do this. I need to become a hero. Those were her last thoughts before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Midnight waited to make sure that Achiko was done before cracking her whip, and the winner by knockout is Katsuki Bakugo. Medical bots come to the arena and escort Achiko to Recovery Girl's office. Bakugo didn't acknowledge the audience and walked out of the arena angrily. In the stands, Naruto sighed. Dang, I knew that he was probably going to win, but I still would have loved to see his but get beaten by someone else. What do you think, Izadash? He turned to see his brother was not next to him, most likely to go check on Achiko. Oh, so that's what that feels like. Not gonna lie, that hurts a little. Betrayal aside, you ready, Kaminari? We're up next. Kaminari visibly stiffened as he remembered who his next opponent was. He slowly turned towards his friends. I'm going to die, guys. Please promise me that you'll remember as a valiant hero. Mina put a hand on his shoulder. We promise, we'll never let your memory fade away. Naruto smiled at his friend's antics as he made his way towards the waiting room. As he turned the corner, he came face to face with another trigger-happy blonde. Naruto's smile vanished instantly and Bakugo's demeanor seemed to become more agitated than he already was. Bakugo scoffed in Naruto's face. Round face was a pain in the butt to the fight. Do you goddamn nerds have to make everything harder than it has to be? Can't you mind your own demon business? Naruto barely reacted and walked past Bakugo, making sure to bump his shoulder as he made his way towards the waiting room. We didn't help Achiko with anything. Izuku tried to offer her some advice, but she refused. If she was a pain in the butt for you, that's all on her. Nice to know that an extra made you put in some effort, Blue Bomber. Bakugo looked at the blonde leaving and grew even angrier. Just you wait, you blonde-haired idiot. I'ma beat your butt in front of millions. Then you'll learn your place. Naruto looked back one last time before turning a corner. You won't make it past my brother, a-hole. In the stands, Izuku and Achiko returned to their friends as the combatants got situated. Achiko had puffy eyes, but no one seemed to notice, entirely focused on the arena. Izuku winced when he saw the matchup. Ooh, Kaminari is going against Naruto. That's not good. Mina solemnly nodded. Yeah, Naruto is crazy strong. Izuku shook his head. It's not just that, Naruto already proved that he can power through Kaminari's attacks. So unless he did more than learn how to make an even stronger blast, Naruto's win is basically guaranteed. Who knows, maybe Kaminari will pull something crazy and prove us all wrong, Kiroshima said hopefully. Guys, Tsuyu said. You know what, Kiri, you're right. Maybe we should have more faith in our friend, Mina said, suddenly looking more hopeful. Guys. Tenya adjusted his glasses. Indeed, it is unscholarly of us to disregard our classmates so quickly. Guys, Tsuyu said, finally gaining everyone's attention. The fight's over, Kaminari short-circuited and Naruto knocked him out. The students looked down at the arena with blank expressions. Sure enough, there was an unconscious Kaminari and an unfulfilled Naruto. That fight was sure a fight. I didn't even have time to give my introductions. Welp, on to the next fight. Aizawa looked at his loud partner. Why am I here? I barely have time to add any insight into the middle of all your shouting. What did you say? I couldn't hear you over the sound of our renowned students being plus ultra. The crowd cheered when he said plus ultra and Aizawa just sighed. I really just wanted to sleep. Naruto returned to his friends after his rather bout with Kaminari, and just sat there. Izuku turned towards his brother. Hey, good fight. Naruto sank into the chair. No, it wasn't. I wanted to blow off some steam, but Pikachu just goes and uses an attack that I've tanked before and makes the fight less than a minute. I demand satisfaction. Kiroshima saw the blonde's annoyance and decided he didn't want to add fuel to the fire. Ida, you should be getting ready. You're fighting Todoroki, right? Ida nodded astutely. Correct, I shall head down now. Todoroki will be a formidable opponent indeed. As Ida made his way towards the impending battle, the group of friends discussed the possible outcome of the battle as they always do. Mina was the first to speak up. I don't like to see it cause he's my friend and all, but I don't know if Ida can win this. You saw how quickly he defeated Zero. His power is insane. Tsuyu nodded in agreement. Todoroki does seem primed to win this one. It may not be so clear-cut, Momo said, deciding to put in her 2 cents. Todoroki does need time to launch some of his larger scale. Even his small, relatively small-scale attacks need some startup time, however small that may be. If anyone were to take advantage of that, however, it would be Ida with his speed quirk. Naruto nodded. Yeah, Ida may have a chance to win this one if he realizes his win condition and capitalizes on it quickly. Guys, the fight's about to start, Izuku said. Okay, it's time for the next fight. Let's hope this one doesn't disappoint. In one corner we have the half-model student, Tenya Ida. In the other corner, we have the icy hot student who's more icy than how, Shoto Todoroki. Ida visibly stiffened at present Mick's introduction and teared up a little. To be called a model student on national television by a pro hero, this is the happiest day of my life. Midnight sweat dropped at the engine quirk user. The 2 combatants are ready. The start's in 3, 2, 1 now. The instant the fight started, Ida had dodged as Shoto sent a wave of ice towards him. Another wave was sent towards him and he dodged with a standing long jump. While in the air, he activated his reciprocal burst and sent a powerful roundhouse towards Shoto, who barely dodged. However, he was not quick enough to dodge the follow-up kick Ida sent with his super move still active. After his attack successfully connected, he quickly carried Shoto and attempted to carry him out of bounds as quickly as possible. Keyword attempted as he was suddenly stopped. He saw that his mufflers were frozen over. When did you do that? Shoto released himself from his grasp and stood straight. I froze you leg when your second kick connected. I will admit though, your reciprocal burst was too fast for me to dodge. Shoto froze over Ida completely, making him the victor. Ida was mentally kicking himself in his head. I'm sorry, brother. I can't seem to jump all these hurdles in my way. Well, would you look at that, folks. That was a pretty short fight, but we can all agree it was more entertaining than the last battle. Todoroki unfroze Ida before leaving the arena, leaving the defeated student to wallow in his own self-pity. As Ida made his way to his friends, he tried to call his brother to ask if he saw the fight. He was met with no answer. He's probably on hero duty. I should have guessed that hero work never takes a break. With Tensai, a few minutes before, Ingenium was finally face to face with his target, the hero killer, Stain. He's been looking all over Hosu for the villain and finally found him. Your reign of terror is over, hero killer. Innocence will die no more by your hand. Stain smiled creepily and unsheathed his sword. If you think I'm killing innocents, then you are blind, ingenium. I'm ridding the world of false heroes who claim they're fighting for peace, yet seem to prioritize making a profit. How lucky you found me, you were on my list. Ingenium got ready to rush the villain. Good luck with, I will stop you right here right now. With a burst of speed, the armored hero rushed towards the villain. He was quicker than expected, however, and deftly dodged the attack. Ingenium didn't let that deter him, however, and turned around to rush the villain again. Stain dodged, but this time slashed at the joints in the hero's armor, managing to draw blood. Normally, this wouldn't have bothered Tensai. As a hero, he's had his fair share of blood spilled, but he felt uneasy as he saw the villain lick the blood of the blade. Almost instantly he seized up and fell down, unable to move. What have you done to me? Stain glared and smiled maliciously. Don't worry about what I did to you. He brandished his sword and slowly walked towards the prone hero. Worry about what I'm going to do. Tensai couldn't move his head, so he could only stay still in fear as the villain made his way closer. When he was looming over him, the last thing Tensai saw was Stain's maniacal stare, and then he was out. Naruto was shaking with excitement as he made his way towards the stadium. He will finally have his chance to put that icy bastard in his place. Nothing can ruin this moment, or so he thought, until a certain number 2 hero with a chip on his shoulder blocked his path. Naruto looked up quizzically at the pro hero. Can I help you? Endeavor didn't seem pleased. Show some more respect, boy. Watch who you're talking to. Naruto didn't seem fazed. I barely said anything, geez. The flame hero still didn't respond to his antics and stayed unmoving. I've seen you fight. You're pretty strong. You made Shoto use his fire despite his stupid vow. I need you to make him understand that his childish rebellion is completely foolish and prepare him to Serpa dash. Okay, I'ma stop you there, big guy, Naruto said, completely throwing Endeavor off guard. What did you just say to me? He said, rage clear in his voice and eyes. Naruto didn't react to the fire, pun fully intended, behind his eyes. I'm not going to lie, I don't like your kid much, but he's not a vessel for you to live your dreams through. I'm going to go out there and fight him as Todoroki Shoto, a guy that I personally dislike and wish to pummel, not the future Endeavor. So if you'd please. Naruto didn't go far though, as Endeavor's flames burned brightly and he leaned down to get face to face with the whiskered teen. Listen here, you insolent brat, you don't interrupt me, nor will you speak to me that way ever again. I don't offer you praise to be treated with such familiarity. The affairs I have with my son are none of your concern. Think carefully next time you speak. We are done here. With that, Endeavor made his way to the stands. Naruto continued walking, notably more set off than normal. My affairs are none of your concern. Then how about you and your goddamn kid stop bringing me into it? He yelled to Noon in particular. The arena. Well, here we are, folks, time for some real fights. I know I've been waiting for it. In one corner we have the powerhouse blonde with a foxy attitude, Naruto Midoriya. In the other corner, we have the hot and cold emo with daddy issues, Shoto Todoroki. Aizawa looked at his loud-mouthed partner. How do you still have this job? You are so clearly unbiased it's not even funny. Tenure goes a long way, Eraser, never forget that. Unbelievable. Despite the unpleasantness that he faced in the hall, Naruto couldn't wipe the smile off his face. Hell yeah, you're going down, you Canadian flag wannabe. Todoroki kept his stoic face. You've already used that one. Doesn't make it any less true. In the stands, Izuku tightened his grip around the rails. Come on, Naruto, you got this. Kiroshima slapped the green teen on the back, making him jolt a bit. Don't fret too much, my man. Naruto is like the strongest kid in our class, probably the strongest of our grade. You should know that better than anyone. Izuku rubbed the back of his head sheepishly. I know he's pretty strong, it's just that sometimes he lets his emotions get the better of him and he messes up. I'm just hoping that he'll keep his cool. Kiroshima nodded his head. He can get kind of wild sometimes, and that's coming from me. In the arena, Midnight raised her whip. Midoriya, are you ready? Naruto nodded his head in unrestrained excitement. Todoroki, are you ready? Todoroki gave her a silent nod. Well then the battle starts in 3. Naruto's eyes began to redden. 2. Cold mist began to envelop Todoroki's right side. Fight! Midnight yelled as she violently cracked her whip. For a second there was complete silence as the two powerhouse teens stared down one another, then, as if on cue, they simultaneously attacked. Naruto got on all fours as a single tail's worth of energy enveloped around him and made a mad dash towards Todoroki. The dual quirk user was quick to react however, and sent a stream of ice directly towards the raging blonde. Naruto blasted away the first wave with a swipe from his tail, and had to quickly shatter a pillar of ice heading towards him. Naruto grunted as he dodged yet another pillar sent from Ice User. Wow Todoroki, never knew you'd be this cold. In the stands, Izuka felt a sharp pain in his head. My brother making a dumb joke, senses are tingling. He's probably making ice puns right now. Achiko looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Since when was that a thing? Izuka looked as though he was reliving something truly horrible. It's always been there. Always. His response did little to satisfy Achiko's question, but she wisely chose not to pry. Back to the battle. Naruto was gritting his teeth as he dodged another wave of ice. Damn it, I need to get in, I can't keep playing footsies with this guy. When he finally had a moment to breathe, Naruto planted his feet and reared his arm back. He punched forward and sent forth a fist made purely from his red energy. You're not the only one who can attack from afar, you bipolar thermostat. Todoroki's eyes widened when he saw the attack heading his way. He quickly sidestepped out of the way, but wasn't prepared for the second fist that quickly followed. The hit almost sent him out of the ring if not for the wall of ice he created to keep him from going out of bounds. When he regained his bearings he had to quickly roll as the blonde wasted no time in closing the distance between them. He made a mighty swipe towards the prone teen, but only managed to slice the ice left by the ice user. That didn't deter him though, as he didn't let up and kept making swipes at him, as Todoroki tried his best to dodge. Keyword tried, as he was nicked more than once while in the midst of the whiskered teen's flurry. Todoroki opted to making walls of ice in the blonde's path, but they kept being destroyed like nothing against Naruto's blows. He realized that this tactic wasn't working and created a giant wall of ice between Naruto and him. Naruto smirked and punched a hole straight through the wall. Nice try, Ice Cube. But it'll take more than that to dash. Naruto didn't have the chance to finish his sentence as the stoic teen sent a pillar of ice straight towards the hole made by the blonde. Todoroki took a long breath. He finally had a chance to breathe and think. Or so he thought, until a piece of ice from the very pillar he made came hurtling at him, forcing him to conjure another wall to save him from the projectile. He yet again had to brace himself as he saw the whiskered blonde in the air ready to land on him. He sent a barrage of ice spikes towards his aerial combatant, hoping to slow him down. However, the blonde twisted his body in the air to avoid getting impaled and grabbed onto one of the protruding spikes. Naruto grinned as he broke off the pointy tip and threw it at Todoroki as he fell, slightly cutting his cheek as he wasn't prepared for the sudden projectile. The ice user saw the blonde preparing to slam and quickly dove and put a wall of ice between the coming impact and him. When Naruto finally hit the ground, he sent out a shockwave that destroyed the remaining ice structures, including the wall Todoroki was hiding behind. Naruto slowly stood up fully and spread out his arms. What the hell, dude? I was expecting a real fight, not some cat and mouse game. When are you going to start landing some real hits on me, huh? Todoroki gritted his teeth when he heard the blonde's proclamation. He knew that he wasn't winning this fight, not in the least. Maybe if he just used a little of his phi dash. And, he mentally berated himself, I'm not going to let anybody make me break my vow. Naruto frowned when he saw Todoroki shake his head. He knew exactly what he was thinking. Really? You're getting your butt handed to you on live TV and you still won't use the whole other quirk in your arsenal to win. How petty can you be? Of all the things the blonde has said, this was the thing to get a reaction from him. I swore that I'll never use his power to achieve my goals. And I'm not letting you or anyone else force my hand. I'm going to get by on my own power. Not his forsaken quirk. Naruto rubbed his temples. For the love of, it's not your father's quirk, dipshit. You were born with it. So how about you use your power for something useful, and stop being a whiny little emo about it? Todoroki was now trembling in anger, and instead of continuing their argument, opted to rush the blonde instead. Naruto saw that the ice user's movements were getting a bit more sluggish. He stepped to the side and used his tail to trip the teen and make him fall on his face. You've used your ice too much, huh? Maybe if you used your fire you can offset it, but, oh wait, you're too much of a coward to do so. Todoroki slowly got up and glared at the whiskered blonde. What right do you have to call me a coward? Naruto glared back and slowly walked forward. What right do you have to even be this far in the competition? Everyone here is giving it their all to be the best hero they can be. Yet, you've been holding out on half your power because of some stupid vendetta you have against your dad or some sheet. I reserve every right to call you what I want. Maybe if you started actually trying I'd have nicer things to say about you. I told you once, I'll tell you again. Never. Power. Todoroki punctuated each statement with an ice pillar he sent towards the teen. However, due to overuse they were relatively weak and Naruto had no problem shattering each one. When he finally reached the ice user he grabbed him by the collar and pulled him in close, and I'll say again. Dad's power. It is yours and you should start using it as such. Naruto ended his statement with a wicked headbutt that made Todoroki go prone. As Todoroki was on the ground he thought back to his childhood, more specifically his mother. He remembered watching All Might on TV, telling kids to use their kids in different and unique ways in spite of inheriting them. Then his mom telling him to stay true to himself, that he was not just some product of his lineage. He was his own person with his own quirk and no one can tell him otherwise. Something sparked within Todoroki, and when Naruto was over him, preparing to knock him out, he erupted. A torrent of flames expelling from his prone form, forcing the whiskered blonde to backpedal away. In the audience, Endeavor was smiling with unrestrained glee at the sight of his son using the fire powers he's repressed for so long. He reared his head back and could only shout in excitement, "Show tooth!" Everyone around him edged the slightest bit away, not wanting to be burned by the hyper dad. To the fight. The dual quirk user slowly stood up, his left side still ablaze as he melted away all the frost that he has accumulated throughout his body. His grin was matched by the foxy grin Naruto himself had at the sight of the flaming teen. You know, it's quite strange to willing and forcefully make your opponent power up mid-fight. Naruto just shrugged as he powered up to 2 tails worth of power. Hey, I said I wanted a good fight. Not an easy one. Todoroki just smirked as he started to simultaneously use his left and right sides at the same time. At the same time Naruto go on all fours as his features became more feral. Just like when the match began, there was total silence, even in the audience, and then with no visible signal the teens attacked each other once more. Naruto sped his way towards the dual quirk wielder, but Todoroki was prepared this time and he sent a stream of flames directly towards Naruto. The blonde was able to dodge the flames easily, but had to frantically roll out of the way when he saw a rapidly approaching ice spike. Once again Naruto sent an energy fist towards Todoroki, who used an ice wall to slow the fist enough and dodge out of the way. As he dodged he sent yet another torrent of flames towards the blonde teen, this one being notably larger than the first. Naruto just grinned and jumped as high as he could to get out of the flames' wake. While in the air he aimed another energy punch towards Todoroki, who barely managed to dodge but was blown away by the shockwave made by the fist. When Naruto landed he kept up his barrage of long-ranged fists as Todoroki desperately tried to dodge each one. While rolling in between fists, the precocious teen sent another large blast of fire towards Naruto's direction. He had to retract his arms so that he could successfully get out of the way, but he still got signed from the attack. When he finally stabilized himself Todoroki once again sent dozens upon dozens of ice pillars towards the blonde, but Naruto opted to jump on the highest pillar and make his way towards his combatant, dodging and jumping over every concurrent pillar. When jumping from one pillar to another, Naruto didn't notice the extremely large stream of fire that was making its way towards him, and land a direct hit on him. Naruto fell to the ground and grunted in pain, putting out the small flame that caught onto his pants. Guess I do have to take this seriously. Get ready, Todoroki, this is gonna be a big one. Naruto closed his eyes as he bumped up his cloak to 3 tails, the sudden burst of power completely destroying the pillars heading towards him. Todoroki saw the sheer power behind the form and began to power up his left side. Midnight looked towards Cementos. Hey, I think we should intervene. I think they may actually kill each other. Cementos nodded his head, on it, and he slammed his hand on the concrete, preparing to make pillars. At the same time as this, Naruto has already began rushing towards Todoroki, leaving a sizable crater from where he was standing as he made his way towards the ice user who made what amounts to a maze of pillars and spikes to create distance between the two. It was all for naught, however, as Naruto was having no trouble breaking through the ice created to slow him down. Todoroki didn't mind though. He has gathered enough heat in his arm and began to raise it towards the blonde, preparing to put his all into this final attack. The pillars from Cementos began to rise, but it was too late. The air pressure created by Naruto's accelerating form, along with the incredibly high heat created from Todoroki, made the perfect storm for a huge explosion to rock the entire stadium. The explosion rippled throughout the audience, the wind blowing away everything that wasn't bolted down in the area. When the explosion finally stopped, there was dead silence all throughout the stadium, no one being able to describe what they have just witnessed. As the smoke cleared, the audience saw that the entire arena itself has been destroyed. Near the edge of the arena they saw a cone of ice that had a noticeable hole right in the middle of it, along with a sizable crater in the wall directly behind it. The smoke dissipated fully and the arena was finally revealed. They saw Todoroki on the outside of the arena, underneath the crater in the wall, and in the middle of what used to be the fighting arena stood a very dirty and heavily panting Naruto, powered down to a single tail, with said tail being firmly implanted into the ground. Midnight slowly got up and back on the podium, as she was understandably blown away from the massive explosion made by the two teens. She coughed before raising her riding crop, the winner of the match by ring knockout, Naruto Uzumaki Midoriya. Immediately the audience erupted in applause. That was by far the most explosive match they've seen today. In the stands, Izuku was loudly cheering for the victory his brother just secured. Momo had a hand on her heart and let out a long sigh. She was worried that Naruto may have been seriously injured or something. She soon joined in with her friends in loudly cheering for the victory of their favorite whiskered teen. Medbots made their way to the arena and put both of the injured teens on stretchers and made their way towards Recovery Girl's office. On the way there, an extremely tired Todoroki lazily looked towards Naruto. Hey, Naruto. The whiskered teen slowly turned his head. Yeah, Todoroki. Todoroki made a mental note that Naruto used his actual name without insulting him. Thank you. Really? Naruto grinned. I should be thanking you. That was a pretty awesome fight. Todoroki weakly smiled before slipping into unconsciousness again, content with knowing that he controls his destiny. A young Naruto stared at the video in semi-interest. So, you watch this video all the time? Izuku nodded his head vigorously as he showed his brother his favorite video of All Might making his debut. It's my favorite video of all time. Naruto deadpanned after a while of the video. Izuku, a lot of people died in this disaster. There is an actual dead body in the corner over there. Why would you watch this? Izuku seemed unfazed and kept watching. Isn't All Might so cool? Naruto was going to argue but got caught in the video itself. You know what, he really is cool. Inko walked by the door and smiled at the sight. Ah, my two boys like the same video. How cute. Naruto walked into the living room yawning. He was entranced by the heavenly scent of breakfast from the kitchen. Inko smiled at the sight of her new son sitting at the table. Good morning, Naruto, I made pancakes. Naruto gained an ear-splitting grin. Really, I've only ever had those like twice. They smell delicious. Inko was a little sad at the pancake statement, but was happy to see how happy the little blonde was. She patted him on the head. Only the best for you. The whiskered blonde's smile grew somehow wider. Thanks, Mom. Inko's breath hitched. She didn't expect him to call her mom so quickly. Naruto tilted his head. Are you all right? Inko was fighting down tears. No. I'm all right. Son. The tears finally took over and she gripped Izuku in a mighty mama bear hug. It was at this moment that Izuku walked in on the sight. Naruto instantly held out his hand. "Brother, save me. Mom has gone crazy." Instead of helping like Naruto thought he would, Izuku also began to tear up. "Oh my gosh, I have a brother." Naruto now found himself in the middle of a spontaneous group hug with his family. Wait, Naruto thought, I have a family. He doesn't know how it happened, but his morning has turned into a three-way hug with tears that would make a water quirk user jealous. Naruto breathed slowly as he pulled back his hood to face his worst enemy. The cold emerald eyes that stared back at him sent shivers down his spine. He pointed a finger at him. "Your reign will end here, Varth later." Varth later, Vizu obviously, slowly lifted up his energy saber. "You will never stop me, puny child. My reign will be supreme." Naruto ignited his saber. "By the name of my father I will destroy." Varth later stopped before laughing. "Ha, you were never told. I am your father." Naruto went to his knees in anguish. "News." Inko walked in on her sons playing. "Oh, your dad, he'll be coming next month with a new box. You guys should have known that." "Moom. We were playing space fight." "You ruined it," Naruto said, throwing his saber on the ground. "Oh, I'm sorry, you go one ahead. I like your costume, it's a really cool Darth Vader." This time Izuku face-bombed. "Mom, it's Varth later. Who even is Darth Vader?" Inko just giggled to herself. "I am so sorry, Space Warriors. You may continue." "Thank you, where were we again?" "Oh yeah and all," Naruto said, quickly getting back in character. Izuku got back into character but couldn't help but smile. Having a brother is so cool. The classroom was abuzz with noise as the fellow students were greeting each other on this festive day. Except for Momo, she was at her desk staring at the present on her desk. The present was for none other than her favorite whiskered blonde Naruto. "Okay Momo, you got this. It's just a present. It's Christmas, there's nothing odd about that, right? Just a normal friend giving another friend a gift. Totally Norma Dash." "Why, Momo? Whatcha doing?" Momo was snapped out of her thoughts to be greeted face to face with the very blonde she was thinking of smiling his bright smile at her. She could have sworn her face went up several hues of red. "Naruto, how are you doing if what gift I don't know what you mean?" she said in her flustered state while hiding the gift she got him. Naruto looked at her quizzically but shrugged it off. "I just wanted to give you this given that it's Christmas and all," Naruto said as he handed her a purple-wrapped gift. Momo looked surprised before graciously accepting the gift. She opened it to see a surprisingly ornate wooden carving of a cat. It was hard figuring out what to get the girl who can literally create anything. So I figured I'd try and make something with my hands. I made a cat cause your eyes kind of remind of one. I hope you like it. Momo was touched. No one has ever went through the time to make something for her personally. "Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. I actually got you some dash." "I don't see you in your chair, Mr. Midoriya," Aizawa said as he lazily made his way up to the front of the class. "Not you, Izuku. I can clearly see." "You're in your seat," Aizawa said as he saw the green teen prepare to speak up before quickly putting his hand down. Naruto just rolled his eyes. "Calm down, I'm sitting." "Geez, I was up for like 5 seconds after the bell rang." "Did I hear you say something?" Aizawa drawled out. "Nope," Naruto innocently said. Momo sighed to herself. "Lunch, I'll give it to him at lunch." "Lunch? Okay, maybe not at lunch," Momo thought to herself as she sat next Naruto, along with the rest of her peers. "I forgot about the others. I can't give him a gift now, they'll start suspecting." Naruto looked over to his raven-haired friend and elbowed her. "Hey, you okay? You look the same way you did before, you've barely eaten." Momo looked to see everybody looking at her. No, I'm fine. I'm just not so hungry." Tsuyu put a finger on her chin. "You have been pretty off lately. You didn't answer any questions in class today." Mina took the opportunity to jump in. I know, she's in love. I've seen that look before. She's completely infatuated with some Romeo." For the second time today Momo's face lit up. That's not it at all. I've just had a lot on my mind is all." Mina smirked. "Suyer, that's what they all say." Before Momo could say more, Ochako stepped in to save her. Oh Mina, you always assume that people are in love. You once thought that Aizawa was in love with someone, that one day he took less naps than usual. Are you going to tell me that the lack of naps and love are not correlated at all? Ochiko's sweat dropped. Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. As the two girls got more chatty, Momo let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. Thank you, Ochako, I was almost a goner there. Lunch ended and the students had to return to class. Momo set it into her mind that she was going to give this gift after school. Her heart was pounding all throughout the rest of class. She had to mentally prepare herself to give this gift. As the final bell rang, Momo made her move. As the other students filed out of the room, Momo went straight to Naruto. Can I speak to you, please? Naruto looked to his brother, who just shrugged. I'll wait for you at the front of the school. Naruto nodded. Okay then, what do you need, Momo? Momo steadied her breathing. Okay Momo, you got this. Just say your sentence smooth and concise, no way to mess this up. With a determined look, Momo got the gift from behind her back and held it out. Present you is for. There was just silence. Momo was mortified. What was that? How did I mess that up? He probably thinks I'm an imbecile now. Oh my gosh, why can't I move? Her thoughts were broken when she heard Naruto chuckle at her. Huh, you wanna try that again? For some reason, hearing Naruto's laugh made her feel better and gain more confidence. I got you a present for Christmas. Naruto took the gift and smiled. It was nice to know his crush was thinking of him. He opened the present and the grin immediately left his face. Inside the present was 2 packs of deluxe ramen that couldn't be found in Japan at all. Momo saw the grin leave his face and grew worried. Oh no, you hate it, don't you? I just heard that you liked ramen and thought that I'd get you some rare packs. It's lame, isn't it? I'm sorry. You got me such a nice gift and I get you some no dash. She was stopped mid-sentence when she was hugged by the blonde. I love it, thank you Momo. You went above and beyond for this. Momo was frozen stuck. She didn't know how to react, and just when she thought she got her bearings, Naruto talked again. Oh, look at that, we're under a mistletoe. Before Momo could respond, she felt a pair of lips on hers. Her eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. She was being kissed by her crush. As the kiss ended all too early for her, Naruto looked at the time. Oh, I better get to my brother. See you later, Momo. Momo could do nothing but gently touch her lips, and smiled a smile so big she feared she may split her face. She looked up to see the wondrous mistletoe that gave her that moment, but grew quizzical when she saw that there was nothing up there. She stared at the door that he just left moments before. Perhaps he... Momo shook her head. There's no way Naruto made that up as an excuse to kiss her. Naruto was with Izuku as he prepped him up for his battle against Bakugo. Come on Izuku, you got this. That fight between Mina, which totally happened, was easy enough for you. Bakugo is just another stepping stone on your way to fight the true number one, Naruto said as he puffed out his chest. Izuku nodded. I know. I've been training real hard, but after that battle with Tokoyami, which also totally happened, I can see that he's only getting better. It won't be easy to beat him. Naruto smacked his brother on the head. Oh, what was that for? The blonde shrugged. I preemptively stopped you from going into a muttering storm. Don't overthink things. We've dealt with that BSTRD for years. You and I both know how he thinks. It should just be a reaction at this point. I don't know how many times I need to hammer that into your head, but just let your body take control. Izuku groaned. I know, but that's hard. How do you do it? I've done it sometimes, but I can't help but analyze everything. Even with Kiroshima, I took more punishment than I should have because I wanted to take time analyzing his moves. It's hard for me to just give myself into the fight. Naruto shrugged. You're too smart for your own good, dude. I can't do much to help you. Just know that when you're out there, you're fighting. Nothing more, nothing less. The only things that matter is that you beat that smug a-hole, and that your brother is up there rooting for you. The green teen smiled. Thanks, Naruto. I needed to hear that right now. Hey, don't think I'm trying to do this for noble reasons. I'm just making sure you're ready to give me a good fight in the end. Izuku rolled his eyes. Why, thank you for giving me a true reason to win. I feel oh so motivated now. Naruto gave his trademark grin. That's what I'm here for. The alarm rang, signaling that it was time for the fated battle. Izuku let out a deep breath. Okay, time for me to go. Wish me luck. We're Midoriyas, we don't need luck. Go kick that exploding chihuahua's butt. That warranted a chuckle from Izuku. Got it. That fight is coming, Naruto. Believe it. Naruto gained a scowl. Hey, that's my line. I can sue you, you know. The green teen just rolled his eyes. Imma, ignore that and just pretend you told me uplifting stuff. As Izuku left, Naruto shouted, believe what you want, that's not what happened. In the audience, as Naruto made his way towards his friends, he was glomped by multiple people. Hey, that fight you did with that ice fire boy was insane. Dude, how did you keep calm during that fight? Where is the ice boy? Is he still knocked out? You freaking destroyed the arena, man. Who does that? This caught the blonde by surprise. Thanks for the kind words. But my brother is about to go up and I kinda want to see his fight. When he finally made his way through the all too rampant crowd, he sat down firmly next to his friends, right next to Momo. They all looked at him with a hint of skepticism. Naruto, Momo said, were you not just in the middle of a giant explosion like 20 minutes ago? I'm pretty sure you were suffering from extreme burns as well, shouldn't you be, you know? Recovering. Naruto looked towards his friends with a raised eyebrow. Well, like you said, it was 20 minutes ago. I was fine after like 5 minutes. It probably looked worse than it did in the stands. Kiroshima looked around. Then, where's Todoroki? Naruto's eyes were focused on the arena at this point. Oh, he's still knocked out. He really needs to work on his stamina. Everyone noticeably leaned away from the stamina monster before them. Everybody essayed. It's about to start. In the arena, Izuku was lightly slapping his face as he made his way towards the battle area. You got this, Izuku. It's just the guy who's tormented you for a decade. But you're past that now. You can stand up to him. He doesn't control you. As Izuku made his way into the light, he heard the roaring audience. Right across from him, looking as pissy as ever, was the explosive teen himself, Bakugo. Are you ready? Yeah. The final round of the semifinals. In one corner we have the green, lean, punching machine, Izuku Midoriya. In the other corner, we have the teen with an explosive attitude and equally explosive sweat, Katsuki Bakugo. The two heroes in training were now facing each other. Izuku was trying to look tough and failing, while Bakugo just opted to glare bloody murder at the freckled teen. I've been waiting too long for this moment. You're going to die today, you dim nerd, Bakugo said as his gaze grew deadlier. Okay, you two know the deal. Are you ready? Izuku and Bakugo both nodded at the same time, red veins going up Izuku's body before he began to radiate energy. Mini explosions continually fired off from Bakugo's hand as he prepared for the battle. Go! And the whip was cracked. Bakugo wasted no time. He immediately went for a right hook. Izuku planned for this and was already making the motions to grab the incoming appendage. He was not prepared for an explosion to blast right in his face as Bakugo turned himself around and pummeled him with the back of his hand instead. Izuku managed to brave the hit but was still thrown off by the move. I should have guessed he'd change up his style a bit. He's not stupid, he knows I'm familiar with his combat style now. Izuku didn't have time to think anymore when Bakugo was suddenly on him again, readying up an explosion. Izuku attempted to dodge under him, but was blasted by an explosion from the blonde's offhand. Bakugo gained a maniacal grin. I knew you were gonna be a pushover, Deku. No matter what power you magically get, you'll always be below me. Izuku barely had time to react as another blast came his way. When he stopped rolling, he saw that he was dangerously close to the edge of the boundary. Immediately he powered up to 8% to quickly get to the middle, just as Bakugo landed on the spot he was. Izuku quickly got up and prepared himself for the oncoming onslaught. Bakugo grunted as he stood up to his full height. Oh, you finally stood up. I thought you'd spend the whole fight on the ground, you FANG loser. At least now you'll give me some semblance of a challenge. Bakugo went in again, propelling himself with his explosions. Izuku went in for a grab like last time. As he was about to get a hold, Bakugo changed his momentum and veered to the side, going for another blast towards his back. However, he was not prepared for Izuku to duck with surprisingly fast reflexes and turn around to land a strong punch to the blonde's gut. Bakugo was not prepared and folded over like a lawn chair. He staggered back and wiped off some blood he spit up from his mouth. He looked at the red fluid like he was offended by its very existence. He looked up at Izuku once again. You better be happy with that hit. 'Cause that's the only one you'll get, you FNG nerd. Izuku didn't say anything and had only one thought before running in. Don't think, don't think, don't think. Just react. Immediately after he stopped thinking, he had to dodge a blast-boosted punch sent by Bakugo. He had to react even quicker when the blonde unleashed a huge explosion from the front of his fist to attempt and elbow the green teen. Izuku grabbed the elbow and pulled the blonde in closer and kneed him in the side of the gut. While he was disoriented, Izuku sent a mighty right hook towards the exploding teen's face, sending him flying. Bakugo was able to remain inside by controlling his orientation with his explosions. He was beyond sad at the gall the formerly quirkless student had to act like they're fighting on equal ground. His anger grew to the point where he just rushed in with reckless abandon yet again. "I show you your place, you nerd. I'm done with this high and mighty act you've been putting on." Izuku could only dodge as another explosion rocked the place he was currently at. This one larger than his previous ones. Oh no. His quirk only gets stronger with time. He's working up more of a sweat. I should have knocked him out dash. His thoughts were cut short as he was caught in the tail end of another blast sent towards his way. Bakugo gained a nasty grin when he saw he got the freckled teen. "Losing your nerves now, fuxing Deku. Shoulda known you wouldn't last long. I can't wait to beat your brothers, but after this." Izuku gained a steely look after he heard that. "Leave him out of this, Bakugo. He's not a part of this." He didn't know what it was, but something irked Bakugo at hearing his name come out of Izuku's mouth. It felt wrong. What? It takes that asshat to get you all riled up. All that FENG confidence comes from him, right? He got you thinking you're something more than the useless FING Deku you really are. Now I really can't wait to beat that whiskered motherfucker. Maybe then you'll learn your place. Right after he said that, he felt an extremely sharp pain in his gut. He looked down to see intense green eyes looking right at him. He didn't even see him move. The blonde was pushed back, rolling until he was close to the edge. Immediately he fired off a huge blast to get himself into the middle of the arena. He saw Izuku coming towards him while he was prone and sent a blast towards him before he got too close. The distance he made between them gave him enough time to right himself up and glare at the freckled teen yet again. He was gritting his teeth as he saw the determined look the green teen user was giving him. "What? Actual? Who the hell do you think you are to look at me like that? You're nothing but a filthy extra who's below me. Why can't you get that through your head?" Izuku didn't back away from the yelling blonde. In fact, he took a step forward. "That's not who I am anymore, Bakugo. I've been training to become the best hero in the world, and I can't do that if I'm always living in fear of you. I made it my goal to stand tall with my brother, and no one will stop me towards that goal. That's why Deku is not the name for a loser anymore. Deku is the name of a hero." Bakugo was stunned, then mad, really, really mad. "All this goddamn nonsense you've been saying, all this shit you've been doing to spite me, is because of your effing fake brother." Silence. That was the only response Izuku had. His eyes seemed to go darker. Midnight sensed the sudden shift in mood and took a slight step backwards. Izuku took a step forward. "What did you just say?" Bakugo either didn't give a crap about the sudden mood change, or was unfazed by it. Either way, he also stomped forward with a challenging look. "Did I FNG stutter? I said that I can't believe all this shit came from your fake brother." Izuku's eyes narrowed, and Bakugo actually took a step back. He's never seen such anger from Izuku. He waited for a moment and got no response. This made Bakugo even angrier than before, if that was even possible. "So what? Suddenly I'm not worthy of being answered. Prepare to die, fucktard." Once again Bakugo propelled towards Izuku. He was about to maneuver around him in some way yet again, but wasn't ready for Izuku to meet him halfway and punch him square in the nose. He didn't have time to register the pain. The green teen immediately kicked his gut. Izuku was going to grab him, but was warded away by a huge explosion. Bakugo only glared at Izuku for what he believed to be a cheap shot. He understood that no more words shall be exchanged. This fight was a long time coming. Bakugo ran towards the green teen. He sent a blast towards Izuku to try and disorientate him. While the smoke screen was up, he propelled himself above Izuku and prepared to blast him again. He wasn't prepared for the smoke to be cleared up. He saw Izuku looking at him with his fist outstretched, having been prepared for the attempt. Bakugo now found himself in a compromising position as Izuku managed to get under the explosive teen and land a punch straight up towards his abdomen. Baguo was sent straight up from the mighty blow. That didn't deter him, however. He quickly recovered and aimed his palms upward, unleashing a massive explosion that seemed to fill the sky. He rocketed towards the ground faster than the eye can see, and brought his arms back to the front of him. He saw Izuku ready to intercept him, but unleashed another blast to stall his descent. He grimaced a little at the massive amount of strain his arms took from the big blasts back to back. It was worth it though, as Izuku was not prepared for this sudden change and was open for a free attack. He capitalized immediately and closed the distance to blast the unaware teen. He wasn't prepared for Izuku to just brace the attack, being pushed by the force of the explosion, but managing to stay standing. Bakugo didn't have time to think about what just happened before Izuku closed in on him, faster than he's ever seen anyone move before, and uppercut the blonde. Izuku winced a little when he sent the blow towards his school bully. He was used 20% for that speed boost. He can go up to that level and not break his bones, yeah, but he can barely last a full minute at that level before breaking down. I can't lose control. I need to be able to compete in the next round, or else winning is useless. Bakugo landed on the opposite end of the arena from Izuku and slowly got up. He tried to glare but could only wince and hold his jaw as he began to stagger. He was at the end of his rope, but he could see Izuku wasn't doing so hot either. This would be his last move. He wanted to save this for later, but it looks like this would have to be it. Bakugo slowly stood all the way up before stealing his look on Izuku. He had nothing to say as he prepared his final move. First, he propelled himself into the air and began to maneuver himself in a circular fashion, building up speed as he closed in on Izuku. This is ITF Deku. Prepare to die. Izuku's eyes widened. He saw the insane amount of power being built up within Bakugo's self-contained cyclone. Time seemed to slow down for Izuku as he saw the explosion come close to him. All sense of self-preservation left his mind as he charged up as much power as he could in his arm, ignoring the strain his bones felt from attempting to store such power. With reckless abandon, Izuku punched in Bakugo's direction, not knowing if he was even close enough at that point, and felt the bones in his arm completely shatter. The only thing Bakugo saw as he prepared to launch his attack was a stream of red veins course up Izuku's arm, and he threw a punch towards his direction. He was not prepared for the torrent of wind that came towards him, prematurely causing him to detonate the explosion, sending him towards the arena at blazing speeds. The crowd wasn't safe from the attack either, having to cover their faces from the insane wind speeds, their food and drink flying away as well. Izuku looked at Bakugo, prone on the ground, barely able to move. He looked at his extremely bruised arm and winced. He's gonna need a lengthy visit to Recovery Girl after this is over. He slowly limped towards the prone Bakugo, who was now upright and trying and failing to get back up. He stopped when he was right over him, saying nothing. Bakugo was trying to make some explosions to appear, but could barely get tiny bursts to appear. He was forced to look up at the panting Izuku as he was slowly losing more and more energy. He couldn't believe what was happening right now. Was he really about to lose to this goddamn loser? Izuku just glared at the teen before him. Let's, gasp, see how fake gasp this is. And he put his foot on his side and gave one last mighty push to take him out of the boundary. Midnight, showing clear signs of being affected by the wind pressure, slowly raised her whip. The winner by ring out is Izuku Midoriya. Izuku was numb. He wasn't sure he was experiencing reality right now. Was Bakugo really on the ground in front of him right now? Was Midnight actually declaring his victory? He looked towards the stands to see his brother hollering in excitement, his eyes shining with pride and excitement. That's when Izuku broke down, tears were streaming down his face as he raised his bruised arm in the air. A sign of accomplishment, of a battle well fought and a victory well earned. All Might managed to smile even wider when he saw the young Midoriya standing in his victory. "You did it, my boy. I knew you had it in you." Izuku couldn't stop grinning. He won. He fought against Bakugo Katsuki and won. Nothing can stop him now. Those were his last thoughts before the adrenaline wore off, and he felt the full force of his injuries and promptly fainted, just like Bakugo did shortly before he did. In the stands, Todoroki slowly made his way up towards the stands, still aching from his fight with Naruto. Kiroshima was first to hear him as he was in the back of the students. "Oh, hey Todoroki. How ya feeling?" Todoroki only muttered as he sat down next to the redhead, "I feel pain." Kiroshima shot him a sympathetic look. "I know you feel. Those Midoriyas pack a wallop. When I was fighting Izuku, it almost felt like I wasn't using my quirk." Mina shushed them with a wave of her hand. "Hey, the author said no dialogue. The fight's gonna start." Todoroki looked at the pink-skinned teen quizzically, but Kiroshima just put a hand on his shoulder. "Don't question it. It'll save you a lot of brain power." In the arena, Naruto cracked his neck as he saw his brother on the other side of the arena, stretching his arms as he prepared for the much-anticipated fight. Izuku likewise was nervous but also raring to go for a fight he felt he's always been training towards. Every spar the brothers had, every improvement they made controlling their respective quirks. It all had accumulated to this battle, to show their mettle to millions of viewers. Present Mix and Aizawa's words were little more than muffled speech as they eyed each other up and down, already scanning for weaknesses and forming strategies to counter every possible move. The only thing that broke them out of their analysis was when they had to look towards Midnight as she began to begin the fight. She snapped her whip as she pointed towards Naruto. "Naruto Uzumaki Midoriya, are you ready for the match?" Naruto just smiled and nodded. She pointed towards Izuku. "Izuku Midoriya, are you ready?" Izuku let out a somewhat nervous breath, but steeled his look and nodded as well. Midnight raised her whip in the air. "Okay then. Our contestants are ready. Let the final match of the tournament commence in fight." As the words left her mouth, the brothers looked into each other's eyes one more time. A silent agreement amongst them. No holding back, this was it. All the spars they had in the past were trivial compared to this. The first true test of who's grown, a look for who is closer to achieving their dream of becoming a hero. The red aura began enveloping Naruto. He went onto all fours as his quirk manifested the two-tailed cloak behind him. Likewise, Izuku raised his fist as the power of One for All began to surround him, his veins coursing with power. "I'm at 8% right now, doesn't hurt too bad. Don't think I can sustain a prolonged fight with anything more than this though." After a beat of silence after the teens powered up, they charged. Once they met in the middle, Naruto wasted no time quickly spinning to attempt and knock Izuku off his feet. The green teen saw that coming however and jumped over the tails. He wasn't ready for Naruto to quickly turn around and grab his legs while in midair and throw him towards the ground. Izuku grunted in pain, but recovered quickly enough to roll away from the incoming punch Naruto sent flying towards him. Naruto winced a little as his fist made cracks along the cement, but had to react as Izuku went on the offensive. He began ducking and weaving as Izuku wasn't letting him breath. Naruto was really impressed with his brother. He can tell that each of those punches will pack a wallop, which he learned the hard way as he mistimed his duck and caught a strong left hook to the jaw. As the blonde teen staggered, Izuku seized the opportunity. The freckled teen was relentless with the flurry of blows he sent to his brother. His fist little more than a blur as he got as many hits in as he could while he had the advantage. Naruto was grunting, trying to block the blows but staggering at each hit. His brother has gotten faster apparently. The whiskered teen saw his opening, one punch being reared back a tad bit too much, and acted. Izuku was focused on continuing his flurry, and was caught very much off guard when his brother intercepted one punch with his own. He tried to not let it faze him, but he was too late. The brothers began matching each other blow for blow, reading each other's moves in such a way that it feels as though they've choreographed and rehearsed this millions of times. Naruto smiled while in the middle of the onslaught. Izuku was confused for a bit, then his eyes widened. He went to move away from the tail making its way to grab him, but it was too late. He felt as the energy appendage wrapped around his leg and severely messed up his footing. It was Naruto's turn to return the favor as he sent a mighty right hook towards his freckled brother's jaw. Izuku was sent flying towards the other side of the arena as Naruto got on all fours again, panting more than he's used to. Damn, Izuku's really putting my healing factor at work. I can at least rest for a few s. WTF is that Naruto's thoughts were cut short as he had to quickly dodge from what looked like a speeding air bullet heading straight towards him. He looked at the origin and saw his brother standing with his arms stretched out towards him, his middle finger behind his thumb getting ready to flick at him. Did he actually get projectiles? Naruto thought. His question was quickly answered when Izuku fired another bullet towards him, forcing him to sidestep yet again. Izuku was mentally grinning like mad. I knew he thought putting space between us would give him the advantage. We both know a good hero always has a projectile or two to hold their own. Naruto dodged another speeding projectile by crouching low and gripped the ground hard. With a mighty push it seemed as though he disappeared. In a flash he was in front of Izuku and swiped at his arm, causing him to release the projectile prematurely and leaving a sizable dent in the arena. Naruto made a swipe at Izuku again, but the freckled teen leaned back and grabbed the attacking appendage. He turned around and attempted to flip his brother over his shoulder. Naruto was prepared however, and while he was airborne he wrapped his tail around his brother's arm and tugged at it, causing the freckled teen to lose balance and fall to the ground along with his brother. Naruto took advantage of his brother's surprise and pushed himself up. He quickly dashed towards the prone teen and sent a mighty blow towards his stomach. Izuku coughed up blood and grimaced. Naruto didn't let up and sent another blow, this one sending spiderweb-like cracks on the ground. The blonde teen went to finish it off with a mighty stomp, but Izuku was ready, and with a burst of power stopped the stomp with his palm and pushed up. This tripped up Naruto and he fell back with a loud thud. Izuku gritted his teeth. He was up to 10% now, but his body was already strained so this much power was taking a toll on his body. He ignored the pain and went over to the prone blonde and, taking a page from his book, lifted his leg up and slammed it onto his stomach. Naruto nearly folded over from the force of the stomp, and coughed up an exuberant amount of blood. Izuku saw that he was still up and did it again, creating yet another giant crater and causing the blonde even more damage. Izuku went for one more stop, but this time it was Naruto's turn to take a page out of Izuku's book, and caught Izuku's foot this time. This caught Izuku by surprise. Naruto looked like he was losing energy. However, the green teen's eyes widened as his brother slowly stood up, three tails now behind him. When he looked into his eyes, he saw the eyes of a feral animal, his whiskers thickened and the aura around him becoming more malevolent. Naruto pulled the foot in and sent a powerful punch into Izuku's gut, folding him over and sending him crashing to the arena floor, barely being able to right himself before getting ringed out. Izuku instantly righted himself and gritted his teeth for what he was going to do next. He powered up his full cowling to 15%. He immediately felt the immense strain his bones were under and the power expelling out of him. This was the furthest he can reasonably be without every move causing serious muscle damage. He knew he was going to need, at the very least, to subdue Naruto before he goes full feral. Naruto was wildly panting as he stared at his opponent getting up and power up. They stared at each other, analyzing and respecting the power each other held. After that beat of nothing, they charge at each other once again. Izuku sent a jab towards Naruto's face, but the feral teen just took the punch, barely even flinching, and sent his own blow towards the green teen's cheek, but Izuku managed to brave that out as well. It seemed as though the brothers were at a stalemate, exchanging mighty blows, and taking the mighty punches with little to no issues. Izuku wasn't liking how this fight was going nowhere, and decided drastic measures were needed. While Izuku was sending a blow towards Naruto, as he sent a huge amount of power to his pointer finger, and flicked. That singular flick sent a mighty storm of wind centered on them. Naruto wasn't expecting this and couldn't brace himself properly, and was blown back away. Izuku winced and shook his hand, looking at his now broken finger. He knew it was gonna hurt, but by God did that hurt. Izuku wasn't in a position to lament his pain though, as he saw Naruto rear his arm back and send a massive fist of his energy cloak towards him. He quickly dodged out of the way of the rapidly oncoming fist and dived out of the way of an overhead strike from the other energy first. It became a sort of dance almost as Naruto was sending a barrage of long-distance punches while Izuku carefully and methodically weaved through the attacks. The freckled teen finally decided he had enough of this and in a burst of speed closed in on Naruto. Naruto saw the green blur closing in and jumped, confusing Izuku until he realized far too late as the arms that were behind rapidly returned to the blonde as he clasped both hands together to create a giant fist and send the energy extensions down in front of the quirk inheritor's path. This actually caused a portion of the arena to jut upwards as he launched Izuku upwards. The feral teen ran up the rocky incline he created and made to punch Izuku back to the ground, but was not at all prepared for the green teen to be aiming his arm at him and release an air bullet that launched him at great speeds into the wall of rock he made, actually sending him through the rock onto the other side of the arena. Izuku landed and winced again, looking at the second finger he broke doing the powered-up version of his projectile. He steeled himself yet again when he saw his brother slowly make his way towards him through the hole he made. He was hoping that the bullet would have either ringed him out or knocked him out, but that was wishful thinking. Izuku looked and saw that one of his brother's arms seemed to have a wilder aura than the others. He was charging up a final attack. Izuku powered the rest of his body back down to 0%, but began pouring energy into his right arm. They both began walking towards each other, but then broke out into a sprint as they reared back their fist. The audience were at the edge of their seat as the brothers closed in on one another. Barely able to breath at the sheer amount of power in the attacks they can see the brothers holding. The brothers finally closed in on each other and sent their attacks at one another. The explosion they created on the arena made Bakugo envious at the sheer size and destructive power of it. Midnight was actually blown off her podium by the high-speed winds created. The audience were too blown away, pun not intended, to care about their concessions being blown away yet again. The smoke cleared, and the audience saw Naruto on one edge of the arena prone. On the other edge of the arena was Izuku, also prone. Midnight saw this and wearily lifted her riding crop, as both contestants are knocked out. We'll call it a D or dash. No! Midnight was taken aback as both brothers screamed as they weakly got to their knees. Naruto was panting heavily and winced as he did so, definitely has a broken rib. He looked as mentally exhausted as he was physically exhausted. Izuku was also wincing with every move he made, his right arm hanging limply to his side. His arm was entirely purple, scars adorning his hand and forearm. They both looked at Midnight. This fight isn't ending in a draw, Naruto said. Izuku nodded. Yeah, this is going to end now. Midnight looked concerned. She looked towards Cementos, who only shrugged. She was confused on what to do before she got a buzz on her communicator. She listened and heard Principal Nizu on the other side. Hey Midnight, the contestants were clearly both incapacitated. Why isn't the fight over yet? I was about to call a draw, but then they stopped me, saying they didn't want to draw. There was a beat of silence before he answered, well, if that's what they want. I would prefer the finale end with a decisive winner anyhow. Midnight just stared at her communicator and shrugged. Okay, the fight isn't over everybody. These tenacious teens are gonna keep going. The audience were in an uproar, expecting the fight to be over, but more than happy to see more of it. The cheer fell on deaf ears to the brothers though. They just slowly made their way towards each other, fatigue clearly affecting them greatly. The audience's cheers began to fade as they realized the tempo was noticeably slower. When they made their way to each other, Izuku sent a punch, much slower than any other one he sent. Naruto didn't have the energy to dodge and took it on the cheek and stumbled, but stayed up. From his hunched position, Naruto sent a massive right hook towards his brother, knocking him to the ground. He went over to him and continued his barrage, but was stopped when Izuku lifted up his foot and kicked the blonde teen's stomach, causing him to fall. Naruto was panting as Izuku slowly got up and straddled Naruto to begin punching him. It seemed to take all his energy to raise his left arm before he sent it towards his brother's nose, seeing blood leak out of it. He made to punch again, but Naruto managed to gather enough energy to move his head to the left, and Izuku instead punched the hard cement. The blonde took this opportunity to get one more rush of energy and headbutt Izuku off of him. Izuku saw his vision get blurry as he fell on the ground, and Naruto tiredly stood above him. The last thing he saw was his brother's foot lift up, before stomping on his stomach, knocking what air was left in him. Naruto looked towards Midnight as she raised her riding crop. The winner by knockout, Naruto Uzumaki Midoriya. Naruto smiled a tired, triumphant smile. He tried to lift his arm up, but was unable to do so. He reveled in the victory for one more second, before his knees buckled and he passed out next to his brother. Inko Midoriya was on the edge of her seat. She was holding green and orange pom-poms as she was glued to the TV. Her two sons were doing exceptionally well. She couldn't contain her pride when they began to place first in the events, knowing how hard they've been working to get to where they are now. She has cried no less than 15 times before they got to a point where they would fight each other. There was no way in hell she would be able to cheer for one over the other, so she was frantically shaking her orange and green pom-poms as her sons made their way to the arena. She was worried, of course, of how much they would be hurting each other, but she has seen them spar before and was positive as a mother they wouldn't go overboard. Especially with the faculty there to stop them if things did get out of hand. When the mature-looking teacher brought her whip down, she watched as her boys powered up and ran at each other. And we are off. The final fight of the tournament, and boy is it gonna be a good one. These two brothers have been absolute powerhouses for throughout this festival, and this bout is sure to be a spectacle. Inko winced at each blow the brothers threw at each other, seeing some bruises being formed on them. She pouted when she continued watching. You guys may be fighting, but Naruto, I'm gonna have words with you for tripping your brother like that. Her eyes widened when she saw the massive blow Naruto sent to Izuku that sent him flying and jumped up. My baby. Oh goodness, he's getting up. She put a hand over her heart and sat back down. She hitched her breath when Izuku began to fire air bullets. She didn't know he could do that. The green mom was proud of her son's ingenuity and quickly waited with bated breath as she saw Naruto close the distance in almost an instant. Izuku began to do the classic flip he learned when he was younger, but she has seen them spar countless times and Naruto managed to counter it, knocking him down. Her eyes widened to the size of dinner plates and she jumped up to her feet and leaned even closer to the TV when she saw Naruto punch his brother in the gut, hard. Oh my god, did my little green angel puke up blood? Wait, no, don't do it again. Is the ground cracking? I don't think I can handle this. She put a hand to her head and fell to the ground, but let out a small sigh of relief when she saw Izuku catch the stomp that was about to hurt him. That definitely would have put her over the weight was her green angel doing. She clambered up inches to the screen again. I know it's a fight, but that's your brother. Don't do it again. Are you really going to do it a third time? How much blood has he coughed up already? She laid down with her back on the table when she saw Naruto catch Izuku's foot this time, stopping himself from getting more hurt. When the blonde teen began to get up, Inko's relief turned to worry. Oh no, that's Three Tails. He looks feral. He should be able to handle it though, right? Please don't get lost, Naruto. Inko got even more worried when she saw the green lightning around Izuku grow, and he looked like he was putting himself under an extreme amount of pain as he prepared to take on his brother again. Inko could barely keep up with what was going on. Her eyes frantically looking at every corner of the screen like some sort of sped-up tennis match. She saw red and green blurs around the arena, the ground jutting out and craters being formed. Her only moment of reprieve was when they stood still for a couple seconds, looking as if they were storing up energy before rushing at each other and landing devastating blows against each other. If it weren't for the tears already in Inko's eyes, the massive amount of dust created was hiding the fate of her sons. She saw them on either ends of the arena, not a ring out, but they were clearly out for the count. She wiped the tears from her eyes and let out the largest breath she ever had to calm her nerves. Inko was proud of her boys for making it so far, but they know how to make her worry. She went to turn off the TV, but got confused when they both began to get back up. Her heart started beating immensely when she heard the officiating begin to speak as she raised her whip. The fight isn't over, everybody. These tenacious teens are gonna keep going. The tears began to make the way to her face again when she saw how badly wounded her sons were. Even Naruto didn't look like he had the strength to activate his healing factor, and was bruised all over. She had to put her hand over her mouth, seeing how awful Izuku's arm looked. It just hung limply by his side. Inko could only cry as she saw her children brutally just punch each other, both of them looking like death. When she saw Naruto-sen that stomped to his brother's gut and Izuku fell unconscious, she could only let out a torrent of tears before falling on the floor and passing out herself, barely hearing Naruto be announced the winner. When she saw those boys again, she was gonna let them know how proud she was, but also make sure they never do something so stupid again. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and groaned a little as he felt extremely numb. Slowly becoming acquainted with his surroundings, now realizing he was in Recovery Girl's nurse room. He put a hand to his head, idly noticing it was bandaged. Why do I always end up in here? He was shortly hit on the back of the head as he noticed Recovery Girl by the bedside. Because you're an idiot, and your brother is too, she said as he pointed to Izuku's still sleeping form on the bed next to him. Naruto grumbled as he rubbed the back of his head. What the hell was that for? I'm injured, you know. That was for ending up in this room twice in the same tournament. At that, Naruto's head snapped up. Oh crap, the tournament. Now I remember. That was brutal. Who ended up winning? It was me, right? Chiyo rolled her eyes. You sure do have a one-track mind, don't you? If it's so important, yes, you did win. Naruto's eye lit up in excitement and he looked like he was gonna yell in excitement before the old nurse spoke again. However, with the state you two were in, you had to miss the award ceremony. Luckily your mom came by fast enough to pick them up for you. Naruto's smile instantly faded as his eyes widened in horror. Oh no, Mom saw the fight. Actually, I just texted her that you have woken up, so she should be here any moment, no dash. Before she could finish, the door busted open and standing there was the very puffy-eyed Inko Midoriya, who ran to Naruto so fast it would make the Ingenium family jealous, and she had the blonde-haired teen in her arms, almost crushing him with her mom's strength. Oh my god, my baby, I'm so glad you're okay. Don't you ever do something stupid like that again. But I'm so proud of how hard you fought. What were you thinking making me worried like that? I knew one of you would win. You guys have been training for so long. I went through 5 packs of tissues because of you guys. Inko kept berating, congratulating her whiskered son, never once letting up her grip. Naruto was getting blue in the face at this point. I think I see the light. Inko stopped when she looked to the side and heard Izuku begin to groan as he opened his eyes. He slowly propped himself up and looked to the strange sight next to him. Inko released her grip on Naruto and leveled her gaze towards the freckled teen. I am so proud, angry of at you. Izuku's eyes widened as he held up his hands. How did you say 2 words at the same time? He never got his answer as Inko had him in the deathly mom grip while crying profusely. After a lot more yelling from Inko, multiple deep breaths, and physical intervention from Recovery Girl, the Midoriya mother sat down and looked at her sons. Okay, I think I am okay now. I love you, but you boys are getting better at making me worried, which I didn't know was possible. Did you know how fast I got here when I saw what you boys did to each other? The brothers looked down sheepishly and both let out a low, sorry mom. Inko sighed, but then a light smile grazed her face. However, I can't say I'm too mad. Who wouldn't be proud to have their babies be the top 2 in this festival? You boys really have come a long way. Oh, speaking of, she reached into her bag and pulled out 2 medals, a gold medal and a silver medal. I figured you guys would want to wear these out. The tournament is over, but some of your friends are still waiting for you outside. The boys' eyes sparkled as they took their respective medals. Naruto had the biggest smile on his face as he looked at the shimmering gold medal. Yes. I knew I would win. Izuku looked at his medal with a small smile. He was glad to make it so far, but in the end he still couldn't surpass his brother. He looked at his brother and his gaze hardened. I may have lost to you this time, but this just means I have to train even harder from now on. Villain Haida. Shigaraki was scratching his neck furiously, looking at the blank screen. He was gritting his teeth after watching the final fight of the contest. Why the F are those kids so strong, sensei? I know the experiment should be that level, but his goddamn brother was going toe-to-toe with him. What are we supposed to do now? The blank monitor was still for a while, so long that Shigaraki thought it was turned off for a while before All for One began to speak. This is good, Tamura. Our experiment is powerful but has not yet reached its full potential. It will only be a simple matter of capturing him and unlocking that potential. Our tool is turning out to be strong. This is a good thing. The decay quirk user scoffed and continued to frantically scratch. Even if we manage to capture him, how are we supposed to convince him to work for us again? You saw that speech. I can't believe the one working experiment had to have these inane heroic ideals. Not to mention that diamond brother of his. No way. He'll just leave him like that. There was no video on the monitor, but Tamura could feel the smirk through the voice of his master. Convincing our tool will be left to me once we capture him. I can be very persuasive. Something about the tone in his sensei's voice actually made Shigaraki shiver. As for the brother, he's a problem all of his own. We can dispose of him when I deem appropriate. At the moment he is not a priority. To put in your terms, think of him as a side quest. Tamura stopped scratching and looked at the monitor more intently. Okay, sensei, but we're gonna need some backup. These kids are more dangerous than they should be. Already planned for Tamura, just wait. I have my eye on someone special, and I'm working on a few more experiments that will be useful for us soon. Just keep a low profile, Tamura, and trust the process. Shigaraki took a seat and sighed heavily. Low profile? Ugh, this is going to be so boring. He turned on the TV and paused on the frame that had the whiskered blonde beaming at the camera. We're gonna get you, pet, and you better be worth it. With the Midoriyas, Inko stayed with Recovery Girl to sign some papers that come standard when injuries take place during the festival, as her boys were cleared to leave. Izuku had his right arm in a sling while Naruto had bandages covering the entirety of his arms and some wrapped around his neck as well. The boys were proudly displaying their medals despite the soreness throughout their bodies. They still had much pride for their performance in the festival. Walking out of the hallway, the pair of brothers was pleasantly surprised to see their friends, sans Ida, waiting for them in the resting area. Kiroshima was the first to notice and energetically got up. Yo, they're up. That was a manly as hell fight, you guys got brutal. At this, the rest of the class got up and began to surround the freckled and whiskered duo. Kaminari put his hands behind his head. Yeah, you guys went hard out there. I wasn't even sure you guys would wake up today. Izuku sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Yeah, things got a little intense there towards the end. Mina raised an eyebrow. A little. Some people were actually worried you guys might kill each other at the end. Not to mention how destroyed the stadium became afterwards, and that was before you guys just started slugging it out with any quirks, which was somehow even more brutal. Naruto put a hand to his chin. Oh yeah, that's how it ended. How long were we out, by the way? Achiko opened up her flip phone. We've been waiting for you guys for like 2 hours after the awards ceremony, which took around 30 minutes, so for a while. Izuku's eyes widened at that. You guys were waiting here for 2.5 hours? Azui nodded. We didn't really have anything better to do. We may not have gotten as beat up as you two, but we still could use some rest. We figured we'd wait for you while we were at it. Naruto smiled. Well, thanks guys. Nice to see some friendly faces after waking up from yet another long nap. If only there was a way to stop ending up like this. Maybe you can start by thinking before you do things, Tsuyu said bluntly. Naruto just sighed and looked up at the roof. If only there was a way. The group of teens rolled their eyes before settling into a fun conversation at all the different people they saw during the event. Naruto was absent-mindedly listening to Mina telling her story of how she got through the race, before feeling a tug on his shirt and seeing Kiroshima looking uncharacteristically sheepish. Hey bro, you mind if I talk to you for a bit, alone? Kiroshima asked as he rubbed the back of his head. Naruto looked around and saw that the group was comfortable talking amongst themselves. Sure, what about? Kiroshima looked at the ground for a bit before staring Naruto dead in the eyes. Can you help train me, please? Naruto blinked once. I mean sure, but why are you asking me? It's just, when I was fighting Deku 1v1, it only took him like 20 seconds to figure me out, and then it was like I couldn't even touch him. I've had tough fights before, but I don't know, it just made me feel unmanly knowing I wasn't able to give him a good fight. Kirishima's eyes seemed transfixed to the ground while he was telling Naruto this. Naruto put a hand on the redhead's shoulder, fully understanding the gravity of the ask. If Kiroshima went as far to call himself unmanly for it, is that why you forfeited? Kiroshima winced but nodded. I know it was probably the least manly thing I could have done, but I also thought that it wouldn't be right giving Deku a fight that wasn't challenging, you know. Naruto gave an understanding nod. I get what you mean, but don't sell yourself too short, Kiroshima. You were close to knocking him out in those first seconds. Izuku just knows how to take a beating. Kiroshima chuckled a little, remembering their fight. You don't say. If you really think you need the extra help, I'll be more than happy to help. I already have some ideas on how to change up your style, as I see you like to stick with the typical slugger style, which does work well for your quirk, so it does make sense. Kirishima's smile widened as he brought the blonde in for a bro hug. Thanks, man. I swear I'm going to work my butt off. I'm not gonna make you guys gunning for number 1 easy. Naruto matched Kirishima's smile. I expect nothing less. Hosu General Hospital. Ida rushed through the hallways trying to make his way to his brother's room. When he finally found the room number, he practically kicked down the door, worry and panic scrawled on his face. The scene he saw made his blood run cold, his brother wrapped up with a respirator on, weakly looking towards him. Tensei weakly smiled. Ah, I see you were excited to see me, Tenya. Ida only frowned as he went up to his bed. You think joking is appropriate at a time like this? You nearly died. How long until you can be back up? Tensei's smile faltered as he slightly turned to get a better look at his brother. The damage done to me is too much, Ida. I won't even be able to walk anymore, much less do any hero work. I'm gonna have to retire as a hero, Tenya. Tenya's grip on the side of the bed loosened as he looked at his brother in shock. No, this can't be the end. This isn't the big brother. I know you can still go on, can't you? Tenya had tears in his eyes at this point. Tensei grimaced at the grief in his brother's face. I'm sorry, Tenya. I should have been a better role model for you. The title of Ingenium will be going down to you. I know you will do more good with it than I did. Tenya was only able to sink to his knees and cry by his brother's bedside, his hand clenching so hard the knuckles turned white. I will bring the person who did this to justice, no matter the cost.